Hello there, and welcome to the year 1972.
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
God'll get you for that one.
The Black Avenger, Blackula.
Nixon wins re-election in a landslide victory and immediately looks to the future.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Into the dirt!
Alone again, naturally.
Our worst fears have been realized tonight. They have now said that there were 11 hostages.
Hippity-hoppity, over here.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 161 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the MOOD to the Z, freshly back from spending all your Patreon money on beer and Blurays, aka Moodz. Yeah. And of course, I always got my two 70s film haters by my side. First up, we have the man who says that Night of the Lepus is better than every giallo flick from 72. The Mexican who clearly is a Mexicant. Double Shot J, aka JP. And then we have the little boy who slacked off for the last 9 months and barely has enough films to make a top 10 list. The Chicago hot dog Jew himself, NES Ruler 22, aka Jeremy. And we would like to welcome back to the show two of our favorite guests. First up, we have the girl who can't admit that she's in an abusive relationship with JP. Another 70s film hater, Carly. And last up, we have the weirdo who decided that it was a great idea to get laser surgery to remove all his body hair to impress. I have no fucking idea. The exploding cocklick himself, Brandon. What's going on, guys?
Yeah. Yo.
What's up?
I think he did that to impress himself.
Yep.
There you go, Jeremy. One take. No fuck-ups.
That was awesome.
That's right. I'm back in the house. I am so fucking happy to be back on the show.
Let me ask you this before you get into being back. Who did a better job hosting, me or Jeremy?
You know what, JP? I actually had this all rounded up and I was going to talk about this. First of all, you doing the episode 159, I thought you were doing a great job. Jeremy intervened, ruined that whole segment. And then Jeremy decided that he was going to take over for the last one with Derek and completely botched the shit out of that. It was like episode 1 all over again. So he not only introduces Derek before you, he totally forgets about me not being on the show, doesn't explain anything. Jeremy?
Well, let's see. If I'm doing the intro, you fucking dickhead, don't people think that you know that you're not on the show?
Well, yeah, but we could at least, mention it.
Just mention
it,
right?
No shit, he's not there. I'm fucking being an idiot doing the intro. What do you expect?
Yeah. What you don't know, what everybody doesn't know, is Jeremy argued with me about doing the intro on 159. Yeah. I went to start, and he was like, wait, I thought I'm doing the intro. And I was like, well, I just figured I had this stuff written. I had this, idea. And he's like, well, I normally do the intro every time. Like, I did it for 1 through 20 or something. I'm like, yeah. And why didn't you continue? Because you suck. and then I was like, when we did the mini shots, we just switched back and forth. So I figured we'd just do that. And he's like, bitched at me for like 20 minutes. And then.
Oh, yeah, 20 minutes. Totally 20 minutes.
Okay.
It was like 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah, but that's still a big difference, you dickhead.
But still, see what happens. See what happens.
You know what I have to say, though, man? It was very, very frustrating having to miss those two shows. But all in all, I think you guys did a pretty good job. Big shout out to Derek and Mike for filling in, I guess, for me for, not being on the show and stuff. You guys did a good job. But the weirdest thing for me was posting the shows on my channel when I wasn't on them. Felt just awkward and strange.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to send in some kind of clip or something.
I know, dude.
So it was like,
thinking back on it, I probably should have tried and made more time to do it. But I mean, everything was still fucking just all mumble jumbled and shit. And I was just like, screw it. I just got to stay clear of this for a little while and we'll get back to it. And here I am, 1972
top 10 show. Too bad you were on Fresh Cuts before you were on our show. Thanks.
That was actually, dude. Actually, twice. Mike was laughing about that pretty hard because I didn't even know that you guys were going through and doing that Hagazusa review. And we had actually just done that on Fresh Cuts. And I'm like, this is going to look ridiculous. This is coming out and you guys are going to be doing this episode and I'm not going to be on it. And everyone's going to be like, the fuck? Right? So it is what it is.
That's funny.
It was a little bit awkward, but all in all, we're back. And then
one thing I'm glad you're back with is I fucking hate editing. So thank you. I'm not doing that shit anymore.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about the top 10 shows is not really the hardest ones to edit. There's not a lot of show notes for it. None
of them are when I do it because I do the bare minimum. But I hadn't, because for those of you who don't know or forgot, I started editing the show around episode 20 something, around when Jeremy stopped hosting, and then I did the thumbnail and the show note. I used to do the show notes from the very beginning, I think, and then I basically around episode 102 or 3, I think it was the Blackula episode or something, we lost our recorder, so Moodz started recording, he started editing. I thought he did such a better job than I do, and which only makes sense. Like, you should have been doing it from the beginning because you're good with audio and went to school for it and stuff, and I suck. And I was just like, dude, having all that responsibility back, the thumbnail, the editing, the show note. The show notes are so underrated of a task because they do take a while. Mm-hmm. And then also doing everything essentially, besides hosting on the one episode. And I was like, dude, I'm so glad that we're not doing this without Moodz anymore, because this is a pain in the ass, dude. I'm glad for you to hand that back to you.
And the irony is that we're back for this episode, and then we're, it's summertime.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we're going to try and fit in some episodes when we can. The summertime's an issue because, we're all busy. Our schedules are a lot different in the summer. That's why we take the summer off, so we don't, end up with a mumble jumbled shit like we just went through. But who knows, man? We might be fitting in a show here and there when we can. So
Deep Blue Sea.
Not going to promise anything, but we got to get. I mean, usually every year we get to some type of summer extravaganza show, like we did Sleepaway Camp Trilogy one year. We did the Jaws, franchise, things like that. So we'll come up with some. Maybe we'll get retarded or something like that and do Sharknado.
Yo.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because I think they might be done with them now. It might be the time to go and actually. And Sharknado, we're not going to do that in the wintertime. Come on.
You know what's really unfortunate?
What?
We don't do franchises unless you go to patreon.com/22shotspodcast and pay for that tier. So you're out of luck. Sorry, Moodz.
I mean, maybe we'll throw up a special, half off Sharknado special or something for the summer. But I know that Sam and Derek, I think we're talking about maybe doing prom night for us at some point, because I just added prom night to the tier list, since I realized that the Dead Show is still on there. Mm-hmm. So I figured prom night was a cool one that we all wanted to do eventually.
Activity, damn it.
Also, we'll continue doing Box Office Brawl on the Facebook page. I'm coming back,
for sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then also, shirts are still out there. We're selling a lot of them.
I was hoping we were going to sell a little bit more after that update went up, but
nope.
Motherfuckers are broke. Motherfuckers are broke. Well, I mean, 2 is better than 0, right?
Yeah,
that's the way I look at it. Yeah, so that is
Brandon,
what it is. But
are you wearing your 22 shot shirt?
No, he didn't buy one.
Dude, it would hurt the Exploding Heads brand if I was seen wearing an inferior podcast shirt.
I don't know if you saw the Jason Lloyd's post today, but apparently we are the number1 Horrorphilia show on Spotify
and Patreon.
I saw that.
Now we have 2 #1 spots.
Let me ask you something, Brandon. Did Dave buy a shirt?
No, nobody did.
Oh, you exploding cocks, man.
I would buy a shirt from you guys. Just saying.
I would.
I don't think we're ever doing shirts. We've talked about it, and we've decided we're never doing shirts.
Because you know you're going to get outsold by us.
Yep.
Scared.
Yes.
You guys are scared. You guys are scared.
And our shirts are clearly more superior than yours, so.
Dude, the prints on I can't believe it, man. How good they are. They are so nice.
We got super lucky on that.
We really did, man. Like I gave my buddy his shirt last night.
What about me, fuckers?
And he was like,
"That's what I'm saying.
Dude.
We got lucky that you knew a guy."
I'll put that shit together.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
It's lucky that it's not like we went out and found some dude. Like we knew them already. You knew him already. You know what I mean? So that we got lucky where normal people wouldn't have that luxury.
They're nice.
They are nice. They're awesome. I got my coworker to buy one. That's pretty cool.
Carly, you still there?
I am, but the sirens are going off in the
She's got
background because I
Shapier's
live in a
cock in
shitty area.
Oh, really?
I didn't want to ruin the podcast already.
Probably.
They go off every night,
Jeremy
dude.
already did that, Carly. Don't worry about it.
True.
Yeah, so you could buy a shirt if you want. I think, honestly, like, in my opinion, we haven't discussed this, but I don't think we should print this particular design again because we have to get around 100 of them to order, and I don't think we could sell 100 more of the same design. So, I mean, I would probably say, guys, that once this design's gone, it's your only chance to get it. So.
You know, the thing is, though, man, when I was at that party last night, I had 3 girls ask me if they could get like a girl's kind of tank top style shirt, and I'm like, man, we don't have those. We just did a run of like men's shirts to see where we kind of stand with on the selling point kind of deal, and I mean, that's not saying that we could sell 100, but
Moodz knows 3 girls. Woo!
I do, man. Them was my hoes too. You know
what movie are you gonna rip off next for your next shirt print?
I was thinking Friday the 13th.
Dave will buy one then. Dave, I can guarantee will buy one then.
You know the Friday the 13th classic, Jason silhouette or Mrs. Voorhees silhouette with the knife and stuff. It looks like the same as Maniac. We could rip that one off.
Yeah. Be less colors too. Easier to print, but I don't know, man. I think we should probably do a run of just the 22 Shots logo. Yeah,
I would be happy with that. Maybe we could sell them for a little bit cheaper.
For sure. Well, they would be a lot cheaper to print up, so then we could sell them for cheaper for sure. But anyway, like we got some of those ideas flying around. I wouldn't mind getting a couple more designs of just the name. Also,
overall, though, I'm completely happy with it, and I think it was a total success.
Yeah, we made money already.
Me too, man. I think it's awesome that people supported it like they did, and it's awesome.
Seeing all the homies post them.
I will say that you two were right, because I thought nobody in hell would buy a shirt for $25 that was 22 shots, but I was completely wrong.
Yeah, supporting someone.
I had faith in the homies, man. And again, I want to thank everybody out there for actually going out of their way and, purchasing the shirts and taking pictures, and it makes us feel really good. So
I have a question. Why do so many of your guys' homies, why are so many of them missing heads?
Heads.
What? I don't get it.
Those selfies they posted in the group.
Every post of of them wearing shirts, no heads.
I know. I noticed that too, man.
Like I understand why I understand why Sam didn't post it. Nobody wants to see that. But I mean,
I was totally ripping on him about that too.
No one wants to see Turi either. So.
Hey, we've gotten to see Turi's butt crack recently.
I know.
And all of his bullseyes on his back too. Oh.
Dude, I literally can't believe he has that as a tattoo. Like, I'm not joking. I'm like, wow, dude, like, do you not have a single friend that warned you against that? You know what I mean? Like, you must have no friends if you were able to go into a tattoo shop and get that. See, the tattoo artist must not have, like...
My thing was, his excuse is that he's like, well, I'm getting my whole back done. I'm like, fine.
So start at the top.
Exactly. Why not start at the top and work your way down? Why would you start with a fucking tramp stamp? Dude, it's like... It's painful. It's cringeworthy. Oh, it's so bad. But anyway, it's pretty fun though.
It's 1972.
Yeah, man. We might as well move this along and get into the meat and potatoes of why we're here. 1972 was
Borefest.
Well, hold on. Before we get into 1972, why don't we do one of our 6 contests?
Okay. Actually, that's a good idea, man. We'll do a drawing. We've got 6. I know what you did last summer, Blurays. I don't know why I said that.
Hell yeah.
Last House on the Left. Arrow special editions. Brand new sealed to give away on the show. So stay tuned for the whole length of the show, and we will be giving
Mine
away
aren't
one
sealed.
every period.
Oh, yours aren't sealed?
No, they came. The plastic was ripped off, so I had to pull them off. They are brand new, though. I didn't open them.
Why did you have to fuck that whole thing up? Now people are screaming and calling me a liar.
No, well, that's why I wanted to correct you. They are brand new, though. I literally just took the plastic off when they came because they were like kind of ripped off and hanging off.
So we are giving away 4 brand new Blu-rays and two like new. Okay.
I do want to thank you two because Moodz bought these out of his own money, and then Brandon also bought these out of his own money.
No, I used Moods' money.
Oh, okay.
You did.
Well, you probably used my money considering you're lazy.
Yeah.
I'm not that...
What?
What's the joke?
Oh, you're taking all my tax money.
Get a job.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
That is true.
Anyway, so basically the first one we're gonna do here is with the Patreon. So anybody who supported us on Patreon,
If it's Neil, I am going to lose my fucking
I don't
mind.
think Neil is on the Patreon, is he?
Good. Thank God he finally can't win.
I thought he
Okay,
was.
so
maybe he's not. Yeah.
there's 52 people on here, and the number is Jeremy. Are you on there?
Am I on where?
The Patreon.
I thought you were doing it.
I'm randomizing the number, but
you said the shirts. I was going
to.
to do the shirts. This is
Okay.
your dealio, not me.
This is why you guys are number 2.
Yeah, clearly. So randomizing out of 1 to 52, and the number is 26. So whoever is 26 on the list here, which I'm going to have to count that. So you guys talk for a second, and I'll get back to you on that.
The professionalism is definitely peaking tonight.
That's his deal. Why is he fucking asking me?
You know what? I don't know. I'm just here to talk about 72.
Exactly.
I don't know what's going on. Carly, were you offended by my intro?
The winner is right below Carly, actually. Chris Rivers. Carly was 27.
I would feel bad if I won.
Chris Rivers.
It's Chris Rivers.
Like Big Pun.
So-
Big Pun's son just won.
I don't know, but Chris, hit Moodz up with your address, and he will send you, or hit Brandon up with your address, and he will send you a title. If you live in Canada, hit up Moodz. If you live in
I just
America,
realized now I have to actually ship all these things out. Fuck.
Yeah.
Use the Patreon money. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, but I hate the post office. Congratulations, Big Pun's son. Awesome.
All right, so 72, man.
1972. Well, my
The
question
year
is...
Moodz was born. 1972.
No, I'm not the old man,
Damn.
and you know what? And I'm proud of this, man. I will wish Brandon a happy birthday. He turned 39 a couple days ago. Woohoo! You're fucking old as shit now.
Yes, I am. Thank
Your
you.
age is catching up to your
And he
grace.
still's never gotten laid.
Dude,
Says the virgin.
that's like... Wow.
Brandon, your age is finally caught up with all those grays, man. But you're kind of awkward. Like, you have a head full of gray hairs and the rest of your body no hair.
No, I do have a nice bush.
Oh.
Wait,
But-
you left the pubes?
I left a pizza slice.
You did it.
Pizza slice.
Yeah, it's a fucking pizza. What do you want me to leave? A breadstick?
This is not how you get women.
Oh my god.
I
that's
am a
amazing.
woman.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I have less hair on my body than Carly does.
Damn.
That is, yeah,
I
that's
definitely have smoother nipples.
I gotta say that.
Damn.
I gotta say it's actually quite nice not being the old guy on the podcast for once. Thank you,
Oh,
Brandon, for
You'll
being.
be 39 in a few months.
Yes, 3 months. But as
Carly's
for
old
today,
enough to be you guys' daughter.
she completely
mean,
is.
yeah,
Well, no,
she
she was
Yeah, I guess so, if you had me as a teenager.
97. I would have been 17 when she was born. So definitely doable. Definitely doable.
I have a friend who had a baby at 17, so technically
Most people do nowadays.
Yeah, what's he doing today, Brandon?
My mom was 18 when she had me. So
My mom was 28.
in the realm.
Jeez.
But yeah, 1972. Let's start with the 3 haters of the year. Carly, JP, and Jeremy.
Yeah.
What is the dealio with 1972 for you?
They're all the same fucking movies. They're slow and boring. Half of them are TV movies, and half of them are proto slashers that don't go anywhere, and they're fucking snore fest, and they suck.
Yeah, pretty much.
for me, I don't really like giallo films, so that eliminates 50% of them. And then
man,
like,
72 is a good year for giallos, man. There's a lot of good ones.
But and then slow movies, I don't mind a movie that's slow as long as it like goes somewhere, but some of them just kind of never really take off for me. So there's that. And then I don't know. I just was not really feeling it. And I also am not a fan of these Hammer movies, I come to find.
Damn.
So pretty much the whole year was not good.
It's like Hammer and giallos. Like there are very few like American bred horror films in this year.
Way to go, Moodz. You set them up like we were going to shame them, but they all gave pretty good answers as to why they don't.
Well,
you want us to go silent.
But it's all personal preference, though, right? I mean,
oh yeah, absolutely.
The thing is, I like slow burn films, so I don't really have a problem with the year. I mean, I'm a giallo fan, right? So you're going to get a lot of slower giallos and shit. So, but as for the Hammer, Carly, I find that interesting. It's eliminate a lot of movies, man. Holy shit.
I just can't get into them. I don't know. I've tried.
So you're not picking up all those Scream Factory.
Hey, I've just recently gotten into Hammer, and I'll say this: probably when I was Carly's age, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed them as much either. I'm not trying to make myself sound like I'm old, but I definitely enjoy films now that I definitely didn't enjoy 10, 15 years ago, or what?
Like my grandfather talking to me.
No, seriously. Like I used to not.
It's
like,
a valid
when I was
point,
in my 20s,
though. It's a valid point.
Vincent Price movies.
It's a valid point. I think when we get older, that we also just appreciate things differently too, and maybe vice versa. I mean, who knows?
Changed.
Right?
It's changed.
It's definitely interesting because we were talking earlier about 97 in the group chat. Like we were talking about years that we could end up pulling for our next thing, and obviously 97 is known as like a pretty awful year.
Mm-hmm.
But like even the films that came out that year, that like I find there's like really strong movies. Like the drop off is insane. Like 11 through 20 is fucking awful. But like I and Carly recently went and seen I Know What You Did Last Summer in the theater, and I fucking loved it. Again. Yeah, and so I know Moodz is not a big fan at all, but I look at that film and I look at like a giallo film from 72, and I'm like, okay, both these films have stuff that people wouldn't like based on personal preference. Like Moodz maybe doesn't like the CW like teen drama that it is, and I don't necessarily like, or Carly don't necessarily like the kind of plain everyday normal people of 72 who all look the same and sound the same in all these giallos. And I think that it's very interesting when you talk about generations. I didn't grow up with giallos at all. I didn't see my first giallo until I was in my 20s probably. And I love 90s teen movies pretty much.
Oh boy.
So it's kind of interesting when you think about it. But for 72 in general, I think my biggest gripe with it is that it just feels a little too much of the same. I think with 76 there was a huge variety of different type of movies. 72 for the most part seems like there was a lot of giallos for one, and then two, it feels like there's not a lot of uniqueness there. Like, okay, you got some giallos, you have some British films, some films. TV movies, which I think were the more original stuff of the year was the TV movies. I do like Hammer and I do like Amicus as well. So that did help me a little bit. But when I think of like the most unique movies of the year, there's not many that stick out.
Yeah.
I thought it's the most consistent year we've done, to be honest.
What do you mean by consistent?
I think from the number of films I watched, I would say I enjoyed 95% of them. I think that these films, I feel like there were no like huge standouts where it's like, oh, that's clearly number one. So that's why making this top 10 was a little hard.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing,
No, not a bad thing at all.
Yeah.
96, like I feel like most people thought that Scream was the runaway winner. Even though Moodz had a different film, not Scream and From Dusk Till Dawn were just like fucking boom.
Yeah.
But this year, I don't know. I feel like all five of us could have a different number one.
I feel like we might. And I felt like my top 9, with the exception of my number 10 film, which which I didn't feel like I loved as much to put in the top 9, obviously, but I feel like my top 9 I could have organized anyway and I would have been happy with it. That's how crazy it is.
Yeah, dude. 72,
I think
man.
when you... Good.
Yeah, 72, man. I mean, I watched, 72 movies. And I had 8 that were rated 5 or under.
Now, if we get 97, I expect you to watch 97 movies.
I don't even think there is 97 movies.
There's like 20 movies.
Yeah, I don't even. That's a very, very slow year.
Now, what if we get like 2008? Do we only have to watch 8 movies?
No, you have to watch 2008.
So the percentage of films that I was, given decent ratings to is pretty. It's pretty high.
I had the exact same number, Moodz. 8 films at 5 or below, and I watched 76.
You guys have valid reasons. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so valid reasons. I mean, some of the reasons why you didn't like 72 are some of the reasons why I do like. I like the slow burns. I like the jelly.
I only had
I do
6
disagree.
films below 5.
And I do disagree. I mean, given 1972, yes, has a lot of giallos, but there is a few standout giallos from that year that really stick out in just the whole bigger spectrum of giallos. In my opinion. And I think there's a lot of solid fucking movies, man. I mean, so there's a lot of giallos, there's a lot of, kind of satanic type films and things like that. It doesn't have the wide variety, I do agree with that, but I think the films that make up those subgenres are pretty solid for the most part.
Like, in 76, there was a ton of, like, killer animal films, too.
Yeah.
This year actually didn't have too many, and honestly, like, when I look at it, I'm just like, it literally had giallos and like some Hammer and TV movies. Those are like the 3 things, and particularly the TV movie doesn't really count that much because that's not really a genre. That's just a type of movie.
Yeah.
So it's really like giallos just dominated this year, from what I can tell. And I think that I rated all of the movies that I've seen fairly decently. I had a lot of 7.5s, some 6s, some 6.5s, only one 5.5, and then only 6 films went under that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I had a few 8s, few 8.5. So I mean, it was like decent in terms of quality. It's just in terms of pure enjoyment, I didn't enjoy this year. Really.
So it's due to just the kind of the repetitiveness of the subgenre of film that we're watching. Yeah. So I mean,
nothing. There wasn't many films that actually excited me that I was like, oh, that was awesome. Like, yeah, it was. I rated it high. It was a good movie, well made. I just didn't get much personal enjoyment out of it.
Mm-hmm.
For a lot of these films, a lot of them, and that's kind of rough for me.
What
I think that personally, this is my least favorite year we've ever done.
Wow, that's crazy. I felt like this year had a lot of films that when you were done watching really made you question society, because these characters were very like it was very character driven, these films. A lot of depth about how certain characters are affected by society, and it made you think about today's society, and this is almost 50 years ago. And so I was really like getting deep on some of these.
I can't even think of more than one film that you're referencing when talking about that.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Maybe 2. I don't know. Maybe I didn't watch the right films.
I have 5 films in my top 7 where I think are totally like that.
I think what my top 10 is like films that I felt are the most different from the rest for the most part.
Yeah.
That's how my list really kind of looks when I'm staring at it now.
Yeah, I pretty much agree.
So how many movies did you guys watch?
I watched 54, which is better than I expected. Jeremy said there was no way in hell I was getting to 50. Not only did I get to 50, but I got to 54. So fuck you.
You turned that shit on at the end, man. It's crazy.
Dude, man. I watched literally 24 movies in a week.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, I'm completely fucking burnt out on these. Plus, I'm like sitting there trying to watch because I'm part of that Podcast Under the Stairs 90s show. So like, there's like 5 or 6 90s movies for the years that I drew that I haven't seen, and they're like asking me to like, what are your picks? And I'm like, fuck, I don't want to pick yet because I haven't seen these. So like, I'm trying to get on that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you feel that cramming 24 films into 7 days could have contributed to the lack of enjoyment too?
Yes.
Being in the crunch and also having to repeat, similar themes in films.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I watched mostly giallos this past week.
Yeah, and I get that.
But here's the thing: I wasn't enjoying it to begin with. Like the first section, I actually enjoyed this section more than the first section that I did, though. So technically, maybe I would have enjoyed it more, but I still enjoyed it more than the first half of the films that I watched.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, most of the films that I watched recently are comprising my top 10. And top 15 and top 20. So it's
part cramming and part narrow-mindedness.
I think a lot of it has to do the way you watch films too, because I don't necessarily watch all the ones I haven't seen at first, and then just kind of work my way into all my rewatches in the top.
I mostly focused on TV movies at first.
Yeah, so I just kind of do it all over the place.
Short.
I usually start with a film I haven't seen before, and then I'll just kind of go over the place. Say if I watch a couple stinkers, and I'll go into something I know is going to be enjoyable, and I'll break it up like that. So nothing seems to be stagnant to me. Yeah.
I pick one film that is either going to be a contender for my number one or a film that I'd heard a lot about and I'm kind of hyped to watch as my last film. Which this year it was Don't Torture a Duckling, which was I chose ahead of time what my last film was going to be. I do that every year. It's kind of
started by watching 1971 movies.
I don't. I really don't. I guess subconsciously it's the way I watch them is just how I watch them.
I almost watched one of those because it was on your list, and then I looked it up, and it was from 1971. I was like, I would fucking kill you if I watched that shit for no reason.
Dude, my 1971 film I watched was one of my favorite films of the year.
I know, I did that by accident.
He makes it sound like it's just fucking it's like the worst
thing
in the
is.
world. I gotta watch a movie I didn't have to watch. Oh my god,
exactly.
I hate my life. And and the thing is,
but
the movie that he watched is actually a really good movie. I know Carly would beg to differ because it's a Hammer film, but I digress.
Yeah, so 54 for me. I'm pretty happy with that. I usually try to hit 56 to 60 is like my sweet spot. There were a few films that I missed, which we'll get to in a little bit. But how many did you two watch? You both watched 72. Brandon,
I know Jeremy only watched 10.
I watched 76.
76, fucking show off. Moodz, you said you watched 72.
My goal was 72, and I was like, that's probably a good number. I got 72.
Carly.
I watched 63.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. Good job.
Yeah. JP gave me was talking shit on me a few months ago, and he was telling me I was like Jeremy Jr. and I was like, I can't let this happen. So I got all butthurt.
Nobody wants to be a Jeremy.
I did notice though. Man, because I started out watching some films and I took a long break from watching 72 and then I remember reading in the chat or something like that, and someone said Carly was in the 40s and I was only at 25, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because he doesn't have to watch 80,000 other movies like we do.
Yeah,
we don't have to watch 80,000 other movies. I looked at your letterbox. You haven't even watched that many this year.
Watch 150. That's a lot for me.
It's not a lot for you though, because every year you do that.
But 100, I bet you 50 of those you saw in the cinema.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, this motherfucker will go watch 4 movies in a row and then bitch that he has to watch 5 movies in a week.
I bet it's more than 50. I bet you more than a third of the films you've seen have been in the cinema this year. That's crazy. It's insane.
So how many did you watch?
35.
Silence.
It's respectable.
That's the most I've ever done. Instead of, hey, good job, you watched 35, it's...
Hey, I'm giving you respect.
Well, here's the thing, right?
I'm totally putting the Price is Right sound effect in there, man. You know, the losing sound effect?
35 is enough to I think get a sense for the year, and it's enough to participate in the show. And I do agree, but I'm not going to say it's good when you have somebody who watched 50, 60, and 70, and so you can't say oh, that's good, because it's clearly not. Everybody else watched way more. But
because they like watching movies. I don't. We already went over this.
Why
shit.
do you have them?
How the fuck can you be on a podcast where you review tons of movies and not like to watch movies? That is the most mind-blowing fuckery ever.
I like watching movies that I want to watch, but I didn't want to watch any of these fucking movies.
But how do you know that you don't want to? You're never willing to take a shot. Have you ever watched a movie that you weren't really, expecting to be good or didn't want to watch and turned out to be amazing? I'm sure it's happened. Right? It could happen again.
I watched 35. I still get shit. Considering I was getting shit.
No.
3 months ago.
You shit. I'm just saying. I'm not going to say that was good because you keep saying, "How is this not good?" And I'm like, well, when you compare it to 50, 60, and 70, it's not good. In fact, it's pretty bad if you compare it to that. But I'm happy with it. It's better than 21 or whatever the fuck you did last time. So I'm at least happy. But I'm not going to tell you that you did a good job.
JP's just like scolding you. I said it's respectable. I think it's a big enough sample size for
considering Christian only watched like 18.
Yeah, but it's different. He's not on this show. Like they don't even need to watch any. They can just show up with a list. It's for entertainment purposes for our audience and for us. Brandon is a fucking go-getter achiever, and that's why we always.
But I honestly
JP
feel
holds
like
a gun to my head.
I let him win every time.
Put in enough films. I feel like if you watched 35 good films from this year, you would have a really nice sample size.
I agree. I say this all the time.
I didn't watch bad movies like you guys did.
Yeah, he tends to go for the good ones. So I'm assuming
I do that too, though.
I
do that too.
I barely had any under 5. Like for the most part, I watched some pretty decent films.
I didn't watch anything lower than a 7.5.
That was your lowest rating?
35 that you films? Guys rated.
So how
7.5.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
But that's the thing, though. You can't only bank on that. You have to take a few risks because there's films that I rate a 7 that Moodz has as an 8, or like he rated low that I'm at an 8 or an 8.5. Mm-hmm. So like
your guys aren't that big. You guys aren't that far apart.
No, but I think the goal every time is to see as many films that will make top 10 lists.
I did, and I bet you I've seen every movie on your guys' list.
I bet you didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
But I bet you got a high percentage of them. I always feel like I saw everything that is going to make lists, and then Moodz comes with fucking 10 films out the woodwork of fucking nobody
I was having a panic attack. I was like, "Why are you? What are these?" In that group, you're sending all those pictures. You're like, "This is a great one."
Panic attack.
Like, I was like, "Oh my
what
god!"
The fuck?
I didn't prepare at all for this.
That's amazing.
So what are besides the themes? I think where are our legends in this year? Like who'd we have? We had Craven's debut. We had Fulci put out a film. Bava put out a film, right?
We had
De Palma directed a film.
Yeah.
De Palma.
Yeah.
We had like the first I would say like Night of Fear is like a huge influence on Texas Chainsaw. Right, Brandon? You watched that movie?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a huge influence on TCM.
Yeah.
And then you had did Lindsay do 2 films this year?
I think so. Yeah. Bloodstained,
and then
Bloodstained Orchids. 7 Bloodstained Orchids, and
I'm glad to see Six Senses on Brandon's 72 list.
Man from Deep River.
Man from Deep River, yep.
And then also we had Edwidge Finch in everything.
Yes.
Yeah, she was in 3 really good giallos from the year.
The
Case of the Bloody Iris actually is quite interesting. I don't know if you guys ever, I don't know if everyone watched the movie or not, but there's a scene in that movie that I noticed years ago when I first saw it, and it's interesting because that scene became super famous in American Beauty. The scene that everyone knows that movie for. You know, the girl laying on the bed with all the rose petals on her and shit. That scene is jacked completely from this movie. There's a scene where Edwidge Fenwick is laying on the bed and the iris petals are covering her naked body and shit, shot from the same angle, everything. American
You don't think
Beauty.
it's a coincidence?
That is not a coincidence, dude. That's a straight jack. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. 100%. It's shot. It's the exact same scene.
Who directed American Beauty?
I don't remember.
Jeremy's right. I do have Six Sense on my.
But did anyone watch that movie?
I did.
Yeah.
I tried to. I couldn't get to find it.
Night of the Bloody Iris?
JP, did you notice that scene?
It's on Shudder, I think.
I looked it up on there and it wasn't coming up. I typed in the title. I don't know.
It's also on Prime.
I don't.
Brandon, did you notice that scene in the film?
I probably did at the time, but I'm so can't remember anything at this point.
I know the scene you're talking about, but I don't remember.
I know the scene you're talking about from American Beauty, of course.
Yeah, it's literally the same scene with Edwidge Fenwick, though. It's identical. But kind of a cool little thing. But yeah, no, Fennec, she pretty much kills 72. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I love her, man.
Yeah. So fucking hot.
Yeah.
Just incredibly beautiful. Yeah.
All right, so do you think we should do another drawing?
Let's do it.
Do it.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
how many was there? 52, you said?
51.
Okay. So I am going to randomize, and you're going to count, okay?
I already know I'll be faster than you.
Okay. Yeah, because you have numbers on the side of them, dickhead. All right, the winner is 5.
Number 5. That is Carly.
No way.
Wait,
I swear to God.
you can.
People are totally going to think we're cheating, man.
You guys can give it to
You don't
someone
have that
else.
release.
Y'all
Go ahead and take it. Take it.
I'll send you a used one.
okay, that's fair. That's
I
fair.
like new.
I'll take it, guys. This is all.
It's free.
I knew that would happen. I just knew it.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't Neil.
Yeah, that's the only thing I care about. As long as it's not Neil.
Awesome.
All right.
Okay, so should we do this? Should we jump into it?
Yeah, let's go. Jeremy, what is your number 10?
We didn't have a pre-order, so
Gotta go first.
Very.
Jeremy, start us off. Number 10 of 1970 Deuce.
All right. Number 10 with a 7.5. We
Stop
have...
doing that!
That's what it was that you
before we
yelled at about.
fucking review the movie.
Very contentious.
That's what.
Oh my god!
Why can't I just do it my way?
Because we do it our way.
Don't say 8.0 either. Just say 8.
Yeah.
8.0? Who fucking talks like that?
That's what
He used to say that on the old episodes. He'll be like, with an 8.0. I'm like, what? Why do you have to say that?
Oh, come on. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I feel bad. They're fucking tearing you into one.
Love you.
I'm used to it by now. You'll Like My Mother, which is one of the multiple films with Patty Duke. She was in one of those TV movies. I can't remember. She Waits. Is that the one that she was in? I think that was the name of it. Or
I think
she
so.
was. I think she was in some kind of other TV movie. But I think this film has some of the best atmosphere from the year. Just the winter backdrop of Minnesota and this house in the middle of nowhere where Patty Duke has to go visit just creates a sense of isolation and very high atmosphere. I'm sure this movie is like a pretty slow burn, but I think the relationship between Patty Duke and Rosemary Murphy, who plays the mother or the mother-in-law, is sort of. It's very it's interesting, and the introduction of Kathleen, who is the mute, sort of retarded, like JP's stepsister, is pretty interesting too. I don't really feel like they play off like entirely.
Did you say it's JP's stepsister?
Well, they're both retarded. So.
Jesus.
That's kind of fucked up.
I don't think that the side story with Kenny is really played out that much. Like, it really isn't introduced until like halfway through the movie, and I feel like that's not really the major plot point of the movie. It's more about Patty Duke getting out of this house and figuring out what happened to her ex's husband, who's now dead's mother, and things like that. Oh my God! What, JP?
Go ahead, man.
I agree with him on that. I like that because that's what hurt the film for me was the sort of ending play out with Kenny. I felt like it was rushed and it didn't really matter as much as the build up to it.
Yeah, like they make it seem like they had like this really interesting story about this cousin who's like an ex-murderer, but it's like they really don't do anything with it.
Yeah, that's my biggest gripe with it too. That and also the simple fact of hiding the baby without making any noises.
That was the hardest part.
What is this, A Quiet Place all over again?
I know, but it's just so unbelievable. You would never be able to do that. Yeah. Right?
Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried?
Yes.
You've tried hiding a baby?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I stand corrected. Yep.
That's the part that's the only part that I don't have a problem at all with how they introduced the the son. I actually like it. The only part that is hard to swallow is the fact that the baby wouldn't make any noise at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's hard to believe. Like, I've been around some pretty fucking quiet babies. Like, my sister Janessa, like, barely ever cried when she was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, you know, like, my sister Jessica cried a lot. You know, and my mom told me that I barely cried at all when I was a baby. Like, she said I was so good.
That I have a hard time believing.
Fuck off.
You were probably the same size then, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna lay you out, dude.
It's also where she has
lay
the baby
you out.
too.
You've been laying me out the entire fucking time, bro.
I mean,
I'm talking to Brandon.
I know. He's talking to me.
The baby's
respect
in the
your
fucking
elders.
attic. The baby's in the attic, right? Like, she's never around. Like, there's times in the film where you actually forget about the baby, and then all of a sudden she just goes and finds it.
Well,
finds
you have
it,
to
and
keep
it's
in mind too that the sister is taking care of the baby at times too.
Of course,
just because we don't see it, you know, we see her walk up there and see the sister with the baby, so that, you know, we get the sense that she's like taking care of the baby in the off time.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I think like the main point of this one is just the atmosphere. It's really, really well done, and yeah, I gave it a 7.5, as I already said.
Nice.
That's my number 10.
Yeah, I'm surprised you liked that one as much as you did. That's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Patty Duke.
Brandon.
She actually she was the president of the SAG in the 80s, actually.
Oh, really?
Duke.
Yeah, Patty Duke did. Which is kind of interesting because she was diagnosed, I think, with bipolarism, like, just before that. It's kind of
Bipolar disorder?
Yep. And then became the president of SAG. Interesting.
I don't think it's called bipolarism. He's just making up diseases.
Why not? Why not?
It's like autism, but bipolarism.
Yep, exactly.
Now, if you think you're a grizzly bear or a polar bear, are you bipolar? No, that would be bi bear.
God damn it, daddy jokes.
Fuck.
Fuck, man. I'm like literally in shock and awe right now at that joke.
Yeah, that's a terrible joke. But I can make that joke because I'm mentally ill. So, okay, my number 10 film. And honestly, the only reason I put this film on the list, I do think it's a really good film, but the only reason I put it on this film on the list is because technically I think this is the best made film of the year.
What?
And this is Brian De Palma's Sisters.
Oh,
yeah,
Sisters. You always stick the Palma at the end. Or at the beginning. What's up with that?
What are you talking about? Carrie was my number one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking that. Didn't somebody have it at 10?
No, I had Polanski at number 10.
Oh, Polanski.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I tend to, but I just, for some reason, this film doesn't make a whole lot of sense when it starts to really get going. I mean, the main standouts of this film are its cinematography and its performances. The acting is fantastic, especially Margot Kidder in the dual role.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, once this film gets going in terms of Jennifer Salt's character, you know, Grace,
I think that's why it works so well.
She's a news reporter, and she hires Charles Durning, who's like a private eye, to follow the couch. It's almost like ridiculous. The length to which she goes.
It's just the ending is the most ridiculous part.
Oh,
though.
the ending is absolutely it's stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's up on a telephone pole looking at a couch
In
from like
Canada.
a mile away. In Canada,
God
why
damn
don't you just pull the driver over a block down the street and be like, I'll buy that couch from you for $100.
So this is our top 10 films that we didn't care for, right?
No, it's such a well-made film, and I feel like it's one of the first films to have, you know, the big twist reveal that it does. There's a lot of films, newer films that do it that we really enjoy. You know, films like Goodnight Mommy, even something like The Other from '72, another really good film like that.
Yeah.
But it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me the way it played out. But it's just so well made, and it's hard to ignore the standout performances.
I'd argue that if it has all those problems, it's not well made.
No, it is well made though. Visually, it's stunning.
It's shot well. It's acted well. I actually really enjoy the way the story is because it's kind of quirky.
It is quirky, but also from the very beginning, it almost seems like Grace's character comes in at the last second to see, I forgot the character's name, the one who's killed, to see his hand up on the window. And then immediately when she's talking to the police, she's talking that she witnessed the whole killing. So even from that standpoint, they didn't shoot it right, or they didn't show it correctly. But I do like the reverse angle, seeing his view from the apartment.
Or it's just the wrong dialogue. Or it's just the wrong dialogue.
Yeah.
I mean,
but I
get it.
I still enjoy the film. I still rate it pretty high. It is a good film. But I think people hold this one in a higher regard than I do, certainly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So what did you rate it?
I give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay.
It's a good film. It's just not my favorite film.
Cool. Carly.
Moodz? Or Carly?
Well, very organized, guys.
Yeah. Who should go?
Go, Carly!
Okay. Okay, so number 10. Okay.
It's just the way I envision it right now. Just the way the circle is for some reason.
See, I envisioned it like
Jeremy, Brandon, Carly. I don't know. That's just the way.
I envisioned our host, guest, our host, guest, our host.
I just thought it was funny that JP said, okay, Carly, and Carly's like, who should go?
That's too symmetrical, man. That's way too symmetrical.
Yeah. Well, that's how we normally do it, so I'm pretty symmetrical.
All right. Well, anyway. So this is my number 10, and it's the only one that I kind of cheated on when it comes to the ratings, and it kind of hurt my heart to do that because just the way it looks on my screen, but I just felt like I liked this one more than other ones I rated high, and that is Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things.
Wow.
That's the one I was struggling with, too, because I didn't give it that high of a rating, but I really fucking like that movie. It's one of the funner movies of the year.
Man.
Yeah, it's very simple, but it's very fun, and I really like just the setting and the characters and kind of how there's not really music. There's just like the sound of the night going on the whole movie. It's like it keeps you kind of enthralled just with that alone. But
yeah, it's a really fun movie. It's just, you can tell that Bob Clark had absolutely no budget making that movie because once the zombie action actually starts, it's really good. The last 20 minutes are fantastic of the movie. Could you imagine 40 minutes of that? That movie would be amazing.
Yeah, but see,
right?
I actually found that the dialogue exchanges between the characters and like the practical joke and stuff, like I actually found that kind of interesting and fun. So I wasn't
pissing himself.
Oh my god. Yeah, like I had.
Sorry.
You remind. I think JP, didn't you? Like he's kind of like what's his face from TCM, the brother, and that's what that. I mean, this movie came out beforehand, but that's kind of, that's what he reminds me of. But
I love how Alan Ormsby actually his character's name is Alan. that's how
weren't they all
low budget this movie? Yeah, I think
they didn't even have a budget to change names.
I think honestly most of the characters are the real names. They're just
like I remember the credits rolling and like half of them were, but. Yeah, overall, I think it's a pretty fun movie. It's just not a lot goes on until the final acts, but just the characters alone kind of kept me into it. And I think the zombies look pretty decent and creepy for it being so low budget. So I gave this one a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun-ass movie. Every time I watch it, I'm just like, I wish there was more zombie action. It's got great atmosphere, though. Really, really good stuff. And Alan Ormsby, like, he fucking kills that role, dude. He is, I don't know, there's something awkward about him and odd, strange. I love that character, man. It's awesome. They should have made a whole spin-off to just that character. It's fucking cool.
JP?
All right, yeah. So I also cheated for the first time in the history of me doing this.
Dang.
And I just...
See, everything doesn't have to be symmetrical, dude.
Well, it does. 'Cause I just changed my rating. I just gave Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things an 8 instead of a 7.5.
Oh, that's more fake than me.
So, my number 10 is Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things.
You guys do your list together.
And I actually just really fucking like this
when he's
movie.
cramming his wiener in her.
Yeah. It's actually kind of funny.
You're like, yeah.
That's gonna take off cramming.
But yeah.
How does it feel, you dickhead? Gotcha, you fucker.
You didn't get any. What are you? What are you
fucking
talking
flustered.
about?
You do that shit
I'm
to me
not
every
flustered.
fucking
I'm
week.
laughing.
Yeah, you are.
I'm laughing at your joke,
You're
bro.
flustered.
I'm not flustered.
That's why going down.
No, because I keep thinking of
he's
cramming
laughing.
my
He's
wiener while
laughing.
talking
He's not
about a
stuttering.
fucking list.
Cramming his wiener.
Moodz is like 40 minutes late to the joke.
Dude, I fucking
This
muted
stuff,
my mic.
like
I muted my mic because I was typing
and-
something, and I fucking was howling, man, when he said that.
God, man.
Amazing. Good one.
This guy.
This
So
fucking
children
guy.
shouldn't play with dead things is my number 10. I debated on should this be on my list because it is lower rated at the time than a couple of films, and I think that this one just personal enjoyment overweighed quality for me so much more because like it's not really filmed that well. It's kind of it feels super low budget. It almost feels as if it was like a shot on video film, but on film. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you use really, really, really cheap film stock.
Yeah,
for that.
and I really like the zombie action. I love like the island setting and like Carly mentioned, like the sound of the night. It's just creepy, and I like that. And I love all Bob Clark's horror films, and I wish he had done more. But this was a great little start for him, and I gave it an 8 out of 10.
How did you guys watch that? Like, was the transfer
Have
good?
right?
Oh, okay, yeah, that's the best way to watch it, man. The majority of releases and old transfers are terrible in that film. Like, you can't, because it's all shot at nighttime, and the older transfers are so dark, you literally couldn't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like Drive-In Massacre. I never knew that there was a fucking beheading at the beginning of that
That's
movie.
what Carly says when JV pulls down his
Drive-In
pants.
Massacre went up 4 points for me when I actually saw it.
Yeah, like
When I actually was
amazing.
able to see what was going on, I'm like, wow, this is really fun film.
I know it is, right? It's a totally different movie.
Yeah, no, I liked it, but I watched
The
good
Slayer as well is another one, because I remember Derek always thought the beginning was a bag of oranges.
Bag
and
of
it turns out
oranges.
it's a grandfather clock.
It's so true. That movie had the worst transfers. Fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
All right,
right.
so coming in at number 10 from the year 19... No, I'm not going to pull a Brandon joke. This might be a little bit of a surprise to some people, but man, did I ever fall in love with this fucking movie, man. Damn, it's so much fun. The Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man,
Yeah, I like that movie.
Man, did I... Like, I was always a big fan of the TV series. I've never seen all the episodes, but I always liked
is there like a shit ton of them?
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's quite a few episodes. So I'd seen episodes here and there, and for whatever reason, I'd never seen the Kolchak movies before until this year. And I absolutely fell in love with it, man. Like, it's just so fucking fun.
Oh,
man.
really? So this is the first time watch then?
Yeah, I actually watched the movie twice. It's short, man. It runs
It
about
is short.
75 minutes, and it's, I will remind the people, or tell the people, it's actually a made-for-TV movie, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, man, Darren McGavin, who plays Carl Kolchak, is one of my favorite characters, I swear, of all time. I love this guy, man. He tells it how it is. He's kind of a smartass, but he's just telling it how it is. I love this type of character, man. It's fantastic. The story's, is actually really fun too. It has to do with vampires and things like that. But I love his character because this guy just can't hold down a job because he's too fucking honest and probably too good at his job, kind of thing, right? I love that whole angle. So really good stuff. But yeah, one interesting thing about this film, it's got great pacing because it's 75 minutes long. It gets right into it. There's no downtime. Pretty fun story. Effects are fun. But all around, the dialogue is worth just checking the movie out for. It's great. I love the back and forth with Kolchak, and awesome, absolutely fun ass movie.
I can't remember. Like, one of the hardest things about doing this year is everything has ran together so much for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we were all talking about how none of us remember the movies we watched. But
yeah,
was it? I think I remember thinking while watching it that like normally like the reporter is played like this type of character who's like trying to get the story and stuff like that, and like just taking pictures of like shit that's going bad and stuff is like portrayed as like a douchebag, but it's like he's the like lead in this film.
Yeah,
it was kind of funny. And then also I just really liked the story to this one. It just was kind of creepy and cool.
It is. It's cool. It
was played realistic.
Yeah,
it was.
It was
very downbeat ending too.
I know, right? But it plays in great to the sequel to the movie too. Right, I love how they just kind of carry that over that ending and stuff. It's awesome.
I've seen the sequel,
I actually watched them like back to back one night. They're pretty fucking fun. But
yeah, because Kino just put those out.
Yeah,
and you could get them. MGM put them out. They were out of print for a long time.
Yeah.
Cool. You know what? And that's something we didn't mention, but this year has so many films that have been released on Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm.
It really was a joy because I remember we talked about 76, how like it was so hard to find certain films and the quality was such shit that a year like 72, 4 years earlier, actually has more films on Blu-ray. Like a lot of films have been released on Blu-ray already.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were on before. Yeah, no, we were waiting for your ass because you were really late showing up tonight. But I said, like, I actually own 85 movies from 1972 on DVD and Blu-ray. So you're right, man. There's a lot of physical media for 1972, which is awesome, right? Because a lot of these movies, man, you can appreciate a lot more with a better transfer. Let's put it that way.
I wish I had 82 movies from one year. Jesus Christ.
I don't know what it is.
I mean, I had it.
Dude, I'm not joking.
Amount.
I'm not joking, man. Last year alone, in 2018, so many movies from 1972 got released. It's just coincidental, I guess. So, I mean, yeah. I don't know what the fuck's up with that, but yeah.
I wish I had 85 movies, period.
I really highly recommend The Night Stalker, man. If you've seen the TV series and never checked out the movie, you got to check it out, man. It takes place in Vegas. One of the all-time greatest characters, man. I wish they had made a whole series of movies.
Now, did that guy play the Kolchak guy the entire time?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And he's just, and
man,
he's so
I can't
good.
get Christmas Story out of my fucking head while watching it.
Me too.
Fucking hilarious.
I like him though. I like that actor.
I just expect him to be like, Ralphie.
Is that it? Is that the impression?
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
Not Billy Boy? Not Billy Madison?
Man,
I forgot about that.
you know,
I haven't seen that in too
from a
long.
year that has a lot of
He's
really,
the dad
really
of
good.
Billy Madison. How do you not fucking remember that?
That's right.
I do remember. I just haven't seen it in so long that it didn't stick. I can't remember any of his lines or anything.
You didn't remember. All you remember was Ralphie. So I mean,
Fuck off. I only picture him saying Ralph.
fair enough. Fair enough.
Gee, Ralph, what happened? It was so poisoning. Oh.
Oh my god.
Shut up. I love that movie.
Me too, dude.
In a year of a lot of strong TV films, man, this is my favorite one. I'm coming in.
No more TV films for Moodz on the list.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Maybe not. You know how
Maybe
I do
not.
it. They're
Maybe
always
not.
fucked up. They're always fucked up. But yeah, I'm coming in at a 9, man. I absolutely love The Night
Wow.
Stalker. It's such...
Wow, his number one might be a 17.
Holy shit, you do love 72, huh?
there's a lot of strong films, man.
It's
Or
a
wait,
good film, though.
did you do one of those things where you have 8s coming up?
No, actually, you know what, to be honest, again, this actually goes in order.
His number one is a 6.
Is everybody in order this episode?
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah.
You know, this was a hard thing to do, man, because I left off 3 films with the same rating that I love. I love all 3 of those movies. It could have been interchanged
That is
any
impressive
given day.
that you have 14 9s, or at least 9s.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. This was one of those films also, and I told Moodz about this, that I had a lot of films rated around 8, probably about 10, that didn't make my list.
This was actually
this
my
was
number,
one of them.
My number 19.
Well, I'm glad
Okay.
you guys liked it. Jeremy, did you watch Night Stalker? You say?
Yeah, it's on my list.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Dude,
Oh,
you're
my
such
God.
a fucking amateur.
I'm joking.
Dude, that's
Are you now
amazing.
you're sitting there like removing it real
You only
fast.
watched 35.
He's really trying to move this show along. He's giving his fucking...
He's like, it's my
films
number
away out of
3.
order.
I'll sit out that round.
What was I supposed to say?
Not
be like,
that?
yeah, I saw
Not
it.
that?
Just say you liked it, or
Yeah, I saw it. That's it.
You know what? You know who also does stuff like that a lot is Christian. He'll be like, Brandon will be talking about something, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I really like that one. Didn't make my list, but he says it for every one. So it's like, okay, I've process of eliminated Christian's
Moodz
list
just
now.
says that he doesn't like that was his favorite TV movie, so there's going to be no more TV movies on his list, and there's a shitload of TV movies, so he gave away a lot too.
He did mess up with that. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
Or is it?
Should we start over from the top?
Yeah, all right. Let's back to Jeremy. Let's start over. What's your number 10?
You're Like My Mother with a 7.5.
God damn it!
Dude, just give your number back to you. Number
There goes the
9.
ball again.
Back to Jeremy for number 9.
Number 9. Tales from the Crypt, the anthology. Man, I watched this so long ago, but it was like my second movie that I watched. But I really liked the wraparound story was pretty interesting. With the way that they did the Crypt Keeper, like the way we picture the Crypt Keeper is from the show, of course, but it's interesting to see him played as like an old mythical man who really are fucking in the crypt. But anyway, this anthology, of course, has the famous Christmas story that we come and see during the second episode of season 1 of the TV show. And, it's one of the most famous episodes of all time. So it's interesting to see it played in a more, traditional way. It's 1972, so you kind of have to have a closed mind about this wasn't like too many things like this in the past. So it's pretty revolutionary, to be completely honest, when you really think about it. But of course, so it has that story. And then one of my other favorite stories is the third story with the old man and everybody pretty much hating him and doing such horrible things to him. He loves his dogs so much, and they go and they fucking take away his dogs. I mean, it's just like such an interesting thing to talk about. They think that he's molesting all the children in the neighborhood, and that's once again another pretty interesting topic to talk about from 1972. Yeah. The next story is it's a monkey paw story. It's not that interesting, to be completely honest with you. And the last story is okay, but definitely the two highlights of this film is the first one with Santa Claus and the third story with the old man. I really like this one. I actually haven't seen it before, and one of the I think there was 2 Amicus anthologies from 70. This one and Asylum. This one's definitely the better one out of the two. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Man, I have to say that review had more lip smacks than a whole Cool Duder fucking review video.
Exactly what I thought.
Thank you, Carly. Thank you.
It was so loud.
Those lip smacks, holy shit, dude! You were turning me on with those, man. Fuck.
I didn't even notice.
You were cramming those lips into the into your pop filter.
Gee. Jeremy, do you have anything to say?
No.
Oh,
fuck Moodz.
Should have started that out with a lip smack. That would have been classic material.
All right.
Tales from the Crypt.
My turn.
All right.
Number 9, Blackula.
You know what?
Nice.
Blackula has one of the scariest scenes of the whole year.
Blackula, the first time I saw it, and I'm assuming you're talking about the cab driver in the morgue scene.
No, I'm talking about the woman running down the hall looking.
Yes,
like
she was the cab driver in the morgue.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems
then
awesome.
Yes, I am talking
the first
about
time I saw this movie, I nearly shit myself. That fucking terrified me. But this
Did you?
I didn't, but
Oh,
this
man,
film
that's disappointing.
has so much depth to it. You know, if
It's
you can
so
get
much
past,
better than you would expect,
especially
when
with
you
a
hear
title
Blackula.
like Blackula. Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, because it's serious.
it is serious. The whole storyline of this prince trying to end the slave trade and being cursed to be a vampire whose thirst will never be, satisfied. His hunger will never be satisfied.
I love
and the
that.
way it's great. And the way him and his wife are entombed. And then he's brought back in modern day Los Angeles, and he meets basically the reincarnation or the splitting image of his wife, and he falls in love again. And all the characters, being a blaxploitation film, are obviously African American characters, and they're usually, when you hear blaxploitation films, it's usually a lot of it's a lot of pimps,
Sleaze.
prostitutes, it's a lot of sleaze. Where here everybody is intellectual and cultured, and it's a really well told story with depth and with heart. And there's really no bad guy, even though Blackula is killing innocent people. It's because he can't control his hunger. And basically the one thing he longs for is his love. And the way it plays out with that story and the ending of the film is absolutely fantastic.
It's a huge metaphor for, blacks in general, right?
Yeah.
The oppression, the white person turns him into a vampire, and he's forced to do these type of things, right? It's a great metaphor, really. I mean, it's quite obvious, but
this film had no problem being homophobic, though.
Dude, it has the most faggots ever.
Yep.
Like,
dude,
one of the lines is, "What would anyone do with 2 dead faggots?"
I know, it's like the language is so blatantly bad. Like you would never see that in movies nowadays.
There's a lot of stuff in 72.
Wait,
films
are you saying that this
you would
movie
not
has the most gay people as in faggots, or the most
homophobic
the most times used the word used?
The most homophobic.
Because the way you said that, I'm like, oh shit.
Here we go again.
Like,
So
what are they
mad.
like? What are they gonna do with some dead faggots?
No, it had
I'm like-
homophobic language because this was a different period of time. We're talking 50 years ago. This is how people spoke. Even
it wasn't. People weren't all PC and about using that word and shit. It's just you come out and people are like, okay, yeah, he's a fag.
there's a lot of stuff from 72 that obviously wouldn't fly in today's films, and we'll get into that later.
Oh, yeah.
There's
more, but
multiple films that you could not definitely
Yeah.
produce today for sure.
But this film was great. Had terrific performances, and Vanetta McGee is she's stunning in this.
Yeah, but
And-
Marshall was like a really smart guy, so it makes sense that they would cast him in a role like this.
Yeah.
He's clearly a smart dude.
Terrific film. I really enjoyed this one. It's so much better than the title suggests.
It really is shocking, right? And
It is.
And you would expect that the sequel to this movie to be, probably go on the goofy tip, but they keep it completely serious also. That's amazing, man.
I enjoy the sequel as well, but the first one.
Well, it's got Pam Grier in it, man. It's worth checking out. But
I think we
Marshall,
need to make
man.
a third one.
William Marshall might have one of the best voices of all time. Dude, I was watching Blackula the other day again, and I was just like, that guy's voice, man, it literally like tantalizes me. It's so cool. Love his voice.
Yeah,
Well,
back
all
when
my
we
friends
reviewed it,
call me Mama Waldy.
back when we reviewed it on, I think episode like 102 or
One of the
3 or
worst
something like
episodes
that.
ever.
Was it really?
I mean, view-wise.
Oh yeah, I remember liking them, but not liking them that much. Even watching it again this time, I think me and Carly watched it together. I liked it a lot more this time than back then.
I think it's because people see Blackula and Scream, and they just assume they're goof fests, and they don't really want to hear about it.
It's the same thing with Tales from the Hood, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like you hear Tales from the Hood, and you expect this like fucking joke of a movie.
Exactly.
That's like
and people are
cheesy and
just
stuff.
willing to not give it a shot based on the title.
And that was what Moodz, Jeremy, that's kind of what Moodz was referencing to you earlier with terms of sometimes you find these titles, not that this is a hidden title, but these titles that have goofy names or something that you don't think sounds interesting, then all of a sudden it's a gem. And we're in a community.
Say that Carly was talking shit on it before we watched it.
Yeah, and it turned out to be all right, I will admit.
Yeah.
Let me guess.
Joke,
Is it your number one?
So Carly doesn't like Italian films,
Mayor
doesn't
Nominal.
like Hammer films, and now she doesn't like blaxploitation films? Holy shit.
Whoa. Let's keep it calm now.
No, but you know, one
I
thing
said I
she
liked it. I
hates
thought
is
the
when
title
I
was
say...
No, but pre-game you weren't digging it, right?
Yeah.
what do you hate that I say? Exploitation.
Oh, I hate. Yeah, you think you're so cool. You're like, we're doing an exploitation special on the pod. And I'm like, you're like nunsploitation.
No,
I'm like, I thought this was horror pod.
He does not say pod, does he? He doesn't finish
Oh,
the
he's-
word?
Yeah, he often says
Sometimes
pod.
that's like a me and her thing, though.
He's
We
like,
both
yo,
say
man, episode 162 on the pod.
Yeah, I
no, it's
started
only like when I'm
talking
referring to the pod. Like, hey, we got the pod.
Referring to the pod.
To the pod?
Gonna meet down at the BK Lounge.
Oh, man.
I don't want to hear shit. You say dub.
Yeah, that's just equally as retarded.
No,
so.
it's actually not, Jeremy, and a lot of people love that shit. At least I have my own fucking
We
style.
need a
Unlike
shirt.
Lip
We need a
Smacker
shirt.
Cool Duder
Dub,
over
dub,
there
dub.
in the corner. Fucking lip
We need-
smacks
we-
all day.
What?
We need a shirt with a stack of Blu-rays, and then under it say dub.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dub.
All right. So, what did you rate that, Brandon?
I give Blackula an 8 out of 10. Great film, great ending. Like Moodz says, very poetic. If you haven't seen it, which probably most of you have, check it out. If you have seen it and you don't like it, rewatch it, because it does get better each time I see it.
I really don't.
Watch it, then watch Horror Noir.
Yeah.
Horror Noir is terrific. Yes, I agree.
That
that would be a good double feature.
Mm-hmm. Carly.
All right. My number 9 is a movie that I almost didn't watch, and JP told me about it, so shout out to him, but it is Frenzy.
Oh, Frenzy.
Mr. Hitchcock.
Yeah, and, I could see this movie feels a little more thriller, suspense, but I think it has enough aspects to be considered for a horror list. I just thought it was really engaging throughout the whole movie, and when I looked at it and saw it was almost 2 hours long, I kind of, wasn't really feeling it, but when I started, I was like, 72 moves. No, but I was pretty much, it was, I watched this one recently, so I was kind of being done with 72 movies, but I really enjoyed it. I think, he does a fantastic job building suspense in his movies just by the filmmaking alone, and the main character, you're really kind of invested in the guy. And,
hey, Carly.
Yes.
Guess what?
What?
That's why they call him the master of suspense.
I know, dude.
Hitchcock,
I know.
he really is that person that can, stretch out a 2-hour film and, and not have a whole lot of fucking downtime and, kind of filler and shit. He's definitely definitely a master of that.
I just don't know why his films are so fucking engaging. Even the ones that are about shit that I don't care about, I'm just like, somehow he just, and it's like camera work, he just makes you interested.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's some amazing shots in this movie. Some voodoo
shit.
Yeah, and I just love the ending. It kind of, I don't want to say it's like abrupt, but it's just like, there's just one line at the end, and I'm like, wow, 2 hours, and that's how it ends. But I thought it was fantastic. But yeah, I gave this one an 8 out of 10.
Awesome.
Cool stuff.
Moodz didn't watch that one.
Mm-mm. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it either. And to be honest, I've never seen it, and now I want to watch it.
Oh, I've seen Frenzy before. I just didn't.
I've never seen it before. I'm interested now. I just didn't get to it.
It's good.
All right.
Let me ask you something.
To be honest,
watch the Cremators?
Is that the one that's like the worst one you've ever watched?
The reason why I did watch it, because I was kind of on the level of, it's not really that hard. It's more of a typical Hitchcock thriller type deal.
There's rape and murder. How's it in horror?
By the way,
I guess, right? It just all depends on how you look at it. But yeah, I've seen it before, and it's a good movie. I like it.
It's 100% horror for me. You know what I mean? It's like obviously it's less horror than like Blackula or something, but or Psycho. But I think that it surely falls into the. I was actually surprised when I watched it that more people don't talk about it as one of Hitchcock's horror films, because I was like, it's about a fucking if fucking Bloody Iris is horror, how the fuck is this not? You know what I mean?
It's because it's one of Hitchcock's later films and just didn't get viewed as much.
It
gets passed over.
I do have an announcement here before I get into my number 9. I actually watched 56 movies, not 54. I just realized that 2 films aren't on my list.
Oh wow! The listeners couldn't even pay attention to the show because they were worried about that.
That's pretty shocking. That's pretty shocking.
3 on a Meat Hook. Did not have it on my list, but it is in fact a movie that I watched.
How
Where
shocking!
Did you see that?
A Mexican that can't count.
Where do you even find 3 on a Meat Hook?
It's on Tubi for free.
Nice. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, and then also
I didn't bother rewatching it.
The Big Birdcage, which not necessarily horror, but I'm counting it as a watch. But I didn't.
That's Sesame Street,
dude. Big Birdcage is straight up fucking exploitation.
I know, but
is it bird exploitation?
I'm counting as a
bird. Oh, look at Carly getting all cheeky in the back there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Is Snuffy in it?
All right, so my number 9 might come to a surprise for many people here.
No surprises here.
But it is Night of the Lepus.
Wow, I even brought that up in the intro.
No, I'm just kidding. It's not. It's Legend of the Boggy Creek.
I was gonna say, dude, you were like asking me if that was gonna be on my list, like it was a joke or something.
Are you serious?
About what?
Legend of Boggy Creek?
Really? Yeah, that's my number 9.
I'm fucking shocked right now.
See, I said it might surprise people. He's like, there's no surprises here. I'm fucking shocked.
Yeah, you just fucked up my whole fucking head with that.
Charles B. Pierce's 1972 classic Bigfoot film.
I didn't even rewatch it.
It's a mockumentary style film. One thing, it does suffer from a bad transfer. Cheesy Flicks put it out. I think on official DVD.
It's horrible.
But honestly, watching it I remember the first time I saw it, it just in my head, it was like the worst transfer I'd ever seen. But watching it this time, and because even Carly was like, it wasn't that bad of it wasn't as bad as I was expecting. And then I watched it and I'm like, actually, it is better than I remember.
Just wait till you watch it on 4K. Bro.
I know, dude. I'm so excited. Because a lot of people don't know this. I actually really fucking like Boggy Creek. And I have always liked it, but I never rated it high. I look back at my old ratings, like years ago, I gave it a 5 out of 10, which is crazy because, I think I was basing it purely on like technical merit and shitty transfer, but I think this movie's fucking awesome, dude. It's you see Bigfoot I forgot how much you see him. You see him so much, and it's in the atmosphere is fucking so thick in this film, in the, swamps of fucking Boggy Creek land. I know it's like Texarkana. I think this one takes place in as much just like the town that dreaded sundown. But the fucking atmosphere is so awesome in this film, and like the night scenes is where you hear fucking Bigfoot growl, and the way that they shoot it almost like a documentary where it's like, so Billy was walking through the woods, and then it's like he saw something in the distance, and you see fucking Bigfoot. It's actually scary. Like I think they do a good job.
The narration,
yeah,
like
they do a good job with
F-bomb every 2 seconds.
Scary. And you see these characters like inside, and Bigfoot's out on their porch like walking, and it's like creaky. I just think it's it's one of the more unique films that came out this year, and I think that's why I love it so much too, is it's just different than everything that came out. Like there's nothing like it around this time period here. So
there are a lot of F-bombs in the narration in the film. Was it like,
I don't think,
was it like, the Bigfoot's on the fucking porch and Billy goes, what the fuck is that?
That would have made my top 10 if it was like that.
What?
Just unnecessary fucks thrown around everywhere.
Yeah. But I think that this one's a little underrated. Like Bigfoot looks so good too. Like he looks very good in this film. I can't wait to see it in 4K. It might hurt it. It might show some seams, that you didn't see in the shitty transfer. But I think this movie is super cool, man. It really is. I think it's like, I when you talk about 76 and Town That Dreaded Sundown, I came back on that one and liked it more than, it made my top 10, and I never really cared for the film that much. And I think that he was just an interesting filmmaker, and Boggy Creek is kind of fucking cool. I'm surprised you didn't rewatch it. I gave it an 8 out of 10, which it's just a lot different than a 5.
So what you're saying right now is that, the muddy transfer might actually help the look of this film. Bigfoot looks pretty cool with the muddy transfer. When the 4K transfer drops, Bigfoot might actually look like Pee Wee Herman.
It could hurt the film like that. I'm hoping
bad Billy placement.
Can you imagine all of a sudden Bigfoot just looks terrible? Like, fuck. God damn it. We're waiting all this time for a good transfer and it totally ruined the fucking movie.
Too bad the release is probably going to be $79.95.
I'm buying it no matter what it costs, because I just think it's the coolest damn thing ever to have.
Yeah, I like the movie for sure. I can't wait to see what they do with the transfer, to be honest, because like you said, the transfers are there's no good ones out there. So
I did really like Night of Lepus too. I'm not gonna lie.
Night of Lepus is fun, a little bit. Some of the stock footage in that film kind of grits on me a little bit, but
another thing that is nothing. You know how like when you do miniatures and stuff like that, nothing in the film looks right. it doesn't fool you in the slightest. They look like the little regular sized rabbits the whole entire time.
They use miniatures? No. No. I don't believe it.
Shut up.
Cool. Okay, moving along. Number 9, we have Private Parts.
Ooh.
Did everyone watch this movie?
Yes.
Nice. Yeah, Private Parts I think is a very overlooked and kind of underrated film. So you don't really hear a lot of people ever talk about this film, and I don't know why, because it sticks out to me. It's a very bizarre film, for one thing. I mean, the storyline, it's about a girl named Cheryl. She runs away from home. She ends up, kind of bunking at her aunt's hotel in Los Angeles, and there's a lot of things that just aren't right about this place. Her aunt is like a total fucking head case. Really doesn't like Cheryl. She thinks she's a slut. She's that kind of old school fucking temperament, And it's cool, man. They kind of throw in this mystery too of like what happened to this girl that was, that used to stay in her room and shit like that. But, there's this guy in the hotel, and he kind of spies on Cheryl and has sex with a blow up doll that's filled with water. There's a lot of really, really bizarre scenes. I love the acting. It just fits the film perfectly, man. The camera work, cinematography is fantastic in this. It's got a really interesting pace to it. All around, it's a good fucking, psychological horror film, in a sense. And just a lot of strange imagery, man. Like, there's a scene where he's, like, injecting this water blow-up doll with, like, fucking, syringe full of blood and shit. And it's just very, very awkward and very memorable. You just don't see a lot of shit like this in films. And it's always had a special place in my heart, man, because ever since I saw this film years ago, it's just very memorable, very, very different and shit. So, Private Parts, man, an awesome flick. The fuck was that?
I don't know. What was that?
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah, it was like I don't know.
I didn't hear anything. What happened?
Oh, okay. That was, I don't know. I've never heard that sound before come out of Skype. So, but anyways, Private Parts, man. Again, I'm coming in at a 9. I love this movie. It's just a different, I mean, if you guys are looking for different type of films from 72 to get away from the, that kind of overused mold that's, kind of plagues 72, and in your guys' opinion, Private Parts is the film we're looking for.
Super
Carly.
film.
Carly, what was the issue that you had with this one?
I mean, the ending, like the very last, like I really like the film, but the very last scene, I was kind of like, okay.
Love that scene.
Yeah, me too.
I don't get I don't understand, I guess.
None of the parts were private enough.
No, what she was saying was why
like the
was
very last minute.
acting like that?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's not a big issue.
I was just wondering if you guys had an explanation, because I was wondering the same thing.
I don't really want to give away the end of the film.
Yeah, because
I actually want people to go out and see this one, because I honestly, dude, in every single top 10 list I've seen that was posted on the Facebook group, almost everyone I kind of glanced through on the internet and shit, not one of them had this movie. I thought that was very intriguing, so I'm led to believe that people aren't seeing this film. Maybe because they think it's fucking the Howard Stern film from '97. I don't.
It's equally as good. Private Parts.
So I don't really know, but like I said, this movie seems to be very, very much overlooked, unfortunately.
Needs a Blu-ray.
It really does, and maybe we'll
Warner
get one.
Bros. Owns it.
Yeah, I know that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, Warner Archives.
Yeah, it might come to the archive, which is they release some good stuff. Release Private Parts. So,
good choice. Moodz.
Back to you, Jeremy.
All right, number 8. From 1972, we have Herschel Gordon Lewis's The Gore Girls.
Dude,
really? Guess.
Dude, guess what? I actually watched 57 movies because I totally forgot to put that on my list.
Jeremy, I can't believe that you like this movie enough to have on your top 10.
Well, this is like very similar to Night Stalker, where we have a main character who just fucking owns this movie, and he's such like an enjoyable guy to watch. He has a no fucks kind of attitude, like bitch get out of my way.
57 movies.
It's like a bitch get out of my way kind of attitude.
Dude, you gotta learn how to count.
Many movies
Will you shut the fuck up, JP?
Sucking your own dick.
You gotta learn how to count, JP. Jesus,
dude, 57.
No one gives a shit. Let me
get my 57.
Fucking
No one
Mexican
cares.
over
I watched
here.
like 30 movies this week. I'm a fucking beast.
But like, sure, it has like that low budget kind of feel to it, and it has that low budget gore and all that over the top low budget gore that we associate with Herschel Gordon Lewis, which is weird because this is like his last movie because he didn't make another movie after this for 30 years. But I think it's just Frank Cress's character makes this movie so enjoyable to watch, and it's like it kind of like plays out like as like a giallo at the end. When you really like think about it, it's like, oh, it has like the shock kind of ending that you probably wouldn't associate with Herschel Gordon Lewis kind of movie, because he's usually, that sleazy exploitation kind of director. But he actually kind of crafts a sort of interesting narrative with this movie, and I really liked it. I thought it was awesome. So I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I
actually really fucking like Gorger Girls too, man. But I'm shocked that you have it.
Me
on your
too,
list.
man. Like I'd never thought in a million years I'd see a Herschel Gordon Lewis film on your top 10. Yeah, it was definitely a pretty interesting way to kind of end his career for 30 years.
Yeah,
it's a fun film. It really is, man.
The scene where he fries the woman.
Like, I don't know where he finds some of these...
the woman's face in the French fry.
Dude, it's amazing. I don't know where he finds some of these actors, though, man, but they're so bad.
Well, it's like a nudie cutie mixed with a gore film. It's so interesting.
That's because he did a lot of, like, sexploitation type films and shit, you know, in between his horror films, right? So they kind of started to meld a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fun movie. I liked it a lot.
Let me ask you this: Did you watch The Arrow?
No, I watched Something Weird.
The Arrow Blu-ray.
It's awesome.
Has I was fucking blown away at the transfer.
Yeah.
But there's certain scenes, and most of these, the ones that I've watched from Herschel Gordon Lewis, there's so many fucking deep scratches in certain scenes. It's like crazy that these things aren't just falling apart.
Well, I bet you they are falling apart.
Yeah, they probably are falling apart.
They save them.
All right,
Brandon.
Yeah, I'm speechless. I can't believe it. All right, my number 8, Gorgo. No, I'm just kidding.
You didn't make one comment on that, Brandon. What the fuck?
I'm absolutely in shock that you like a Herschel Gordon Lewis movie.
Yeah, what happened to be, no surprises on this fucking show? Really?
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I like it. It's actually one of my favorite Herschel Gordon Lewis films.
We've only had one repeat so far, too.
Yeah, it's actually up there for me, too, man. Gorger Girls is definitely one of my favorite ones.
Yeah. But Jeremy liked it. Wow. All right, number 8. Jeremy talked about it before. Tales from the Crypt.
Now the repeats start.
An absolutely solid anthology film. I agree with Jeremy talking about Poetic Justice, the one with Peter Cushing as Arthur Grimsdyke being a standout one, and of course Joan Collins in the and All Through the House, because that's what we all associate with the start of Tales from the Crypt. But all the stories, the second story in particular, I really like, The Reflection of Death. I really was drawn to that one. It was quite unsettling and atmospheric.
I like that story.
It's just shows like the mirror, what you could do with your reflection and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah.
I think this actually made my second favorite in the anthology.
You know what? They're all strong. I do agree that The Monkey's Paw is probably the weakest one, yet the ending of it is kind of like, even though it feels goofy the way it's acted, it's kind of horrifying at the same time.
See, I like that one a lot.
I like it too. It's weird because I would say it's the weakest of the 5, but it's still super solid.
I think I like it better than the All Through the House.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, All Through the House isn't that good, man. Like, I mean, it's good for what it is, but after you see the 90s version or the 89 version, fucking this one doesn't even hold a candle to that.
No shit, Sherlock.
I don't know. I don't know
about that. I wouldn't go as far to say it doesn't hold a candle to it. I think it's pretty good. I think this one's pretty good.
Everything is better about the remake. Everything.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't remember it.
What do you think's better about the original one?
I think it holds up just as well as
they're both good. I'm not saying that.
Well, I think Joan Collins is better.
Yeah, I did mention that Joan Collins was fantastic. I do agree with that. The actress who played in the remake, I forgot her name. She's well known too. She was in like the Lethal Weapon movies too.
Can we pull out season 1? Maybe it sees on the.
But the last story, Blind Alleys. I absolutely love this story. I love the whole Saw type twist ending, with the dog and everything. It's fantastic, and it's such sweet justice for these patients who are tormented by this
I don't know what it is. Like, one of my favorite things about Tales from the Crypt, man, is the wraparound.
Yeah,
I love the wraparound. It's so good.
It does everything right.
Yeah,
it does everything right.
That guy is one of the biggest douches of the year. Is the guy from the last story of Tales from the Crypt? He's such a dickhead.
Yeah, the major who comes in and takes over, and I love how they use,
Nigel Patrick?
Yeah, Nigel Patrick.
Yeah.
And the way they use his dog against him in the end, it's so perfect. And I love that it fades to black. He clicks the lights out. You don't see anything. You just hear the screaming. It's fantastic movie. Fantastic. Tales from the Crypt, my number 8, 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Carly.
Nice. So my number 8 was actually the other anthology, and that would be Asylum from this year.
Nice.
Wow. So apparently you do
so
like
you don't
British
like
films.
Hammer, but you like Amicus.
I guess so. Yeah,
Amicus films, yeah.
Yeah, this really works for me. I really like the first 2 segments the most. I think they're both pretty creepy and just unique. And, the last 2 are good as well. I don't like them as much, but I still think they're pretty solid. But overall, I really enjoyed this movie. It's definitely one that I would re-watch. And I just feel like anthologies from this time period are much better than what you get nowadays, where you just get like 5-second segments that don't make any sense. Like, at least they actually take their time with these shorts and these movies, and it really just works out. So,
well,
Asylum.
to me, honestly, man, a real anthology film is something that has bookends. It has a full wraparound. We get a lot of fucking basically short film compilations that are played off as anthologies. That's not an anthology, man. You need something to fucking tie it in together. That's kind of the fun. And speaking of good wraparound stories, this one again has a good wraparound story.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I thought, like I said, I think it's really creepy and atmospheric, and I just like the asylum setting as well. So gave this one 8 out of 10 as well.
Nice. Yeah, that second story is creepy with that mannequin. Oh my god.
Yeah, the whole time I was just wondering what the heck was going to happen by the end.
Yeah, I really like that one too. All right.
Oh wait, look, I've watched 33 movies, not 35 movies. Oh shit! No, I'm just.
Did you really?
He downplays himself.
You watched 2 less than you thought you did.
I was making fun of you.
I watched 30.
I know what he's doing, Brandon. He's just not good at it.
No, he's not. We like him anyway.
We keep him around. He entertains us at least.
That's my fellow Jew right there.
We're
going to be fighting side by side in World War III.
God damn.
You'll be hiding side by side.
We're going to Israel.
So, Jesus. After that, at number 8 here for me is one that was just mentioned. What's that?
I think Moodz just farted.
Oh, thank you for that introduction.
Yep.
Number 8 is one that Brandon just talked about and Jeremy talked about previously, and that is Tales from the Crypt.
Nice.
Yeah. Just really solid anthology. I like both of the anthologies this year. Both were very solid. I like this one a little bit more. I do love it All Through the House. It's just that I love the season 1 of Tales from the Crypt All Through the House.
I think it's the snowy atmosphere also in that one.
Yes, and just also it's longer. It feels. I'm pretty sure it's longer. I don't know. It might not be.
No, it is.
Yeah, but it feels like there's more suspense going on in it. But this one, you could tell that like for the time, this was fucking awesome too. You know what I mean? And then I really like the second story a lot. Actually, a lot. I like all of them in this one, but the second story is really cool. I guess the reveal in that one, or like the concept of it, is like very just fucked up and makes me think and stuff. And then obviously the third one, really good as well. The last one with the like Saw-esque stuff is pretty cool. I just think that I love monkey paw stories, so I like that one a lot too.
They're all good.
All 5 stories are great.
When you have 5 stories in an anthology, usually 1 or 2 are not going to be good.
Absolutely. So anytime you have all 5, and you're always going to like one more than the other. It's impossible not to.
Yeah.
But anytime you have 5 good stories, that's a fucking success.
And a good wraparound.
Absolutely.
Better than the anthology reviewed last week.
Oh yeah, Spirits of the Dead. Yeah,
Spirits of the Dead.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, absolutely love Tales from the Crypt. 8 out of 10. That was the first time watch for me too.
Nice.
8 out of 10. I would have thought you would have given that one a higher score.
Yeah. Funny enough, most of the stories from like all Tales from the Crypt things don't come from Tales from the Crypt comics. It's like Vault of Horror mostly, or like shock suspense stories.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny.
Okay, coming at number 8, we're going over to the UK, courtesy of Hammer. Vampire Circus.
I knew it. I was gonna call it.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Carly obviously did not like this movie. Man, I love Vampire
I gave it 2 shots.
You gave it a 2?
I tried. Yeah, I just
2 out of 10.
No. I mean, like, I gave
shots
it
to
2
watching.
tries. Everybody calm down. I forget what I think I gave it like a 6 out of 10, but
wow.
yeah.
Well, I mean, at least you attempted a second time. You know, it's very noble. That's very noble. I've always been in love with this movie, man. I was just ecstatic, man, when fucking Synapse releases Blu-ray. It just looks phenomenal, man. It's got such a great atmosphere. It's totally, I love this era of Hammer films. The early 70s, which is pretty much the end of Hammer, put out some of their best work, in my opinion. It's just such a shame that they didn't keep going, but until they resurfaced in the 2000s kind of thing. But I love this whole idea, man. You know, I like vampires and I like circuses, so this is great.
Circus of Nights, 100 nights.
It's a fucking period piece, and I like period pieces, man. Again, you know, wardrobe, costumes in this, fantastic. It's basically, it takes place in what, like the late 19th century, I think. Yeah, I think in late 19th century, and there's a plague going on, and you know, something has happened, you know, in this small little town. You know, they've been kind of cursed, and there's a plague going on and shit like that, and basically, this kind of moving circus kind of rolls in, you know, and they allow them to be there because, you know, it's something to take their mind off the whole plague. And, you know, kids start going missing, winding up dead and shit like that. And, so they obviously got to figure out what the fuck's going on. I love this movie, man. It's great. It's got good effects in it. The story is fantastic. Atmosphere just through the fucking roof. Typical Hammer atmosphere. And it's got a great ending to it, too. I really like the ending to this film also. There's not really a lot of bad things to say about Vampire Circus. What did you not like about it, Carly? What was your issues with this film?
Well, you know, I was kind of into it at the start, and then, I don't know, I just have trouble keeping my interest, really. And also with being a period piece, that's a double whammy, because I really don't like period pieces either. So, I don't know, I just find that I start kind of daydreaming halfway through it. It's really just, there's not really anything that I hate about it. It's just kind of a lack of the ability to keep me into it throughout the whole thing.
So you think if this movie was set in modern times, it probably would have been a little bit more interesting? I completely understand.
It might have been.
I understand where you're coming from too, man. Honest to God, man, when I was younger, I wasn't a big fan of period pieces either. I would avoid them like the plague.
Absolutely.
You know, I really would.
It's what we were talking about earlier.
Exactly.
It was like me with like Vincent Price movies when I was younger. I wasn't into them. Now,
yeah.
I'll marathon them. I love them.
Exactly.
So your taste will change as you get older. You might revisit this, you know, 5-10 years from now. You might love it.
The only period, if you could put this into, you know, that kind of that era or area for period pieces, was Westerns. I always liked Westerns, right? But I like that type of look. I like the cowboy thing. I like to shoot 'em, you know. But like for period pieces, like, you know, the Renaissance era and like these type of costumes and shit, I could never get into, man. And I don't know what changed my mind over time. I don't know what movie it was or what happened, but all of a sudden I really started liking these period. I love that aesthetic. And I think it's because I started to appreciate film a little bit more. And I'm like, damn, dude, you know, when you're making a period piece, you're putting a lot of damn effort into a lot of things, like, you know, the look of it, you know, the authenticity and shit like that. And I really just started to appreciate that. And, you know, and putting, you know, a story like a vampire story, like in a, you know, in those type of time, I love that shit, man. I love it. I think it just works for me. It's creepy. Moving circuses are creepy as fuck to me, man. That whole movement back in those times was insane. People used to just like come up with shows and tour around and shit. Could you imagine people doing that, like that shit today? This is weird, man. But Vampire Circus, I give it 9 out of 10. Also,
damn,
big fan. One of my favorite Hammer films, to be honest. Yeah.
I like it too.
Yeah.
Very nice.
All right.
Jeremy, back to you.
All right. Sorry. Number 7. I have Night Stalker, which I already said was on my list about an hour ago, and here it is. Number 7. I didn't take it off my list, JP. You don't have to worry about that. So as Moodz has pretty much already said.
Moodz is pretty.
I know. This movie's just fun. I love the Las Vegas setting. I love the way that they show it. It just has that feel of, early 70s Vegas that I feel like we don't really see that much anymore. It's just really, really fun to see it in that light. And I think Joe Bob Briggs did one of his commentaries on a movie that had like a very similar feel of Las Vegas. I really like the vampire story. I think it's interesting to see it played straight, considering the fact that our character is so very much like Gore Girls. No fuck given kind of character. He doesn't really give a crap what people tell him. He's going to do what he wants to do and what he thinks is right. And I feel like, as Moodz says, he really just carries the story. Night Stalker is awesome. Luckily, I was able to get that MGM DVD a long time ago when it was pretty hard to find. So I've seen it once before, but not in a long time. So I was glad to revisit it. I haven't seen the sequel, but I've seen this one before. So I give it an 8 out of 10 for Night Stalker.
The thing that they did correct with the Kolchak character is they never made him, kind of step out of his ground, and get too goofy and shit. Because there's that potential with that type of person, that type of character, to get a little bit too goofy and then it gets a little bit cringy. That's solid writing, man, in my opinion. They kept the character grounded. I love that.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Good choice.
Brandon.
All right, my number 7. A film that I heard on Skype the other night, some people being like, I don't know why people love this film so much, and I bit my tongue because I didn't want to show my cards too early, but it's Wesley Craven's Last House on the Left.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, I agree there's issues with the movie, particularly the music.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing I would think of a film like Town That Dreaded Sundown, which is a film I also love, but it's like, you have such a dark, serious film, and you throw in music that really just doesn't fit and actually hurts the film at times. But getting back to the film itself, I love rape revenge films, particularly the revenge part. It's just the ultimate satisfaction when viewing these types of films. And that whole parallel between that line that draws, civilized humans and monsters, and, how we can so easily cross over to the other side. Even though in this case, every action the parents take against this gang is justified and doesn't even make them nearly as monstrous as, Krug or Weasel or Sadie are. I think, another added component to this is the Junior character.
Mm-hmm.
I sympathize with him.
Something that I saw that I didn't notice ever rewatching it this time?
That John Kreese is a deputy?
No.
I didn't know that till this time.
So when they're all kind of hanging out at their little hotel room or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're trying Krug and the uncle or whatever the fuck he is trying to get all up on Sadie, and she's like, I ain't fucking putting out any more until there's more women around here or something. And then Junior goes outside and he sees those two chicks and he thinks about that. He's like, oh, I don't mess with that or something. And they walk away. And then you could tell in his head, he's like, oh yeah, Sadie said she wanted some women. And he thinks to bring them back. I never noticed that before. I just thought it was random as fuck that he brought them back.
Yeah.
But it's literally because Sadie said it and he likes Sadie.
Absolutely, yeah, he does like it. Exactly. That's.
I never noticed.
I never really thought about it until you just bring it up, but that makes me even like it more because even the whole time when he's not helping Mary out when they're off tormenting Phyllis, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I hate this guy. But here's a guy who's addicted to heroin, and Krug is the only one who will give him his fix. So he can't disobey his father. He can't. Otherwise, he's not getting his fix, and he's tormented. He wants to help her. He likes her. He's not under the impression that these girls are going to be killed. You could
yeah,
tell
the stuff with Junior is actually pretty underrated in this movie because it is like tragic and fucked up, and it's not too far from reality. I mean,
it's very
when you talk about heroin addiction, like people will literally steal from their mother because they're so sick. It's a physical addiction at that point. I've seen people come off heroin. It's fucking it's the most fucked. Carly will attest to this. I've seen it many times. It's one of the most fucked up things to see, and people will literally quite do anything when they're sick like that.
He's the most tragic character because he was doomed from the very beginning, from the moment he was born. He never had a chance.
Yeah,
and to see a glimmer of kindness in him is a really a powerful thing in this movie. When usually these rape revenge movies are just all bad or all good. So it was really a different experience of watching it this time and really paying attention to Junior's character in particular. But man, it's not an easy film to watch. The humiliation and the degradation of the girls is just horrifying. And I watch this type of film every time thinking, man, I hope they get away. You know, you just do that. You're like, she's gonna make it. Phyllis is right there. She's right there. There's the road. She sees the cars. It's like
the scene in which Mary just gives up and starts walking towards the lake is so powerful that to me the music doesn't matter as much after I see something like that. You're right. I agree that it's bad, and I agree that it's a problem, and I know that Wes Craven's idea behind it was that you could be on TV and see some horrific Vietnam violence and then flip the channel and see some goofy comedy. That was the idea behind the music change. And
I didn't know that.
The comedy with the cops and stuff. Yeah, that's actually what he says, the reason for including it like that. I just don't agree with I get what he's saying, I just don't like it.
Yeah, no, but at least I understand it a little bit more now.
The problem is with that explanation is that nobody would ever think of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I mean, people have there's this film has been talked about so much. It's just it doesn't matter if you do think of it or not. It matters, does it work? And I don't think it does.
Yeah.
Even explained to me, I don't think it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the revenge is so sweet.
How does he explain away the goofy ass cops and shit?
That was his explanation. Is like you could see something horrific and then flip the channel. Yeah.
And this time around watching it, I kind of liked how you see the mother and father kind of getting ready for Mary's birthday and making that cake, and it's really over the top and goofy, and I still don't love that, but I kind of appreciate it more because it's showing something horrible is happening to their daughter and they don't even know about it and they're just going about their lives. So I definitely liked it a little bit more this time, but I agree it's kind of a little too over the top with it.
It would have worked a lot better if they just took out all the goofiness. Instead of having that idea. If they played this shit straightforward, it would be fucking bona fide classic material.
I'm always fascinated, though, by films where, at the end, good and evil is destroyed. There's no victory here for anyone. Even if they're not going to jail or face charges for the revenge, their
still
lives
have to
are
live
over
without their daughter.
Exactly. It's horrifying.
But then later live with the fact that they killed people, which is, even if they deserve it, I mean,
that's all revenge films, though,
right?
That's the thing you deal with in all types of revenge films. The end result is still downbeat.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So. And this one's just terrific. And the whole scene with Krug, talking Junior into killing himself, absolutely horrifying. I don't know why. I just really paid attention this time more to the relationship with Krug and Junior, and it's terrifying. And the most satisfying for me was that throat slit on Sadie. Fucking love it. I love it. I love it. It's fantastic. Well, 8.5 out of 10.
At least one thing this film doesn't have is a stupid microwave death. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best part of the remake.
Oh,
are you fucking serious?
That is the stupidest shit. I don't know what it is about it. It's fucking dumb.
It doesn't make sense. That doesn't even work.
Yeah, you can't turn the microwave on with it still fucking open, man. It's ridiculous.
Well, you can. What happens if there's little levers on the side that when you fucking tape them down, it thinks that a door is closed.
Apparently, Jeremy's done this before.
No, but I've done it on my fridge. I've done it on my fridge, so I know that. One side has the water, and you can't get the water and open the fridge at the same time. but there's a little lever that knows when the door is closed that you could press with your finger that turns the fridge off because it thinks that the door is closed, and then you could use the water.
Okay, Bill
Would have
Nye,
liked
the
to hear.
science guy.
Would have liked to hear Wes Craven explain that. How the doctor father killed Krug with the birthday cake. He got icing in his nose, and then he choked on the cake part.
Hey, possible.
Jeez.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a good film.
All right.
Carly.
So my number 7 is The Other. Now, I'm going to be honest, I don't remember this one a whole lot. Probably out of all the movies on here, it's the one I remember the least, but I just recall enjoying it, just kind of being into the story. It is a little slow, and there are some parts.
Jesus.
I know, dude. I know you said it was boring.
Slow, man.
It is slow.
Honestly,
It's
dude,
not.
it is really slow, man.
What?
Yeah, dude.
It's not that slow.
It is. It's slow.
See, I kind of agree.
I'm starting to think that JP's slower than this movie.
I know.
No, it's like there's just always something happening though. Like you're following. I don't know. To me, slow is like when people are just walking around with nothing happening.
They are.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Giallos.
Like Niles.
There's always something happening in Giallo. It's just they're so dialogue heavy. That's why people
They're just
get
like
bored.
driving down the road.
True. But I mean, I think that's why I like it, because it's like stuff is happening. It's just kind of in a slow way, but the stuff that's happening isn't overly, I don't know, engaging. But like, I don't know. I was just into it, and it has a twist that has been used time and time again, but I didn't really honestly see it coming, so I enjoyed it for that. And it also kind of had like an eerie atmosphere to it.
I did. You want to know how I knew what was going on?
Because the movie's called The Other?
No, because you never see them both together with another character throughout the entire movie.
Yeah.
So
All right,
that's how
whatever,
you know.
guys. I give it
I'm
8
just
out of 10.
saying. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. Like, I don't even think that you're supposed to. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a big giant.
No, it is. It is.
Reveal. Yeah.
It is, but it's so obvious to see it. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, the first time, I'll admit, I was right there with Carly. I didn't see it, but then when you go back and you're like, oh my God, Holland's never called to like the dinner table.
Yeah, you never
Like,
see him like with anybody else.
Exactly.
I literally, within like the first 5 minutes.
I think in 1972, man, nobody saw that shit coming.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
don't know,
thing, too.
because
We've
just
seen
like-
these type of movies so many times that, you can probably figure it out.
I kind of went into
Right.
it not even. I never really try to call twists anyway when I go into movies. It kind of went over my head that it's called The Other and that they're twins and all that. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Just for being the first of its time, I thought it was pretty decent. But
I like the scene in which it's like, like the fucking kid jumps off of the thing.
Oh,
Spork.
what's his name? That the
It's
pig
Blurays.
type kid, the piggy kid
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
And then like the old lady's just dead as fuck over there. And they're
Yeah,
like, yeah, it
gave
kind
her
of
a heart
smelled
attack.
when I went over her house the other day. Hope she's all
it's been
right.
like days and days.
Yeah.
She's been fermenting.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
like
JP, you're next.
All right, my number 7, correct? 7.
Wait, did Carly rate it?
8. She said 8.
Yeah, I gave it an 8.
Sorry.
Listen up, Brandon.
I'm
Jesus.
sorry.
My number 7 is a film that was also discussed, Brian De Palma's Sisters. I liked it.
Yeah.
Didn't love it. I don't really remember a whole lot about it now. I watched it a couple months ago. I reviewed it on the show though, so I did talk about it already. Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk like twins and this type of stuff, and it's always pretty cool. It's kind of been done a bunch later in horror, from everything like with Tales from the Crypt episodes to full movies. It's kind of a cool concept, but I think that this one, I remember feeling that it had like decent suspense and stuff like that. It is a little ridiculous. Like when you guys pointed, I didn't really think that until Brandon started pointing out stuff that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But it's a good movie. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, Mario Kidder's terrific in that.
Probably
She
the
really-
one I remember the least. Actually, looking at my list, it might be the film I watched the longest ago.
Yeah, that was one you let me borrow. And I didn't get to rewatch it.
I saved
that was a long time
it
ago.
for the end. I saved
Yeah,
that
me
for
too.
the end.
I did too.
I got it for Patreon, so I didn't have a choice.
Okay. Cool, man. Cool. All right, number 7 is a Italian film called Night of the Devils.
The fuck is this?
I actually didn't watch it.
I fucking knew. No one probably saw this film.
First one.
I saw it.
Brandon,
of course you did, Brandon.
You watch it, Brandon? Yeah?
Is that the one that, what's the name put out? What's the company?
Raro.
Raro, yes. Yes, I saw it.
Yeah, Night of the Devils, man. It's a film that's based off of the, I want to say, what is it, 1883 novel, The Family of the Vartalock. It's actually kind of an interesting premise. Actually, Mario Bava had done a short based off the book also in Black Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little short in there about it. And then this is, I think, the first full-length film based off of that story. And it has to do with witches and vampires. So it's kind of an interesting little matchup. I don't want to really reveal too much about the film, but
it's the short Karloff did, right?
Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting premise. Like, there's a witch out there, and converting into vampires. But the vampires are a little bit different in this movie because they have to actually turn their own family members. It's actually really interesting how the story is. But it's cool, man. The film starts out with this guy, he's in this mental asylum and he's obviously completely lost his fucking mind. And it flashes back to the story. He's traveling through this countryside. His car breaks down. He ultimately finds, refuge in this small little isolated house, this little community, with this really kind of awkward and weird family and shit. And he knows something's wrong. Because when he first sees them, he sees the family burying one of their family members, and like it just seems weird. Something's wrong with this, and then kind of all hell breaks kind of loose and stuff. And just an amazing atmospheric film, man. It's got really good effects. It's got awesome music to it. The story's fantastic. I think, honestly, the director, is it Ferroni who did this? Yeah, Giorgio Ferroni did a fantastic job. From what I've read, adapting that story onto film, did a really good job. It's just not every day you see, the whole witch aspect and vampires, and like I said, again, they're not your typical vampires. And in fact, a lot of people, even when they review this film, they even call them zombies in a sense, because they're kind of, they're coming back, and yeah, it's really good, man. Really, I thought the performances are really good in this. And all around, just a fantastic film. Like, super, super atmospheric, man. There's some fucking scenes with kids in this film that are just like, I could see how it would grit on people, but man, it's really, really effective on how he shoots it and how he utilizes the kids in this film. It's awesome. But, yeah, man, I highly recommend Night of the Devils, man. Yeah, I posted a picture of this on Instagram, actually, after I'd watched it, and man, a lot of people were like, holy shit, that's a fucking phenomenal film. No one ever talks about that. I'm like, yeah, check it out. Night of the Devils, 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Really, really solid fucking movie. I'd seen this one once before when I first got the Blu-ray, and completely kind of forgot about it. I even forgot that I even had the fucking thing, to be honest. I'm going through, I'm like, I gotta rewatch Night of the Devils. So glad that I remembered about it, because definitely worth your time. Cool story. Really, really cool story.
First time watch for me.
And you liked it, Brandon?
Yeah, I was around a 7 for the first viewing, but after hearing it on your list, I'm definitely interested in going back and watching it again.
Yeah, see, I don't think it was that memorable the first time I watched it. Like, obviously, because I think I would have remembered it. Maybe I wasn't giving my full attention to it, and not realizing how good the adaptation actually was to the original 1883 story. Yeah, good shit, man. Good shit.
Awesome,
Jeremy.
All right, number 6. I'm sorry, everybody. On the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast page, we have Brian De Palma's Sisters is my number 6.
Damn it!
Everybody picked it as my number 1.
You know what? I actually forgot to mention I am out on JP and Jeremy now.
What did you pick for me?
Tales from the Crypt.
Oh, really?
Yep, that's why I was like, damn, I thought you were going to rate that one a little bit fucking higher.
Fuck, man, I thought I had Jeremy down.
Me too, dude.
I still have a chance with him.
I actually changed my pick to Carly, and my original pick for Carly was the other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shit, I'm out with myself.
But I changed it though, so I'm still in on there.
I just guessed my number 1 wrong. Shit.
Dude, Brandon, you can't do that joke every show, man.
It works every time.
Fucking Brandon.
He's done different variations of that every
I think it's the same variation.
So what could you say about Sisters that hasn't already been said? Like, sure, like it's a pretty pretentious kind of movie for sure. Everybody would think would be up my alley, but to be honest, it's a pretty like straightforward kind of story. Like, sure, it has that classic Hitchcock score because Berman's doing the score, so it's very, and even in like the narrative, it's very Hitchcockian as well. So it's going to be well made in that sense. And the side-by-side scene with the reporter, played of course named Grace, and the husband, and of course the one side of the twin, is like really interesting. The way it's shot, I really like it. You like, even when he like walks around the corner, he leaves one side of the frame and goes into the other side, and it's like really interesting, that whole scene. I think it would be really interesting if more filmmakers played with that technique, but to be honest, I can't really think about too many films that we have that side by side kind of, see from two different perspectives. That's
stunning.
Yeah, it really is really fascinating, considering this is such an early film in De Palma's filmography. You see him shine already, and I feel like you see some of those slapstick comedy kind of themes that we see in his earlier films that he made with De Niro. You kind of see it in this movie play on, especially, of course, in the opening sequence with the Peeping Tom game show idea, which is so weird as an idea for a game show. But like I said, I'm not like...
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think like the story is like utterly amazing or anything like that. As Brendan says, it has a whole bunch of ridiculous things throughout, like how is... like the couch doesn't smell or anything, that this guy's fucking inside it decomposing. Like, how does that not happen? Like, there's no blood. I mean, she fucking stabbed him to death. Like, where's all the blood? Wouldn't some kind of blood drip out of the couch?
Well, it was the same day, though. It was the same day.
But I would assume like people still smell once they die. Like,
yeah, but it like rigor mortis takes a little bit to kick in. It takes a couple hours. I mean, they were there pretty fast after that incident, right? So.
I guess so.
Why is the couch outside like an old Western convenience store? Like, what in the hell is that ending?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really think about it until you said it.
It's so funny. I know.
He's like 1,000 feet up fixing cable wires too.
Yeah. Like how did he get the job to be up there?
He's a PI, man. He's a PI.
I know. But I understand why people would think that this would be my favorite movie. Like I said, it's pretentious and it has some stuff going on.
I don't really think it's that pretentious, though.
Yeah,
I don't think it's pretentious.
Well, I think it's like, it's a good film, of course. It's my number 6, but it's like, I don't think it's like as mind blowing as everybody talks about it. So
I just thought you were the one that always talked about it, though.
Yeah, it's good.
It's just a lesser version of a fucking Hitchcock film, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what I love about it. Is that it is very Hitchcockian influence and stuff.
Especially like the ending is
kind of
like,
did his own twist.
Yeah, the ending is like pure Hitchcock, the way that it's shot and like the close-ups of her face and everything like that. It's like total Hitchcockian. So I give it an 8 out of 10. Sisters is my number 6.
Cool.
Nice. All right, my number 6 is the first Italian film on my list, and it is Sergio Martino's Your Vice is a Locked Room and Only I Have the Key.
JP's number 1.
Yeah?
Keep going.
Okay, yeah. Man, it's such a simple setup. This failed writer / alcoholic, abusive husband of a man, just being brutally vicious to his wife in front of other people at these elaborate parties he has, and even his cat is nasty to his wife, and it's just him tormenting her throughout this whole film. And then all of a sudden, people associated with him start to die off. Then all of a sudden, his niece shows up, played by Edwig Fenwick, and she's perfect. I think we could all agree on that. And
it's just the one with the fake ass lesbian scene.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the one with the fake ass lesbian scene.
Yeah, like I said though, man, that's supposed to be your aunt. So I mean,
yeah, but they're clearly into it. So it's like, couldn't they like at least like kiss each other? Like, not even trying.
Like when you see like a girl and a guy fucking go at it, at least they're trying.
I just love that you are the expert on sex.
I'm not. I just watch it and you can clearly tell.
Okay, Ellen.
All right.
Fucking degenerate. Jesus.
No, but it's great because all these random killings start happening, and obviously Olivero, who's the husband, is the main suspect, and you just feel like it's too simple, yet you can't put all the pieces together. And when it comes together in the end, it's this whole elaborate thing that is really quite brilliant and quite out of left field, as to the scope of it, and it's all thwarted by the most simple of mistakes, and it's just such a brilliant film. And I'm being cryptic because if you haven't seen this film, I don't want to ruin a second of it.
Yeah, it's
it's just like the way that it's like paced is so interesting. Like the first half is like a giallo, and the second half is like a long drawn out Poe story. It's like super interesting the way that this film is paced. And
well, they set it up from the beginning as
as
a Black Cat Poe story. I mean, the failed writer and stuff. Right there is the Black Cat, right? Yeah. So,
yeah. This was a first time watch for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious? Really?
Yeah, first time watch for me.
Wow.
I bought the Arrow box set when it first came out,
and you
I
still
hadn't
sealed,
watched it.
and it was still sealed.
No, it's open, but it was. But
you lie! It was sealed, sitting right next to your Mario Bava box sets that are still sealed. Fucking guy. All right, Carly.
Alrighty. So my number 6 is The Last House on the Left, and this is one that I never really loved. It's just one that I always thought was okay. I was one of the people who never really got the whole hype about it, but watching it now with all these other movies from this year, it kind of opens your eyes to how kind of ahead of its time it really was, and just how gritty it is for the time period, because I feel like the early 70s, people were still trying to play it safe. If you watch Frenzy, and JP mentioned this, you watch that rape scene and you compare it to something like this, it's just completely different. And another thing about this movie is it really kind of just takes off right away. It's not overly slow or anything like that. You get right into your story, and I've always kind of had a problem with the music like everyone else, and it's just not something that I like to run back to, but I think the characters are fantastic, and just the general look. Like, I like the part where the bad guys are kind of in that apartment building, and she's taking a bath, and it just looks really gross and disgusting in there, and the whole movie you kind of just feel disgusting watching it. So, not one of my favorites, but I think it's definitely one of the more standout movies of this time. So I give it an 8 out of 10.
Amen.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree totally.
All right.
Yep.
JP.
Yo.
All right, so my number 6 is another fucking film that has been mentioned already, which I'm just getting all the repeats. Fuck.
We didn't think it was going to happen. We thought we were going to be drastically different.
I've never seen fuck before. Tell me
my only unique film so far is Legend of Foggy Creek. So my number 6 is a film that I think Jeremy had on his list. You'll Like My Mother.
Yep.
So yeah, I agree. I love the snowy setting in this one. I felt like it did such a good job of like making you feel like secluded and snowed in almost. And then I just think that the evil stepmother type vibe that the lead's giving off there is just fucking creepy, man. And it's just it's fucked up. It's kind of a fucked up story, and the fact that she's pregnant and the woman takes her baby and is like, it's dead. Like, it's just really kind of messed up and twisted. And then you have her son who's a weirdo, and you genuinely want this woman to escape. That's what I love about it. You're rooting for her the entire time. You feel nervous for her that she's gonna get caught and stuff like that. And do you feel like the mother, do you feel like she has the capability to be the one that murders her? I don't think she's that kind of character that she's a murderer. I just think that she's a bad person. Well, I think that she would allow her son to do it.
Yeah. I think she could kill her in like not maybe stab her to death, but different ways, like with drugs or something. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, I really just dig this movie. I think that it was kind of one of the, again, you know, and I keep harping on this, just one of the more unique films of the year. Like, we've seen this in future years. Like, we've seen these type of like held against your will type movies and stuff like that. But just at this time, this was one of the ones that stood out as something fun and different than the shit that I was watching, and I gravitated towards liking it more for that reason. And I think that this one feels much more like traditional American horror too, which I'm a fan of. And I really enjoyed it, and it's my first 8.5 out of 10.
Cool.
Moodz.
All right, man. Coming in at number 6 is a film directed by Robert Altman, and it is a British film called Images. Oh, man. I fucking fell in love with this one. Never seen it before. This was first time watch for me. So, very interesting psychological...
Polanski.
Yeah, it's very Polanski-ish. Psychological horror, man. Basically about, you know, our main character played by Susan Rourke, who, you know, is obviously dealing with a lot of stuff in her life. So much, in fact, that her husband decides that, you know, her being pregnant and things like that, you know, they need to take a vacation. So they go out to their vacation home, and where things kind of go crazy for her, she literally starts seeing like doppelgangers, and she can't tell the difference between her husband and, you know, her ex-lover and things like that, and it just goes completely fucking haywire from there. Man, just super, super rich in atmosphere. The acting in this film is so good, man. I love the way this movie's set up, because it can go a bunch of different ways. It really can go a bunch of different ways, and the outcome of this movie is fantastic. It has a great payoff that you just go, God damn. Awesome. You know, these type of movies can really be super diminished by a really bad ending, and I think this one delivers on all aspects. I love the build up to this, man. Everything that's going on. You get right into her head, and there's just all it's crazy imagery and shit like that, and it's done at first very subtle. There's a great scene where, you know, they pull up to their their vacation home, and you see kind of like the doppelgangers up on top of, you know, the on the hill looking down at themselves.
That's one of the creepier parts.
It's such a fucking great scene, man. I absolutely love that shit, man. So everyone watch this one?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice. Did anybody like this movie?
It's a multiple watch kind
You
of
didn't.
movie.
You didn't like it, JP?
No, I liked it.
Yeah, I think I just the whole development to this movie. I love how she's kind of tripping balls, and you know, it's kind of dealing with, it's like pre-postpartum and not really, and maybe bipolarism. Yeah, there's that word again.
Pre-postpartum bipolarism.
I'm totally making shit up right now. Pre-postpartum.
Dr. Moodz.
Right?
I like the pre-post.
You like that one, right?
I love the pre-post.
She's got postpartum before she even has a fucking baby, man. You know. But I like the whole, you know, the characters in this film are fantastic. Imagery, the cinematography is just awesome, man. It just sells every scene so well for me. I was engaged through this whole damn thing right from start to finish. Runs about 100 minutes long, and to me it was 100 minutes well spent. Absolutely love it. And again, the payoff was there, which totally helps these type of films, because we've seen so many psychological films where, you know, the ending is so ambiguous to the point where you're like, what the fuck, dude? You know? So I don't think it's really there on this one. I think it kind of delivers the goods for you. 9 out of 10. Awesome. Images. Nice. Love it.
All right, so is this top 5 time?
Giveaway time.
Giveaway time.
All right, so the next one we'll do here is the people who submitted top 10 list. Honestly, not that many people submitted. I think there's only like 17. So that's, you know, you got a good shot at winning this one.
17, that's it. Wow, slackers.
Okay. All right,
What?
so
That's more than the people who listen to your show, right?
Just such a
Hey.
it's such a weird thing.
I wouldn't be talking low tier Patreon person. Shitty ass Patreon.
We have a lot of listeners, but they don't have a lot of money.
The winner is number 2, which is actually the person who designed our shirt,
Oh God.
girlfriend, Will Cardinal. So Moodz, you could probably send that one. That you could send him one.
Yeah, why not? That's Canada to Canada. Oddly enough, to ship things to
That's like
Quebec is
rubbing your dicks together.
it's the
Just
most
drive it over to him. Canada's not that big.
it's the most expensive place to ship to.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Just drive it over to him.
Drive it over to him. Fuck.
Make it right at the fire.
True that, right?
I just have a feeling we won't be seeing Moodz again if that was the case. I'm just.
Jeremy said it.
And to read Will's list here, just to give him a little shout out, he had Night of the Lepus at number 10, Your Vice is a Locked Room and Only I Have the Key at number 9, Barren Blood at 8, Images at 7, The Last House on the Left at 6, Man from Deep River at 5, Beware the Blob at number 4,
What?
The Legend of Boggy Creek at number 3, The Possession of Joe Delaney at number 2, and Don't Torture a Duck at number 1.
Nice.
You didn't have Don't Torture a Duckling, though.
No, because I think that, torturing a duck's pretty bad enough.
Yeah, but I like the prequel better. Or is it the sequel? Would it be the
Duckling would be the prequel.
prequel? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of that, my number 5.
Wait,
Don't
because
touch
what
a
if the
duckling.
duck
It could be either way, right?
duck gives birth to the duckling?
Yeah, you could torture a duck, then he gives birth to a duckling.
Which
or you could
came
torture
first,
the duckling
the duck
that
or the duckling?
Are we not are we just doing one giveaway right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of don't torture a duckling, my number 5 is Don't Torture a Duckling, directed by Mr. Fulci. Am I the first one to have this, right?
Mm-hmm.
This movie's super interesting. Again, a movie that probably wouldn't be made today. Have a bunch of kids drowning and older woman an older woman trying to have a 14-year-old boner upstairs.
Is he 14?
It's probably
He
looks like he's 10.
Yeah,
yeah,
10.
whatever. It's a young boy.
But
And you could tell the way that they shot that he was.
they're not on the same screen.
It's funny.
Unlike
It's funny
enough
you
to
say
tell.
that because I was watching the film yesterday and the wife, and I was like, check out this scene here, and I'm like, that kid's totally not holding that tray.
Yeah,
It was a step.
Well,
It was a total body double for sure.
It's not that. It's just you never see them together in the same shot.
Well, no,
so
you could tell they used a body double there for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is super fascinating. It's this early on in Fulci's career. I'm not hella familiar with Fulci, and Moodz would know more than me.
It's earlier good Fulci. He'd been making films for a decade before this, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, basically,
this
it's
one was 1972-ish.
I think
Really?
this one's one of the more well put together Fulci films.
Well, I think
It makes sense,
story-wise.
easy to follow, no missing pieces.
yeah, he brought that nightmare logic later on in his career and stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is his attempt at a giallo.
Yeah.
I mean, he had done one just prior, actually, with one of the characters, one of the girls in this film, Woman in Lizard Skin, 1970, which is a really kind of psychedelic giallo that's really interesting also. So
Yeah. So basically follow a story about these kids getting murdered around this small Italian town. And, it's your basic giallo. We got this reporter, and we got these cops trying to solve who is murdering all these children, in particularly boys, in this town. And, that's basically it. And along the way, there's, Catholic imagery, and that plays a huge part later on down in the film. And we got voodoo and magic and all this other stuff going on in this
I thought
movie.
the stuff with the witch was super creepy.
Yeah, and it's the stuff with the voodoo dolls. I guess you are what they are. Is that what they're called?
And you're kind of wondering where it's going. You're okay, is this going to be supernatural? Is this going to be,
Yeah.
I really
like
go
the way
that
they
route either. It just ends in the most amazing dummy death ever shot on celluloid. It's just
There's a better dummy death in this year.
Really?
There's a good one in The Case of Bloody Iris.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
I don't think this one's like absolutely hilarious. It doesn't even look like the fucking guy when it's falling.
Well, what's funny about it is when his face is hitting the rocks, it's like metal on metal.
Yeah.
It's
like the weirdest effect. I don't know why they thought that was gonna like. It is funny as hell though, man. It's all
back
slow
then,
mo.
I would assume that the prosthetics were like
Yeah.
that well made, so they had to use something metal to make the blood squirt out. But it's
definitely one of the longest dummy death scenes of all time too. It seems
Well,
like
you
he's
just
falling
usually-
forever.
you usually just don't see dummy deaths in close up like that.
Yeah,
I think that's like another thing. Like,
Yeah, he never made any attempt to like fly out a tiny bit further away from the rocks. He literally went straight down along the rocks.
Yeah, exactly. Hitting
Like, give a
every
little
nubbin.
push off.
Every nubbin. Yeah.
but like out of like all the giallos, I just think it's like it's one of the more interesting narratives in general. To be honest, you know, you're just trying to find out who's murdering all these kids in this town, and there's of course all these corrupt people and everything like
Plus
that.
they're murdering fucking kids, which automatically gets bonus points.
And they're not even like murdering; they're like fucking like drowning them in water. And
Yeah,
it's
fuck
just, like
yeah.
just making them suffer before they die. It's just
Yeah,
not
they're
like,
they're fucking hate deaths, man. You know.
yeah, it's great. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
All right,
cool.
All right, my number 5. Again, another repeat, and I had a feeling that it might show up on Moodz' list, and it did, and that is Vampire Circus.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I freaking love Vampire Circus.
Nice.
The set design and the atmosphere and the performances. Every single time I see the circus routines, especially the brother and sister doing those flips in the air, it's very dreamlike and atmospheric. It's quite like haunting. And I love Dora's character. She's beautiful.
Isn't it
I love her.
compelling how good some of those later Hammer films were, and then they just like fell apart as a company shortly after all these awesome films came out?
It's weird because I gotta say, like, I'm just getting into Hammer now, and I'm having a tremendous success rate in terms of the films that I like.
Yeah.
So right now, the ones I'm seeing are just fantastic. And this one's no exception. I just love the whole story with Count Mitterhouse and the school teacher's wife, Anna, and how, the gypsy woman is the reincarnation of Anna, and, he foretells of his kinsman, basically his cousin Emil, coming back and avenging him with the death of the children, and it's really a well-told story.
I think that like when you talk about Hammer, I think that Dracula AD 1972 was like one of the weaker Hammer films I've ever seen.
Wow,
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed that.
It wasn't bad.
Well,
I just
mean,
I like the other Dracula films from Hammer way more.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is with, Dracula 72 is that at this point, man, Chris Lee didn't really want to do the movies, and it shows he's on screen for like 6 minutes, I think, in the movie, and that's the biggest downfall, because if you watch the earlier ones, he's a main focus of the film. He's has a lot more screen time, he has a lot more presence, and these ones are set in modern times, so it's already off-putting.
Yeah, I don't like that. I
little
much prefer the period Hammer.
Yeah, so it kind of feels like you're watching like this teen vampire film with like, hints of Lee in there. I don't know. They're okay for what they are, but they definitely, if you look at the run of Dracula films that Christopher Lee did, it's at the bottom of the list for sure.
Yeah, I love how this one, and it kind of can be a little bit of a mistake because, the circus is full of vampires, so you think they're making it into the town of Stettel by some magical way, getting past the roadblocks. But they do show up with some humans, as it turns out, when when shit hits the fan in the end. And so I kind of don't know how that necessarily happened, but I do like that.
Well, they let
twist.
them in though. They let them in because the town decides that they need something to get their mind off of the plague, kind of thing, right?
All right, I could buy that.
Yeah,
but they're not going to let him out then.
No, there's intent there.
Yeah, but it's a really well done movie, and I agree with you on the ending. I think it's a fantastic ending. I especially like the way it ends with the school teacher and with the gypsy woman's character. It's very poetic and also like like making an amends. For the way the film starts. So, terrific film. Vampire Circus number 5, 8.5 out of 10. Check it out if you haven't.
Harley was too busy flicking her cooter at that time, couldn't talk.
Flicking her cooter.
This guy is so bad at anything sexually related.
So cringe.
Oh, man.
I'm surprised you didn't replace Carly's name with Broad.
Yeah. Jesus.
For real. I just don't really have much to say on that film, honestly. But anyway, so my number 5 is yet another repeat, and that is You'll Like My Mother.
Wow, man, I can't.
I do like your mother.
Yeah, my mother's pretty cool. I like your mother too, dude.
I don't know why.
I love your mother.
But anyway,
I
yeah,
like
this.
Jeremy's mom.
Jeremy's mom's
Does
cool.
too. He told me to leave the door open, so
You'll love her cooter.
Oh my god.
That's the sequel.
Oh my god. All right.
All right. So yeah, this movie it's one of the last ones I watched, and I'm really glad I got to it because I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's very suspenseful, and you know, like you guys said, it does a good job on the seclusion aspect and just the situation that the girl's in. I think it's pretty creepy, and you're just hoping that she can get out of it. It kind of gives me like a Misery vibe, or even a Flowers in the Attic type of vibe, where you're kind of stuck in this place and you don't really want to be there, and you're trying to leave, but you just don't really know how things are going to play out. And I was just really invested in it. I mean, I do agree, like the stuff with the baby is a little unbelievable, but you know, it could be a little bit passable with the mentally challenged daughter kind of helping out with taking care of it, I guess. But
I mean, JP's sister.
What that's like messed up, kind of.
No, I think I said JP's sister in my initial joke, and it didn't go over too well.
Yeah, you did. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, my sister has Down syndrome, so it's kind of like, okay, dick.
All right, I guess I'm a dick.
Wow.
Yeah, but
she's also dead.
yeah, I was gonna say that. I didn't
Oh
see
my
that part.
god, this really just got bad.
You know, as a baby, but like whatever. But anyway, yeah, this I really enjoyed this movie. That's all I can say. 8 out of 10.
Yeah, let's wrap this one up.
Yeah, I'm like I feel very uncomfortable now.
Moodz isn't even here anymore.
No, I had to go pee.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like pinching it off, literally. It was bad.
I'm also not joking.
I believe you.
No, we know.
Okay, what did I miss? What did I miss?
You're not joking.
What did I miss?
Oh, Jeremy was making fun of my Down syndrome sister.
I was not.
Dude, that's weak, man.
Who passed away? Who passed away? It got
who also
dark
passed
and
away.
serious and awkward very quickly. You're lucky you were in the bathroom flicking your cooter.
If you care, Jeremy, which I doubt you do, her name was Lacey.
Okay, I care.
Oh my god.
Her name. Oh, Jesus, dude.
Wise Lacey.
All right, JP, what do you have?
Not a sister.
Besides a small penis.
Oh, God.
He does have a sister, by the way, so it's okay.
Yeah, I still got 2 more. The other one didn't matter so much since I have 2 others.
You just go.
My number 5 is a film that I would have liked to watch with my sister had she still been around and not had Down syndrome.
Jesus Christ.
She's probably rolling in her tiny grave.
Ooh.
Oh,
That was
man.
rough.
God.
That was a bad one.
Wow.
All right, it is the film that Jeremy also mentioned, and that is Don't Torture a Duckling, which is the last film I watched for this preparation. And it's really good, man. I mean, this is probably one of my favorite Fulci films. I'd put it probably 3rd, up there with City of the Living Dead, Zombie, and then now Don't Torture a Duckling. I think that I dug the straightforward nature of the film, which sometimes you don't get. It didn't feel like, sometimes even films like Zombie like feel like there's some pieces missing in terms of like how generally stories are told versus how like Italians typically tell them. But this one felt like very straightforward, almost like shockingly straightforward.
Movies
like
are amazing when you understand them, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Unlike Deep Red.
Yeah. This film is I love that they're killing kids in here.
Jesus.
Man, can we get off this topic?
Really uncomfortable.
We are laughing way too hard at the death of children right now.
Fuck. Pause.
Fuck! Oh!
So Don't Torture a Duckling, just a really good Fulci film, and I think that I like the stuff with the witch and not really knowing, like, okay, is this a curse or is this somebody murdering these kids? What is going on here? I like the location too. Really cool, especially like the hills and stuff that they use. Everything looks like it's made out of stone, which is cool. And then it's just it. I was actually surprised. I expected to like it, but I didn't necessarily expect to like it as much as other people seem to. But I ended up liking it a lot. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Number 5.
Nice.
Good shit. All right, that's on me, right?
Yep.
All right, breaking into the top 5. A film from directed by Sergio Martino.
Nice.
All the Colors of the Dark.
Ugh, I wasn't a fan of this one.
Dude, this is what I'm talking. Like, this is one of those unique giallos from this year. It sticks out. In fact, in giallos in general, this one always sticks out to me because you don't see too many storylines that involve like satanic black masses, and it's very kind of psychedelic, and it's different. You know, it's got a lot of different kind of elements to it and shit. So, of course, this one starred George Hilton and Edwidge Fenech, who've done multiple films together. Ivan Rashomon, of course, is in this one also. Fenech plays, somebody that's kind of mentally having a rough time, man. She, car accident, loses her baby, and, her husband, George Hilton, figures that, he can kind of save her with all this, bullshit vitamin shit and stuff, and then enter her neighbor who's like into this kind of satanic throwing black masses and shit, and she kind of says to her, if you get involved with this, all your fears and shit will go away, blah blah blah. It's this is absolutely, I don't understand how you don't like this, Jeremy. It's such a tantalizing giallo because it's so fucking different. What didn't you like about this movie?
That I didn't get it, probably.
I mean, that's kind of the cool thing about this one. Like I said, it's different in storyline. You don't see that many satanic angles, but yeah, it's so psychological also. And I love that angle. You just don't get a lot of that in giallos. Fenech is beautiful as ever. There's some great scenes with her and George Hilton, of course.
But unlike JP, this one's actually confusing, unlike Deep Red, which makes complete and utter sense.
No, for sure, man. I think the first time I watched All Colors of the Dark, man, it's definitely not straightforward. It probably takes a couple watches to kind of tie everything in, together. For sure. I mean, you could probably name a few. Deep Red, I don't know what the fuck's up with JP on that one.
I know.
That one's really not the most confusing film in the world, but there's a case in point for this one. It is a little bit more confusing because it is so psychedelic and so psychological and things like that. And it's just a very, very standout giallo. Like I said, in the realm of giallos and shit. It's got cool kills, cool imagery. What's not to like about All Colors of the Dark, man? It's got great fucking music. Another thing I always love about this movie. The music, of course, is done by Bruno Nicolali. Fucking oh, dude. Getting into Italian names, man, it's just embarrassing.
That's fun.
Fantastic music. Really, really good stuff. So with this one, I am coming in at... See, giallos are hard to talk about because you don't want to give away specifics and everything because it kind of ruins the fucking movie. 9 out of 10. I love it, man. It's better than the documentary, All Colors of the Giallo.
Oh yeah, that thing sucks.
No, it does. No, it doesn't suck.
I think it sucks.
It's a great entry level giallo documentary for people that want to get into giallos. I think it's a great documentary for those people that want to learn about shit because it showcases all the popular giallos and it talks about all the popular directors and stuff, and it gives you a really good start. for the seasoned veterans and giallos who are looking for more obscure shit, I would stay clear of that because myself, I didn't learn anything by watching the documentary. But, you know, for someone that, you know, say Carly's, you know, if she was willing to be into Italian films and giallos and shit, it'd be a good starting point. It really is. My biggest problem with that giallo, though, honestly, was the fact that they only had like 2 or 3 people even talking about the films. I felt like it was kind of like low production wise like that. And I mean, if you're going to talk about, you know, 6 or 7, 8 big time directors, have more people talking about that shit. But yeah, otherwise, good entry level stuff. But All Colors of the Dark, fantastic film. If you've never seen it, check it out. It's awesome. To some of us.
All right. I know Brandon didn't watch that one.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Why?
No fucking way he didn't.
I didn't get a chance to rewatch it, no.
No way!
But you've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it before, but I didn't rewatch it.
How long ago?
Crazy, dude. I thought you would have been all over that.
When I first got the Severin box set, so
it wasn't too
not too long ago.
That's not even a year ago.
No, probably like 5 months ago. Maybe.
We announced the show 8 months ago.
It wasn't on this list.
Did you watch it, Carly?
Yeah, I watched it.
And hated it.
I don't really remember it a whole lot, if I'm being honest. I thought it was probably one of the better ones, but I can't really remember it.
Fair enough.
I'd put it like number 5 in terms of giallos that I've seen.
Yeah.
It's 6. It was I don't know. I couldn't get into it as much as I thought I would. I like Bloody Iris a lot better.
Interesting.
All right.
Interesting.
Number 4 for me, the only TV film on my list.
No.
Second TV film.
Second. Night Stalker, sure. Second TV film, and that is Crawl Space. This movie's awesome.
I knew this would be on your list. I called that shit.
I didn't expect it.
I did. Yeah.
Oh, it's great, man.
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I like it a lot too, but I didn't.
Me too.
Thinking back,
excellent TV film. Excellent TV film.
Yeah, it's really good. And I think like the performances from the family, like the mother, you know, she's clearly missing something in her life, and that of course is, you know, that the way to, you know, show emotion towards somebody else, of course, as a son in this sense, is missing from her life. And when this, you know, young man comes into her life, she's finally able to, you know, show something that's been missing in her and her husband's life the entire time. I just feel like the interactions between them and this, you know, young man, super interesting. I think it's not like the most like eventful film or anything like that. It's definitely a piece that is driven by character and narrative, dialogue and things like that. You're not going to get like a huge, you know, action sequence or, you know, something like that in this movie. It's of course a TV film, but I just think like the acting is like super well rounded and really good. And the story is super interesting enough that of course it's clearly good enough to make my list. So, you know, this movie was released when Wild Eye wasn't complete shit, and they would actually like release stuff that was different. Unfortunately, now you can't get it without paying like, I think it's like close to $100 to get that DVD now, which is absolutely insane. Which is unfortunate because the movie's actually pretty good. If you haven't seen Crawl Space, check it out. I give it an 8 out of 10. It's pretty good.
Honestly, it was on my list for a long time, up until like the last week. Spoiler alert.
Same.
Yeah, it was like I thought it was going to make it, so I really like that one too.
It's in my top 15.
Yeah.
Nice.
Moodz didn't say anything.
My number 4.
No, it's good. I love that movie, man. It's awesome.
He's eating his chicken nuggets.
Dude, I would love
speaking of chicken nuggets, my number 4 is dealing with a different kind of nugget, and that is a nephew nugget. And it is The Possession of Joel Delaney.
That's another one I didn't see.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, yeah, well, you definitely should.
No, didn't see it. I had to download it, though.
Well, I lost on that motherfucker, too.
You really did. It's a fantastic film, and not only that, it's, you know...
No, I picked that as your number 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just that. It's a supernatural horror film, you know, pre-Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
But when you watch this film, and I know it's based on a novel, and I don't know anything about the book, so I could be completely ignorant in talking about this. But this film, when it ends, you can make a case that there was nothing supernatural going on in this film.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I love supernatural films like that.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with a brother and sister played by Shirley MacLaine. She plays Nora, and a brother, Joel, is played by Perry King. And, you know, they're both from an upscale family. Nora lives in the upscale part of town. Joel is more of the bohemian type. He lives sort of like in the poverty-stricken areas. He travels a lot to these exotic locations, while Nora lives in the upscale area with her children. And they have this sort of very weird, almost like, it's not sexual, but it gives that creepy sexual vibe to their relationship. And, you know, a circumstance comes up where he doesn't show up to a family dinner. She goes to find out what happened. It turns out he tried to attack and kill his landlord, and it develops from there. He's committed to Bellevue Hospital. It takes place in New York, and you know, it takes place from there. And it deals with it has elements of Santeria in there, and just some really unsettling scenes. And it's, you know, I don't want to say too much. I know it's going to get brought up again, but the performances are terrific in there. A lot of the times when the possession scenes take place, Joel will be speaking Spanish, and there won't be any translation for it, any subtitles for it, which makes it all the more disturbing because you don't really know what's being said unless you speak Spanish.
Yeah.
Like JP.
Like JP. JP's like, he's just talking about nephew nuggets.
2-word review. 2-word review.
Yeah, no, that was great. I knew I was going to steal it if I got to it before you did.
So good.
But yeah, I don't want to say too much about it. It just builds, you know, from there. Joel becomes more and more detached from the person he is at the very beginning of the film to the person he ultimately becomes. And you don't know if it's supernatural or if it's just triggered by something in his life. And there's, you know, certainly things in there that it could be. Their mother did commit suicide, and it wasn't too long ago. And then the way it ultimately ends makes you think that that could be the instance for that, and then something else happens where it could be the inciting incident for another character to sort of be in Joel's shoes. I don't want to give anything away. That's it. I'm just going to stop right there because you got to see this film, all of you guys.
It's interesting on a couple different, you know, the possession of insert name, you know.
Yeah.
This is like maybe the first one.
Yeah.
I honestly, if you told me this film, I would have thought, oh, what is this, like a 2016 shitty possession film?
Yeah.
Seriously,
dude.
Like,
honestly, I had never even heard of this
sounds
movie.
Like it does really totally sound like one that exists already. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if another film's called that from modern times.
It really does, but it's got Shirley MacLaine, who, I mean, she's always amazing in everything she does, and the cast is terrific. You know, the cinematography, everything about this film is really well done, and it's just an interesting, deep story. And
I was aware of this one, and I wanted to get to it, but at the end of the day, there was just I waited too long to like get deep into starting, and I was just like, I pick and chose towards the end, and just this one was a couple behind.
I gotta say, if everyone had seen this film, I really think it might have been on all 5 of our lists.
Really?
I strongly believe that.
Fuck.
And but still, no reason not to check it out. You know, at some point in the near future. But Possession of Joel Delaney, I give a 9 out of 10.
All right.
Carly.
My number 4 is Tales from the Crypt. I mean, what can I say about this one? I like every single segment. I think they're all fantastic, and I like how they're all very dark in nature, and the wraparound in general is very dark. This is one I actually picked up before even being asked to be on the show. I had found it at a Goodwill like a few months prior and had already watched it, fell in love with it, and then I watched it again for the show, and I liked it even more. I agree, the monkey's paw segments is probably my least favorites, but I still think it's a really solid segments, and the last segment is definitely my favorites. But yeah, I just really like it, and it's one that I was really surprised with, and would probably go back and rewatch the most out of any movie on this list. So gave that one an 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Cool.
Yep.
Awesome.
Well, I officially am completely out. I missed out on everyone's number one.
Really?
Yep.
Not me.
Yep.
You're still in the running for yourself, though.
I haven't been paying attention to Brandon. Brandon, what was your 10 through 4, 5 real quick?
Sisters, Blackula, Tales from the Crypt, Last House on the Left, Your Vice is a Locked Room, Vampire Circus, and Joel Delaney at 4.
Okay.
I lost with Brandon, but that's it.
None of you are getting my number one.
The only one that, well, I don't think, yeah.
I'm
the only
sorry.
one that I'm out on is Jeremy right now.
Yeah, me too. I'm still in it with Carly and you, Jake.
I'm in with everybody.
God, I suck.
Everybody?
Yep.
Jesus. All right.
Crazy.
My number 4 is the Alfred Hitchcock film Frenzy. This movie is fucking awesome, dude. And the more I thought about it, the more I kind of liked it. One thing that nobody mentioned who had talked about it yet is the comedy. There is some dark ass comedy in here. The dude who does the killing, which that's another thing. It's not like a reveal. Like you learn like you don't know at first, but then you learn like halfway through the film. But like there's a point where he, dumps a body in like a potato truck, and then he remembers that the woman like grabbed his
brooch
or whatever, and he has to go like get it back, and it's this funny moment. And then even the end, like he's carrying this giant box, and like he just looks over and it's like, oops. You know what I mean? I
loved it.
Shocked how much like funny moments were in it for as dark as the movie is. But I think the necktie killer in general is really interesting. The movie opens with a shot of like a body in the river with a necktie wrapped around it, and then you really do fucking feel bad for the dude's wife whenever you feel bad about the fact that this dude gets blamed for it, which is, classic Hitchcock, a wrongly committed person. And then he's actually like in prison, just pretty much like, well, I guess I'm fucked. I'm going to go get revenge.
Escapes.
Yeah. Well, he's like, I'm going to get revenge, because like my life's over. Oh, well. But at least I could kill the fucker who did this. Yep. And then it's even more messed up when you know that like you're like, oh dude, if only you knew who did this, because I know, and it's like fucked up because this guy's actually kind of charismatic and you're kind of friends with him. It's just honestly, it's really good. It's Hitchcock who would think. There's one shot in the film that I remember really liking where the woman had been killed in the office, and we see another person coming back to the office, and the camera's following her up to the door, and then it keeps moving and goes past the building and like pans over, and then you just wait. You know it's coming. You're just waiting, and it goes on for a while. It's just this empty alleyway that you're staring at, and then you hear the scream. It's like that's classic good Hitchcock right there. Yeah. But really solid. I gave it an 8.5. I think I had an 8 on the show when I talked about it, but I bumped it up to an 8.5 after thinking about it.
I have a question. Was the necktie killer the inspiration for the bow tie killer in Problem Child?
Yes.
Nice.
You remember the Problem Child?
I just picked up that Blu-ray, man. It was in my update.
Maybe that's why. We were just talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
I like Problem Child.
Me too.
Yeah.
And
Problem Child
2.
No, that movie's trash.
What? They're the same fucking movie?
It's fun.
They're both the same. Problem Child 3 now. I can see where you're coming from.
Too bad it doesn't exist.
What?
Does it exist?
Yeah.
There's a Problem Child 3? Really?
Yes.
God damn.
Are you being serious?
But then again, I guess there's like 5 Home Alone
this.
films. So.
Hold on, now I have to look because you're making me doubt myself.
I actually didn't know that if there is, but
I also didn't. I've only seen the first 2.
I honestly didn't know there was 5 Home Alone films until I bought that tin box.
Yeah,
the paint can.
there is a third one from '95, Problem Child 3, Junior in Love.
Shut the
Junior in Love.
Yeah, I think they recasted Junior though.
And he's in love with the necktie killer.
Did they? No, I don't think they did. I can't remember. Did they?
Michael Richards is still in that?
Gilbert Gottfried's in it.
That's the bow tie killer.
They may have recasted Junior. I can't remember.
Probably. Okay. Coming in at number 4, from Hitchcock to a Hitchcockian influenced film from director Brian De Palma, Sisters. You know, no one brought this up, man, but like, Sisters was scored by Bernard Herrmann.
I said that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's so brilliant.
I said that's why it sounds like a Hitchcock movie.
Oh yeah. It's so brilliant for De Palma to do that. You know, completely influenced by a Hitchcock film. Why not get the music? You know, make it official. The sofa is making its way into Canada.
Yeah.
Fucking love it, man. I honestly, dude, there is some goofy shit in this film, and what can I really say that hasn't really been said already? But I do think that's funny how that shit ends up, you know, going to Canada. She's French Canadian. I always like that, but dude, I think Margaret Kidder and fucking Charles Durning just kill this movie, man. I don't know, man. I've always been such a huge fan of Charles Durning. That guy's amazing.
He is.
He's a great presence, man. Just the way he spits dialogue, he's like perfect for that PI role. They couldn't have casted that any better. Absolutely love that. Yes, there's a couple moments in this film that are like, you know, almost laughable. But at the same time, man, I think he does a pretty good job of making a Hitchcock thriller, you know, for what it is. You know, and you got to look at it, man. 1972, 73, when this thing was, you know, being shown. I mean, it was probably, it probably still seemed pretty original, you know, at those times and shit. But performances are fantastic, man. That's what really sells this movie for me. All around, great film. It's Sisters. We've talked about it like 8 times already. So 9.5 out of 10. I've always loved Sisters, man. I think it's every time, like, even the wife, she watched it with me when I rewatched it, and she's like, "This is a great fucking movie." I'm like, "I know, right?" So got the approval. Sisters.
All right, number 3, top 3. Number 3 for me is Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy. I mean, I don't know what else to say about this. It has an absolutely amazing classic Hitchcock shot where we start in the inside and it pulls out and goes from the outside across the street. It's an amazing shot. I mean, we see it done by, I'm just going to say, like, Conjuring 2 has a shot that's very similar to that classic Hitchcock shot where he likes to pull out from setting and have everything moving all in one take.
Hitchcock loves to pull out.
Yeah, it's very impressive, actually, when you watch it. It's like, even back then, you know, they didn't have steady cams and things like that, so the way that they did it, it's pretty remarkable. It's awesome. Definitely Hitchcock's most sleaziest film. His only film that has nudity in it throughout his entire career. This is 72, so it's pretty much near the end of his career as it is at this point, but it's still a really, really well done film. The necktie murder is, and the guy reminds me of Oliver Reed. He definitely has an Oliver Reed kind of feel to it, that if the movie was casted in America, fucking Oliver Reed probably would have been in that role, because he just has that look. And, you know, the kills are what they are. They're not like amazing or anything like that, but usually in Hitchcock movies, they're not that good anyway. So that's not why you watch it. But I give it an 8.5, and that's Frenzy, directed by Alfred Hitchcock.
Why did you refer to Oliver Reed as, if it was an American film, they'd have Oliver Reed?
Because it was in British.
But Oliver Reed is British, though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Dumb fuck. This guy's
like, hands down, I'm pretty fucking sure he was born in London.
All right.
Next.
Yeah.
I can't even speak. I'm so flabbergasted. I'm just kidding. My number 3 has been talked about, and it's Lucio Fulci's Don't Torture a Duckling.
I'm still in the running.
Yeah, my favorite Fulci film. I just think the fact that it's straightforward yet so dark, and plays on this whole idea of religion versus like superstition with the whole witchcraft thing. You know, it's really a commentary on almost like religious fanaticism versus like superstitious beliefs, and it's just really well done, quite disturbing, very what's the word I'm looking for?
Penis.
Very relevant.
Penis.
Penis
very,
on the whole.
very relevant with with today.
There's no way he would have forgot that word.
This is very relevant to today, and in terms of the way people think, and it's dark, and the whole scene with the witch, if you want to call her that, is absolutely heartbreaking.
Dude, it's absolutely fucking brutal.
It's so brutal.
It's so fucking, because it goes on for like 7 minutes, man.
Oh, you mean you guys weren't turned on?
Oh, I finished, but I wasn't happy about it.
Oh, here we go.
You went too far.
And Carly's flicking her cooter right now, just thinking about it.
Yeah, Carly, stop flicking your cooter.
Sorry, I keep getting distracted.
Flicking her bean. That's my other favorite one.
She's got the voodoo doll right down there. Yeah.
No, but I love that whole idea that the witch thought she had genuinely killed these kids because those were her beliefs. Yeah. Just like everybody's in church, they believe in their Christianity. She believes in her witchcraft, and she believed that by putting this death curse, if you want, for lack of a better phrase, on these
got a death curse.
Yeah, I know, on these little dolls that she made to punish them for desecrating her son's grave. Yeah. She thought she had genuinely killed them, and I just I love the way it plays out, and even with the dummy ending, I almost think it's very creepy. It really is. It's almost more creepy when they show it close up.
Oh,
and the music's fantastic. Everything about it's great.
Fuck me. If your number one is what I just fucking thought of, you're a motherfucker. I just had an epiphany. Oh man, dude. I think I know what your number one is, man.
I'll let you guess before I get to it. But Don't Torture Duckling, my favorite Fulci film, 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Okay,
Carly.
Okay, my number 3 is Images.
Wow.
Damn it.
Awesome.
I had it as your number one. Damn
Did you really?
I didn't know that she would like that.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is actually one, it was on my list for a while, and I decided to rewatch it because I couldn't remember it a whole lot. And I'm glad I did, because I liked it even more the second time around, and my rating actually went up half a point. I just really love the main character you're following. I think they do a really good job of kind of representing the psychological issues she's kind of going through, and it just gets worse and worse as the movie goes on. I also just really like the setting, the atmosphere, and it just has this really kind of polished look to it, a very unique type of look. And then the musical score, whatever you want to call it, the music cues are actually really kind of creepy in this movie, and it adds to the very eerie feel that you get with it. But yeah, overall, I just really like this. I think they, like I said, they do a great job of kind of just portraying this person slowly going more and more crazy, and
her bipolarism.
Yes, exactly, absolutely, yes, 100%.
Or pre-postpartum.
Pre-postpartum. Yeah. Fuck, I look at him making up all these words.
Should be a psychologist. Yeah, Images, 8.5 out of 10.
See, I didn't even think that you would like this one because it was, it's a British production too. So I was like, I don't know.
See, she's gonna there was, like I said, there was a few that slipped by that I did enjoy, so you couldn't just completely rate them all off.
It's definitely a lot different than, the Hammer films and stuff that you don't really care for sure. Yeah.
Like I said, I like the psychological thriller type of movies like that.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. JP?
All right.
And
my
he spills
number
another
3.
one.
No, please, God. I think that was my fucking dead sister haunting me for talking shit.
Oh my God. That was really bad timing, yeah.
Dude! Oh, you having Images or what?
I'm sorry.
Your bipolarism is kicking in?
This is number 3, The Last House on the motherfucking Left.
Fuck!
You guys fucking shit.
What was that?
I'm out with you too now. I'm only alive with Moodz.
Last House on the Left, man. It's a love-hate film for me. I sometimes hate the fact that, like, I've seen it so many times, and every time I walk away feeling something different. Like, the last time I reviewed it was with me and Moodz, and we were both kind of lukewarm on it, and I'm just like, man, you know, the music and stuff really bothers me. But then this time watching it on the new Arrow Blu-ray that we gave away 6 copies of, I watched it and I'm just like, one, that thing with Junior like kind of got me excited because I was like, wow, I've seen this movie so many times and never noticed that. And then 2, like the violence and the horror between, you know, when they enter the woods and when they exit the woods is just some of the, especially putting it in perspective with the stuff that was coming out at this time, you know, after seeing so many movies from this year, it's just so different because it is the most rawest movie that exists in this year. And that impressed me. In a year that was filled with so much stuff that felt the same, to see something this hardcore in 72 was just almost shocking, you know. And I think that the you could tell that Craven was going to go on to do interesting things in this film because of how just, you know, you just see that he had something. And I love Krug. I think he's fucking just a piece of crap, you know what I mean? And you feel bad for Junior, but at the same time you want to punch him in the face for not doing more to help. And you know, you feel bad for the girls, especially. Like, they just, I mean, even like the part where it's like, man, have them make it with each other. He's like, yeah, let's have them make it with each other. And I'm just like, oh, these pieces of shit, man. Because it's just so, that's something Jeremy would say.
It is a piece of shit thing.
Let's
but
make
Junior,
these broads make it.
But Junior did it almost to like save them because they were
he
touring.
did. Yeah, he was like, I love, and you know something else I realized about this film this time watching.
Well, he was he was conscious about it, man, because he was the one that fucking got him in that predicament in the first place.
Yeah, another thing that I noticed while watching it that I don't think I noticed before is when, and I might be mistaken, but when they give that, when they're on the news talking about the gang, they list like this rap sheet and stuff, but none of it is like killed 17 people or something. So whenever you see them in the woods with them and Junior's like, man, you're gonna kill somebody, you know what I mean? Like, all the time when I watch it, I was just like, of course they're gonna kill somebody.
Well, that's because he's so fucking clueless, because he's all fucking fucked up on drugs
but no,
and shit.
I don't think that these people are like serial murderers. I think they're just career criminals and really took it far this day.
Yeah, but there's a difference between robbing 7-Elevens and fucking raping and murdering.
Well, I think they were rapists. You know, even the uncle was like convicted of child molestation. But I'm saying, like, whenever you see them and they're all like kind of shocked at what they did, they're picking grass off their hands and they all look kind of ashamed of themselves. I think that it makes more sense now that when you think that, like, these aren't serial killers, like, they're doing this. They're criminals who've done really fucked up shit, but they still can feel fucked up for doing fucked up murders too, you know. I think these are quite possibly the first girls they've ever killed, the first people they've ever killed.
Yeah, those are called non-sociopaths. Most of us aren't sociopaths, so I mean, even as a criminal. Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, with these, I always thought of them as like serial killers, like villainous killers.
I never thought really of them like that. No, it's weird.
Really?
No, I just thought that. Yeah.
I always just thought of them as like people who have killed like a bunch of times and it's no big deal.
See, the only problem, one of the major issues I've always had with this movie, though, I mean, if you look at it like that, you know, these guys are career criminals. They're going to do some fucked up shit and stuff. But I mean, the storyline is these guys have just, you know, escaped jail and they go and fucking do this shit. I mean, you think that you would keep your shit on the down low for a little bit longer than, you know, a couple days before you started doing some fucked up shit. Especially on that level, because I mean, if they aren't those type of killers, if they aren't actual killers, this has got to be the furthest away from what they really should be doing in this situation. I mean, it's like, hey guys, we're out of jail, we're on the run, let's go rape and some murder and pillage and do some real fucked up shit that we've never done in the past. Like,
you would
it's
think
a little
that,
extreme.
right?
Yeah.
When Ted Bundy got out of jail, I totally didn't expect him to go like rape and murder sorority.
Exactly, right? It seems out of sorts.
No, you made the point that they're scumbags, they're rapists, and it makes sense. But the way you think about it in terms of them not having killed before is that if these girls had fully cooperated, would they be dead?
Probably not.
Exactly, because they
were just going to rape them.
Yeah.
Kind of make them make it with each other, make them pee themselves.
Because Sadie even says, I'll get you out of this at one point, and then Phyllis hits Sadie, and then that was like Phyllis's last chance, and then it just becomes...
I think they were just going to dump them in the woods and take off.
See, I don't know, man, because as those criminals, they know that these girls aren't going to sit there. They're not going to lay down, open their vajayjays, and just let them fucking, hammer away.
Why not?
I mean, it's just... it's human. There's a presence there, man. I mean, people aren't just going to lay back. I mean, I can't speak for everybody.
It happens all the time, though, right? I mean, you hear
for the most part,
of people
women are going to fight back.
And like, I mean, I would. I'm sure Carly would, or Jeremy.
I'm just saying, most people.
Him, he definitely.
Most people probably, most women or whatever. I mean, I'm sure some males get raped, and sometimes Jeremy, and but yeah, like.
Some people
think most people are going to fight back.
It's
natural as a human to fucking defend themselves, especially when you're being violated, though, like that.
Here's the thing. If you feel like this person is going to kill me if I don't do what they say, some people are the type of people that will be like, I would rather be raped than be dead. So I'm going to let this happen, and then I'm going to
and then they get raped, and then they think after, and I'm like, I'd rather be dead than have fucking live through that shit again.
I know, but I would rather be raped than dead.
I think giving yourself the best possible chance to get out of it is fighting back. Having to live with that shit after, I think, is probably even fucking worse.
It is for a lot of people, but some people like me, I'm all about self-preservation. I don't want to die, period.
If I'm a woman and I'm caught in this situation, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because, of course, if you fight back, you're probably lessening the chance that you're going to survive.
Not necessarily. You might think that they're going to kill you regardless. So
exactly,
really
that's my point. I was trying to get to.
You think as a person.
That's exactly what my point was. You're going to lay there.
That's why some girls don't fight back.
Yeah,
because there's hundreds and thousands of examples.
I think in a situation like that, you have to assume that they are going to kill you. So fighting back is probably the best way to get out of that situation. I mean, if I'm a female and I'm thinking, fuck, man, if I lay here, let them rape, they're probably going to kill me anyways. Why are they going to let me go? I can fucking ID this dude, man. He ain't letting me go. There's no fucking way. They're criminals already. You know that they're bad people. Right?
But here's the thing, like some people, like a lot of people get raped and don't get killed after. Like a lot of people.
Well, I mean,
right?
there is rapists.
So how many rape cases are there a year of people who are still alive and reported a rape case? Right? Like I would say that over 50% of people aren't killed after being raped.
Look at this. Look,
feature review.
For the sake of the movie, I just want to say this real quick. For the sake of the movie, I think the reason why Mary, sorry, I got confused for a sec. The reason why Mary is sort of defeated and not fighting back is because she knows at that point she's not getting out of there alive.
By the end of it, yeah, she tries to fight early on though.
Early on, she does, but once they come back with Phyllis's arm, and then she sort of withdraws as if she knows she's dead, and it's even.
I think it's
at that point it's
way
like,
more tragic.
You're calling uncle at that point.
Yeah, that is just one of the best scenes of this movie. But yeah, I've definitely come really high up on it compared to what I was previously. It just is. I think that it has so much good, and yes, the music is like the music in the car is the worst.
I just don't get in. Like, there's so many cons to the movie for myself. Like, I don't have fun watching that movie. I mean, you really shouldn't have fun watching a rape movie. Really, I mean. I don't know, man.
I just think it's powerful. And when a film's powerful, to me, I can look past some flaws. I still take points off for the stupid music. And I do think that it's very fucking dumb. But I like some of the music too, like the Road Leads to Nowhere song at the beginning I really like. And then the music that's playing when she's walking away in the by the lake and stuff is really good. But the fucking music and the cops are just the worst.
But it's plagued by those fucking the town that dreaded sundown fucking cops in the movie, you know?
Yeah.
Right?
The town that dreaded sundown's a little worse.
Oh, those
They're
scenes
like dressed in dragons.
they're cringe-worthy, man. It's
yeah.
Ruin's a great movie, really.
I think also it would have been a little bit stronger had they shown a little bit more of Weasel's death and Krug's death. If it had been a little bit more, I mean,
Krug's death should have been, you know, very, very. It should have been high on the spectrum.
Yeah, it definitely should have.
Yeah,
and even though Weasel's was like horrifying, you know, it should have been shown a little bit more graphic and degrading.
I'll give this one an 8.5 out of 10, though. I came up from a 7.5.
I would have loved to seen the penis right in her mouth, like bite it right off.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded seeing that.
I know Brandon loves seeing penises.
Carly was flicking her cooter when that happened.
Yeah.
Way to run a joke into the wall.
Yeah, that's you.
Wow.
Fuck, I love how he gives this guy shit for running jokes in the wall.
I just ran my cooter into the wall. That must hurt.
I just picture Jeremy like pulling off a girl's pants and like flicking,
literally flicking it,
flicking.
You'd be like,
vagina.
what the hell?
He's like, why doesn't this? This doesn't. I don't think this is what I'm supposed to be doing.
Damn, broad doesn't like the
flicking.
like,
what are you doing, bro?
Damn, broad.
He's like, I'm flicking your cooter.
That's amazing.
We love you.
That is absolutely amazing. Good shit. Is it my go? Yes.
Yes.
All right. Coming in number 3, we are going back to the boot country.
Italy.
Directed. Thank you, JP. That was amazing. Directed by Massimo Dallamano. We have reviewed this as a group.
Solange. What
have you done to Solange? Starring Fabio Testi. And a very early appearance by Camille Keaton, of course, from I Spit on Your Grave. She actually did a couple movies in 1972. She was also starred in Tragic Ceremony, which is a pretty interesting film, too, dealing with cults and shit like that. I mean, what more can we say about Solange, man? I think it's a phenomenal. It's a phenomenal giallo, man. I love the story. There's one case in point where might be a little bit of a plot hole that we kind of discussed during our main review during Italian month, but otherwise, man,
what is that we discussed?
The scene in which Fabio Testi and his student are in the boat.
Yeah, I watched it again and I was like, this just doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah,
unless it's supernatural.
Exactly, it's a little bit of an awkward, like when you really kind of think about it, you know, you're like, what? I don't know. Put that into full perspective.
There's no way she could have seen over there, period.
Exactly. So, but I mean, besides that scene, I mean, the whole movie honestly makes a lot of sense. And the conclusion to this, like the actual core of the story, is fucking brutal. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, I mean, it really goes into a real dark place unexpectedly with this. Like I said, it's a giallo. I don't want to give it away and stuff, but that whole storyline and why the girls were being murdered and shit actually completely makes fucking perfect sense. You know?
Another issue that I had with it watching it this time is why was Solange involved with this?
What do you mean? Why was she involved?
Why was she involved with those girls?
I mean, it was. I mean, how does anybody get involved with that?
I don't think anybody really does.
I think you're kind of drawn into it a little bit. I think you're more recruited into something like that, right? You know, the girls who have already been brainwashed that are doing what they're doing are just out to recruit more. You know, it's like any type of weird cult. This one just happens to deal with sex, right?
Yeah, I just guess I wasn't buying the sex cult thing that much.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you don't buy into it, then it's, you know, it's a little bit of a misfire then. But I mean, these things do exist, though. They really do exist, you know? So, and also, you know, the reason why these girls are dying completely makes sense and stuff. I just like the mystery of it, man. I think the deaths are really good. The cinematography, the music's fucking phenomenal. This movie by Moni Morricone does a great job scoring it. I think it just, it really kind of lifts that story, man, you know, from the depths, and all around great film, man. I personally am a huge Fabio Testi fan. I think pretty much everything that guy was in he's always a presence, man. He's awesome, and but it deals with a lot of things, it deals with, obviously that whole kind of sex trade thing, and it deals with, a man and he obviously has marital problems, and it deals with underage sex. I mean, he's a teacher, and he's not really fucking the student, but he's still involved with the students and shit like that. And, those things are very much a presence.
Why do you think I went into teaching?
Of today's society. Exactly. I mean, these things happen all the time.
Middle schools too. That's even more fucked up.
That's what I like about the story, is that it's very real. These things we hear about.
Dude, you can't say that. I'm telling
you. You just ruined your career.
Everything that's been said tonight, that's where the line has been drawn.
Amazing.
I'm glad you had this on your list, because this was probably, I didn't do past 10, but this was probably 11 or 12 on my list. This
was my number 19.
Okay, this is one of the films that just missed out on my list.
19? Damn, dude. Didn't you give it a high fucking rating? I know Jeremy
I gave it an 8.5 when we reviewed it, but I dropped it to an
Actually, I'm pretty sure Jeremy came in at a 9.5 on this one. I didn't even think about this motherfucking movie for his number 1. Damn.
It's not it anyway. So.
I had this.
Wow, because his original rating on it was 9.5.
Oh, you're out, Carly.
Crazy. Mm-hmm. But my opinion, man, just another great, solid giallo from 72. And I am sticking with my original rating, which is 9.5.
Like giallos much?
Who would have saw it?
I do, man. I love dialogue heavy films, man.
The giallos from this year are terrific. Even though I had a lot that didn't make the list.
Mm-hmm.
I
hear that, man. I hear that. There's some giallos from this year that I've actually never seen before that I really wanted to get to, but I couldn't find a couple of them, so that was kind of disheartening. But for the most part, really good. I'm not even sure if JP was even fucking around when he said that he hated Death Walks at Midnight. I know you said it was a little bit messy and shit, but I think that one's pretty good too.
Death Walks at Midnight
was my least favorite.
It's a little messy. It was like, who are you? Why are you here? Okay, guess it doesn't matter. We never see you again. Just a lot of stuff like that. I don't know. It was,
I don't know, man. I kind of like it, man. I mean, Case of Bloody Iris is pretty good. Did anyone see Eye in the Labyrinth?
I did.
No.
Case of Bloody Iris, for those of you, it was my 16th spot.
I think Eye in the Labyrinth, when I first watched it, I definitely didn't like it as much as I did in my second watch. It was weird. I don't know.
First time watch for me, I gave it a 7.5 for Eye in the Labyrinth.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my rating went up on this one too. But good stuff. But yeah, so that's my number 3. Jeremy.
All right, number 2 from the land of Britain is Tower of Evil. Now, I just watched this one yesterday. Wow. This movie's fucking awesome, man. It has the level of sleaze to it, but the atmosphere in this movie is off the charts. Yep, the setting that they choose, the setting that they choose for this movie is amazing. They're clearly shooting on a soundstage, but it's fantastic. The interior of this old and abandoned lighthouse that's been on this cursed island for years, and it's rotting and it's dirty. It's just has all these medieval artifacts all around it. It's just amazing. And the story, it's not that low budget of a made movie. It's actually pretty high budget, and it has a pretty interesting story, even though, like I said, it has a level of sleaze to it. But the main reason why you watch this movie, as I said, is the setting, and basically you just follow these group of characters who are trying to go to this island to find this hidden treasure. And basically on this island, there's a bunch of murders that happened, and it's basically, a cursed island, and there's something going on this island. I'm not going to ruin it, but it's just a really, really fun, interesting film that I probably wouldn't have watched, actually, if it wasn't for having to do this, but
you make it sound like it's such a bad thing having to do this. God damn.
I know, god damn it, but
what made you watch it? Did you see someone's rating was high on it or something, or what?
No, I was just going through the list on Letterboxd. Like, oh, that looks interesting. I think I'll watch that one.
I don't remember what I read.
Eric's going to be happy.
Yeah, I'll definitely be. I actually want to pick this up now from Scorpion or Rowan, whatever the hell it is. But I give it an 8.5 out of 10. If you haven't seen Tower of Evil, do yourself a favor and check it out. It's actually pretty damn good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, actually my rating was 7.5 on it. So
nice,
interesting.
All right, number 2. I'm very happy that it showed up on another list and that a bunch of you saw it and really liked it because I was afraid that nobody was going to bring this film up, and that is Crawl Space.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, I had to say your number 1. God damn it.
Jeremy, this and my number 1 were flipping back and forth for a long time.
Dude, I had it. Brandon, Crawl Space.
It was close. I don't even know if you can necessarily even call this a horror film. The most horrific element of this film is that
somebody's living in your fucking crawl space.
It's
the idea.
It's the idea that an individual like Richard can be ignored and be sort of lost in society. And that's when I kind of mentioned when I was talking to Jeremy earlier about
how you feel
about My Brother's Keeper, the documentary. Remember I told you to draw comparisons?
Yeah, I was going to draw it to
that whole
Power of Evil actually, because it has like.
But there's not really a villain here. Richard is not a bad guy here, and when he is finally shown some love by Albert and Alice, it's it's heartbreaking because he gets this idea that he's a part of this family, and that's the one thing that's been missing from their lives, as you talk about, because they talk about how Alice's sister is so cold and nasty, talking about her like 6 children or whatever. And you could just tell there's a lot of love in this family, but they really wanted kids and probably weren't able to have them. And so this is like their chance at having a family, and everything seems great. But, at this point, Richard is just, I don't want to say too far gone, but he's accustomed to like having it his way or no way at all. Yeah, he's a child. Yeah, exactly. He's a child in an adult body, and he becomes increasingly violent, and even though it escalates to the point it does, I never felt like he was gonna hurt this family. Even the way it plays out, I still don't think he would have hurt them. But that ending, oh man, that made me sad. That brought a tear to my eye. That very last shot, when you see what he put in the windowsill, I thought it was just absolutely
pussy.
Fantastic. You got
no
heart.
Tear to my eye.
No,
you
man.
got no heart. You got no heart.
He wasn't going to hurt the family, man. They were fucking feeding his ass.
Letting him live there.
He got no heart. It was beyond that. It was the first time he felt love in his life. What's even more haunting is that, here's a guy who's probably, in his early 20s, and he's living in the cave at this point. But where did he come from?
Yeah.
The less we know about him, the more disturbing this film is. And like you said, it's a TV movie, so it runs very short. It's like, I think it's like an hour and 15 minutes max. So terrific film, developing characters, especially 3 really strong characters in that short amount of time. Crawl Space, 1972, great film. Needs a nice release.
Re-release, yeah.
A re-release or a
oddly enough, that was fucking Wild Eye that released that movie.
I said that, you dickhead.
Yes, you did.
Don't you listen to anything I say?
Dude, I was taking a piss.
He did say when Wild Eye wasn't putting out shit. He did say that. And this is another 9 out of 10.
I was taking a piss, man, for show.
Were you taking the piss or taking a piss?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just an update. Nobody on the page predicted 4 or more of our number 1s. I was just going through and everybody has been eliminated from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
All right.
Some people guess like weird shit for me. Like somebody guessed that Solange would be my number 1.
Somebody guessed Season of the Witch for me. I think Zaza did.
Really?
That's a weird one.
Wow.
Which I really liked, but it didn't make my list.
Whose turn?
Carly's.
Okay, so number 2. I think only one other person mentioned this one, and it is Private Parts.
Nice.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah,
Fuck.
yeah.
Oh, what?
That was my number 9.
I was talking about how I like this one. You're like, yeah, I had a problem with the end, and I'm like, oh, so
I didn't.
you didn't.
That's why when you brought it up, I was
criticize
kind
the
of like,
ending.
I was like, I didn't think it was a huge deal, dude. Plus, I didn't want to give away. Anyway, but yeah. Besides that, like last little ending bits that I don't know, maybe has a reason, but I just don't know. It's I thought this was a great movie. I kind of watched it after watching a bunch of movies I didn't really care for, and I'd never even heard of this movie before, and the title just kind of sounded like it was going to be stupid, but I was just really amazed by it. I think the main girl you're following kind of really helps to drive the movie because she's just very eccentric, and it's got one of my favorite settings, which is the hotel setting or just apartment setting. Those two types of settings are some of my favorites, and you just have all these interesting side characters, and like was said earlier, you have some weird visuals, like with the blood injections. That scene kind of makes me cringe, but overall, really enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty fun movie. Love the setting, love the main girl. 8.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Yay.
I still have 3 left that I'm in on.
How?
Yeah,
I only have Brandon and Moodz.
I have Carly, Moodz, and Brandon.
I'm with Moodz and JP.
I have Moodz.
Fuck! I was out in the first 5 or the bottom
I have
5.
Moodz left, and I know what his last 2 are. I just don't know if I'm gonna get the one that he picked. It's
all right.
50-50.
All right. My number 2 is Sergio Martino's "Your Vice is a Locker Room."
God damn it!
Only I have the key.
That's so gay.
Why?
You said it's your favorite Italian film. How the hell is it number 2 and not 1?
Because my favorite fucking.
Because number 1 is not Italian.
Hold on, I never said this is my favorite Italian film.
Says it on Letterboxd. Says it on Letterboxd.
Says it's my favorite or one of my favorites.
I'll have to look.
Even if it says that, his number 1 is probably not Italian.
Yeah, it isn't.
I honestly didn't know that you fucking love this movie that much.
God damn it, probably.
Yeah, do you not remember when I was praising it?
I do, but I for some reason I don't know. Fuck.
And I got to start listening to your show again.
Yeah, this one is. I love the black cat story. I love how the cat loses its eye and you keep seeing it throughout the film. It's creepy, and then I love the end, how the reveal, and I love that it's fucked up. It's weird, It's the Edwidge is in there, and she's like this dude's niece or whatever.
You love this film because there's a little bit of incest going on. Well, I should
exactly
say a little
incest.
bit. There's a lot of incest going on.
Yeah,
They're not related by blood, though.
But still, it's the principal at that time, though, man.
No, he is. He's related to her. That's incest. I'm talking about her.
Yeah. And then the lesbian seduction thing, and I kind of like Edwidge with shorter hair a little bit.
Why didn't they kiss?
Exactly.
I'm just kidding.
They didn't.
I'm sorry.
They were pussies.
See what you're not seeing, man. He's flicking the cooter, man.
All you gotta do is watch Black Swan. That's how you do it right.
Oh, fucking Black Swan. Jesus.
I do love Swan.
Me too.
It's pretty good.
Anyway, yeah, we've talked about it. I really dig it. Check out our review. We go in depth on it too. I gave it a 9 out of 10. Same rating that I had before. I've seen this about 4 or 5 times now.
Awesome. Q. Coming in at number deuce.
Please.
For myself, directed by, and actually the second time he makes my top 10, Sergio Martino.
Ooh, yes, I'm still in the running.
Your Vice is a Locked Room, and only I have the key.
What the
Really?
fuck?
We have the same number 2?
Yep. Man, I fucking love black cat stories. As you guys might recall, I think my favorite film from Masters of Horror Season 2 was The Black Cat, and that, so good. So good. Yeah. I love this story, the way this story is told. It's almost like it's in 2 parts, you know? And I love that about it. They didn't go like the conventional way and just tell the story the way it's been told a million times. They go out of their way and do this, and it has so many damn twists and turns at the end of the film. It's ridiculous. But the court, what it turns out to be is amazing. It's totally fucking awesome. My only gripe on this film, and I actually laugh at this part every single time I watch the movie, is the scene where they're on the fucking motorcycle and they hit the oil slick. The way it's shot and edited is so bad. Like,
Yeah.
like it's really, really bad.
It feels like a slapstick comedy.
It does, man. Martino's shot so much better stuff, and he's done the whole film was really good up to that point. And you're just like, oh, dude, really?
It's hard to shoot that though, and like you need a professional stunt driver.
That's what I'm saying. If you hire stunt drivers, then you can actually shoot it with them literally falling off the bike and getting all fucked up and shit. But
I know,
happens
but
so fast.
I think because you have two people, that's where it's like gets difficult because you're like actually have someone else's life in your hands.
It is a little bit comical though.
Yeah, no, there's probably other ways to do that scene. It doesn't look good.
No, it really doesn't actually, and it's such a shame too because you're getting all these twists and turns at that time, and then we get another one at the end. It's fucking awesome, man.
I didn't know that you liked this movie that much.
Oh, I do, man. I don't know what it is, man. It's ironically enough, I've watched a lot of versions of Poe's Black Cat story, and Fulci, being my favorite director, actually has one of the weaker versions of the story. It's way down my list.
Yeah.
Just call him how I see him, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this one is phenomenal. It's great. Fennec is amazing. Anita Strasberg is fucking awesome in it. Rashomon's awesome. The music's amazing by Bruno Nicoli. Again, it's just full package deal. Great storytelling. 9.5 out of 10.
Awesome. Before we get into our ones,
why are you confused?
Because I still have 2 movies left that you should have on your list, but unless I wasn't paying attention to one.
Really?
There's 2 movies. There's 2 movies left that I know you love, and I'm like,
dude,
maybe you don't love one as much as I thought.
Oh, shit.
Well, there's one. I think we probably all picked the right one.
I'm thinking I did.
Atop the session of Joe Laney, like you thought he was going to be.
I think that my number one might have been probably the easiest one to pick.
Yeah. Anyway, let's randomize here for another giveaway. This is for the people who sucked at guessing, worse than us, sucked at guessing our number ones. So we're just going to do actually, you know what? We'll save that one because I didn't count how many people there are yet. So we'll do the Twitter one first, which let's go ahead and randomize. And the winner is 11. So let me see here. 1,
Please
2,
go faster than that.
4, 5, 6,
7, 9, 10, 57, 86.
I thought he was going to say 50 Cent there for a second. But.
Jim Cornelius, also Canadian, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah.
Less and less fucking international forms to fill out.
And if
Amazing.
you stop by Will's house, just swing by Don Cornelius' house.
Because it's just up the street, right?
What's his name? Don Cornelius?
No, it's actually not at all. It's Cum Aurelis. I always just called him John.
Is he really
Cornelius. Canadian? I think, isn't he?
I'm not sure, dude. I don't know.
I could be wrong.
Probably not, with my luck. Fuck. International.
Well, he's a Toronto Raptors fan, judging by his...
Oh, maybe he is.
Oh, isn't everyone now?
Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. Speaking of that shit, man, I fucking forgot that
they shot Big Papi, bro.
The hockey game is going on right now, and the Blues might win the cup.
It's over. Bruins.
Oh, is it? Oh, really? I haven't checked my phone.
But did you hear what else happened?
I've been watching it the whole time.
Dude, I know. I just fucking saw that 2 seconds ago. What the hell is up with that?
I know.
Who shoots Big Papi, man?
What does that mean?
In his own country too, and considering he's a goddamn legend and god there.
I don't get what that means.
I don't know who
David Ortiz? Oh, that's right. He's the baseball hater.
Okay,
that explains why I don't know what's going on.
Hopefully he's going to be okay because he's a Hall of Famer. He just retired. He'll be in the Hall of Fame in a couple years.
Anyway, are we going to say what we think is each other's number ones?
Yeah, sure. So I'm still I picked Sisters for Jeremy. I'm off on that. I have 3 left. I picked Don't Torture a Duckling for Moodz, as which I assume everybody else did.
Yes.
Brandon, I was really the toss up. I went with Private Parts, and then Carly, I went with Deliverance. Don't tell me if I'm right yet.
Deliverance. Wow. Well, I had Brandon, Possession of Joel Delaney. Jeremy's sisters, JP, Tales of the Crypt, and Carly, Tales from the Crypt, because I changed it from the other.
All right, I had Duckling for Moodz, Vice for JP, Crawl Space for Brandon, and Images for Carly.
God, your picks are so much better than mine.
Yeah, I had Images for Carly, Sisters for Jeremy, Duckling for Moodz, and Last House for JP.
I had Private Parts for Jeremy. For Moodz, I actually had Duckling, and I changed it to What Have You Done to Solange? So, and then JP, I had Deliverance, and Brandon, I had no idea, so I just put Tales from the Crypt.
All right.
All right. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
My number 1 is Private Parts.
Yeah.
Really? Fuck, dude. What the?
That's the second obvious one, though.
I had no idea. Even if you gave me 4 more guesses right now, I wouldn't have said Private Parts for him.
Why? Sexually frustrated weirdo, and come on.
I watched Jeremy's live streams. And he was
Oh, that's it. And she did just say she had Private Parts for him.
JP just broke it down perfectly. He just broke it down perfectly. Oh my god.
Yeah,
How did I not think of this, man?
Have you not listened to his top 50? Every film that he loves is about some sexually frustrated weirdo.
I'm as stupid as I look. Really. That's fucked up.
Jesus, I like a movie.
I hope our number 1s don't say anything about us, because then I'm really fucked up.
Well, what can be said about Private Parts that already hasn't been said? It's just a fun movie. All these characters in this hotel are so quirky and strange and bizarre, and you just love to spend more time with them, even though they're fucking weirdos. It's just such a weird kind of movie that I can't really think about any other movie at the time that came out that's pretty similar to it. And even like this guy that's obsessed with fucking this blow-up doll filled with water and blood. It's like I can't really think of any other movie where we have a guy that's fucking a blow-up doll, and just the way that the mother's trying to hide it from this niece of hers and everything like that. And the police is what it is. It's not the best part, but like I said, what really captivated me with this movie is the characters, and definitely that's like the highlight of this movie. I love this movie. It's so fun. It's such a underrated, really talked about movie. I remember why I picked this up. Like somebody was talking about it a while ago. I think it was Scotty, actually, when he was still making his videos. I remember him talking about this movie. I was like, I got to pick that up because that sounds pretty interesting.
Bullshit, man. Cool Duder used to talk about this movie all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 100%. And like it's old,
you were a big Cool Duder fan, so
500-pound days, man. He used to always praise Private Part. I always remember Cool Duder for 2 films. It was fucking Private Parts, and it was fucking Crawl Space. Those are the 2.
And the Peanut Butter Solution.
And Bad Ronald. Those are the fucking 3 movies.
I remember Bad Ronald.
Yeah, he talked about Private Parts lots of times.
Yeah. But if you haven't seen Private Parts, check it out. It's fucking awesome. I give it a 9 out of 10. It's really good. I had a fun time watching it. It's one of the first movies I watched too, and it's still held up throughout 34 other movies. So check it out. It's good.
Wow.
Cool.
Harley wins.
Cool.
All right. Mine's well, you know what, Moodz? I know you said you might have figured it out. Do you want to take a guess what you think it was?
Well, I was having this weird epiphany that if you did this, it's kind of cheating because I don't really know if it even qualifies because it's short, but the La Cabina.
Oh, the phone box. I'm glad you brought that up because I did not count it, but that short film from 1972 was fantastic.
I fully admit I misrated it. I gave it an 8. I should have gave that shit like a 10 out of 10. That's one of the best shorts.
I didn't watch it.
It's fantastic.
It's probably,
it really
I'm not even joking, it's one of the best short films I've ever seen.
How long is it?
Like 30 minutes.
30 minutes? It's absolutely motherfucking terrifying. Yeah, it's one of the best short films I've ever seen.
Have to check that out.
Ever seen before. And
so what you're saying is it's the best thing that came out in 72.
It might be.
It's better than the son raping the father movie.
It's so good, man. Fuck, dude.
You didn't answer. Is it better than the son raping the father movie?
Oh, the Ari Aster film. I was wondering what the hell you were talking about.
What is he talking about?
He's talking about the Ari Aster short film.
The Johnson movie or whatever.
Carly, did you watch The Phone Box?
I did not. I didn't even hear about it.
Yeah.
See, we started the 72 chat way too late. We should have started it from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's really, really solid, man. Like, I'm talking freaky shit, man.
All right, so what's Brandon?
All right. Here we go. My number one is a giallo, and I'm just going to go ahead and say it right now. It is, to me, the most underrated giallo, period. It's Tonino Valeri's My Dear Killer.
Never seen it.
Also scored by Ennio Morricone. I think it's the best score of all the giallos.
I did. I watched that one. What the fuck am I talking about?
Did you watch
My
it?
Dear Killer. Yeah, I did.
You know what's funny? I didn't get. It's actually sitting right at the top of my list, and I never got to rewatch it. I kind of ran out of time. But
I saw this film a long time ago. This is one of the first giallos I ever saw.
Greatest opening scene ever.
And then I never remembered what it was. And I remember once I joined your group page, I started asking about, what's that film, that Italian film with the mirror rolling down the hill? That's all I remember. What's the mirror? And it took forever, and eventually somebody told me. I'm like, yes, that's the freaking movie. And rewatching it this time, man, this movie is just dark, disturbing, atmospheric. The kills, the opening kill is goofy as hell. When the
it's one of the best scenes ever.
It's great. Like, he doesn't even lift his arms to attempt to grab at the bulldozer. He's literally just hanging by his head like 50 feet in the air.
It's so. But you got to admit though, it's creative as fuck, though, right?
It is.
Some shit like that, yeah.
And it's just a great, like, almost like a cat and mouse type giallo, where the killer's always one step ahead of the Inspector Peretti, played by by George Hilton, who's terrific in it, and it, he connects that the insurance investigator's death is related to an old case of a little girl who disappeared and died of starvation. And,
see, one of my favorite types of giallos, or like one of my favorite things in giallos, is where it almost it's like the detective narrative is heavily focused on, and it's a well-written story with like clues and stuff, like when they're solving like the woman that was hanging and stuff. Like, I like that stuff, and I feel like a lot of giallos like kind of slack on that aspect of actually having like a good, well thought out like murder mystery.
Yeah,
I remember when watching honestly, this one, I kind of watched it at a bad time, you know what I mean? I was into it, but I kind of fell out of it a little bit. So I would probably want to rewatch this one since you liked it so much. But I remember
it's definitely,
it was pretty good.
Yeah.
It's terrific because everything does come together and make perfect sense.
It does, yeah.
It's something you actually can figure out without really knowing if you can get yourself inside the mind of a child and what the ultimate clue is, which you know what it relates to very early on. You know what's missing and what the clue is. But like, what's on that clue? And if you just think from a child standpoint, like that last big reveal, and every character that's suspect in here, with the exception of the mother, who's completely mentally broken at this point, which is why she's still a suspect as well, because she might have killed her child, and now she's just a mental case. But every family member is either a pedophile or just a sleazeball, and it's just. It could be anyone, and I love that there's just so many different suspects throughout, and this obviously has the scene that you'll never see in a movie today, when the pedophile is getting ready to paint the naked girl, and she must be like 11 years old, and she just comes skipping into the room completely naked, full frontal nudity of an 11-year-old girl.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, this is really uncomfortable, but. It is what it is. I mean, I guess this was Italy in 1970s. But the way
coming from the guy who just made a joke about having sex with.
Well, that's why I said I hope our number one films aren't saying anything about the type of people we are, because otherwise I'm fucked.
Let's face it, man. There's a good half a dozen films from '72 that are. Definitely films that you just I should say in scenes too that probably would not probably they wouldn't be able to do today.
Yeah.
What the Peeper Saw is one of them.
Yeah, that's the one I think we were all thinking of.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one too, and
I did like What the Peeper Saw.
It is. It's really good. Yeah.
That little kid, I just wanted to fucking punch him in the face.
Little fucker. Right?
This one plays out so well, and the big reveal at the end is perfect, and it's haunting, and the last image is just like ingrained in your head because it's just the final clue as to what ultimately led to the killer being captured.
So who didn't see that one? Jeremy and Carly.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Fuck you, Jeremy. Bet you I saw every single one. Ha.
You didn't see shit either.
I missed 2. You missed 3. Fuck off.
Keeping track.
Wonder what kind of parent would be like, yeah, you could pay my naked 11-year-old.
Dude, I'm so uncomfortable in that scene. I'm like, they don't need that scene.
Joel Delaney's more uncomfortable for me, man.
No, you know what? The Joel Delaney scene, you don't really see anything, so
But you do though.
A little bit, but it's.
You see Nephew's Nuggets. Nephew's Nuggets.
Very, very little bit.
But it's there.
All right. Anyway, whose turn? Carly.
Yep. All right. So my number 1 is
Nailed it.
Deliverance.
Nailed it.
No way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's
Wait.
do it.
Yeah.
No, we were
This
doing
is
the top 10 on
Top 10 what?
horror.
What'd you
This?
Is Deliverance a horror film?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I knew that some people probably would not count this one, but I mean, this is one I forgot. Actually, I saw this when I was really young. Actually, my dad showed me this one, and I even liked it back then. I remember being pretty mesmerized by it, and I just think you can argue it's more of an adventure type of movie, whatever, but I just think the situation these characters wind up in is terrifying. I mean, they're just a group of friends, and they go on this trip, and they just go out to have a nice, relaxing time, and then they come out of it just completely changed by the horrible events that they are put through and the actions that they have to deal with for the rest of their lives. And I think that in itself makes it horror. And of course, there's that famous scene in it that is also just really hard to watch. And, there's just a lot of parts towards the end that I find to be pretty eerie. And
would that be Uncle's Nuggets?
Maybe. It might, yes.
I agree that it's horror. I really do. I think this is like it's a rape revenge film.
Essentially, it is. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, is this any less horror than What Have You Done to Solange?
No, I actually, I was joking with Carly. I genuinely am fine with this counting as horror. I personally didn't count it, but I can't argue.
Or
against
Sisters, or Frenzy. I don't know.
Yeah, honestly.
I have no problem with this.
I mean, these are all borderline. I mean, in my opinion, giallos are a subgenre of horror in general. They're murder mysteries. They're
they're
pretty much they're the proto slashers in a sense, right? I mean, the slasher comes from giallos, right? So
I think that Deliverance is, rape films are a subgenre of horror, and also survival horror, which is, people hunting other people, to me is, horror. Most Dangerous Game-esque stuff.
Mine and Jeremy's trip to fucking Cinema Wasteland was like a remake of Deliverance.
Yeah, you made me squeal like a piggy, that's for sure.
Gross.
Right in my bunghole.
The only thing about this movie is I do agree, JP mentioned it in his review, how the ending, the dude who gets raped, he's just kind of fine, and he's just eating food like nothing happened. And I do feel like that really wouldn't play out that way. I think you'd be pretty messed up.
Honestly, I think he's in shock. I think he's in shock.
I don't at all.
I think
he's
he
so
is.
chill. He's just
I think that's part of it. And that's why.
I also think
he's so chill that he's in shock. Yeah.
I think that what it's supposed to do is show you that this guy, how people handle trauma differently. Mm-hmm. The guy who killed someone is more shooken up over that than the guy who was raped, and it shows that this guy can't handle the trauma as well as the other guy.
Well, he maybe hasn't fully grasped exactly what's happened to him too, but I think he's in shock from it though. To be honest, I mean, having a Peter in your butthole, man, unwillingly.
I know, but what indication do you get that it's shock?
That he's just not reacting.
That he's not hysterical. That he's not pissed off. He's not fucking showing that raw anger emotion and shit like that. I think that being overly chill. Honestly, dude, if I saw him dude, I would just leave him be, man. He's in shock. Like, he needs to get over this shit, and then what's gonna happen? He's gonna come out of his shock, and then he's gonna be super fucking angry that some dude just pulled his asshole.
What would the difference be between playing it as in shock versus playing it as if it didn't affect you really?
Same.
That's my issue. It's the same exact performance.
Well, not necessarily.
Well, it's not really an issue. Right? It's just something I've observed because I think that what I said, it's to show the different effects of trauma. Mm-hmm. So I'm cool with it, but I'm just saying. And also, like, I think that it's horror because of the way that, like, the final jump scare scene, like, that is straight out of a horror movie.
Yeah, that always creeped me out. but yeah, so I gave this one a 9 out of 10.
Awesome.
Cool.
Did I rate my Deer Killer?
No.
I don't think so.
9.5 out of 10.
Nice.
All right. My number 1 is also Deliverance.
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty easy guess. I'm surprised neither of you guys.
Honestly, I was not even considering it to be on anyone's
list.
That's
why. Because I left it off my list. I
don't understand why.
I think it's because when we had this conversation, even on the podcast, and made polls
everybody
about
agreed
it,
that I won.
But I was kind of, no, they didn't,
dude. If you look at the page, people were like, "Yeah, I didn't think that it was, but after listening to the review, I do think that it is."
I think it has horror elements. I don't think the movie as a whole is a horror film. I mean, the best scene in the movie is the fucking dueling banjos, man. Come on.
It's a good scene. It's about these fools who come in and they're kind of disrespecting their territory. And that happens so often in horror films, right? Like you see that with teens in slasher films come in and like disrespect or disregard the locals, and then bad things happen to them. It's classic horror setup. The only difference is there's a couple of scenes with adventure music playing, like going down rapids.
That's what we said before. It's the way it's shot. It's the presentation of the music. It's the cinema. It's just, it has this kind of overly happy feel to it before the shit starts going down. I don't know. It just doesn't present itself. Even after the traumatic shit happens, I don't really find it to be overly horror. To me, it seems like it turns into survival action or drama in a sense, you know?
So what do you think is horror about, like, your vice is a locked room and I have the key over Deliverance?
Well, it's because it's the aspect of the way the killings are happening, right?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think that the there's a little bit more killings, I guess, but I mean, this film has, you know, some fucked up moments and also some, I mean, it's more people survive in this one, I guess. So it's like the people aren't getting killed, but they're getting tormented.
I mean, let's face it, man. If dude gets raped and there's only like one survivor in the end and everyone kind of gets slaughtered, like the huge kind of I don't know. I think it might turn into a little bit more horror. I mean, I'm not completely against the idea of it being a horror film at all. You know, it definitely has it has things in there that are presenting it as a horror film, but I think as a whole product, I think it's leaning towards more action adventure than horror. It has a horrific moment in it, for sure, and it ends with a horror moment.
This one's like scarier. It's also the fact that it's scary to me. Like, it's wrong turn, you know, going out into the woods and then some, you know, Virginia people fucking with you, like, you know. And it's not just the rape that's horrifying. It's the way they basically, you know, capture or like force these people to do, you know, they hold them hostage essentially for a second. It's creepy when all that happens. And then obviously, like, there's the revenge aspect that happens later on in the film, which is, you know, standard for horror revenge films and stuff like that.
Oddly enough, man, I think if the soundtrack was a little bit darker and, you know, had a little bit different cinematography and stuff, but I think if the person that did the raping was the banjo kid, I think I would fully classify it as a horror film. Because, I mean, it's fucked up looking and shit, man. I mean, that, to me, represents a horror villain. You know, it's different because when you look at somebody that looks like just a redneck or whatever, I don't consider it to be horish. I mean, it's a terrible situation. You don't want some redneck's fucking dick in your butt. That's terrible. But honestly, dude, if the Banjo Kid was fucking raping your ass,
I don't know, man. I just think that like
it feels a little bit more wrong turn at that moment.
If you've ever been to like Virginia, which I have, or anywhere that's like deep into this type of territory, like, man, you just see some weird looking motherfuckers, man, and it's creepy, dude. And especially like, I don't think that people realize how fucking vast the woods are sometimes. But dude, it's fucking scary if you're in the fucking woods and just.
I live in the woods. I know. It's like, BC is just all fucking forest, right? So I get it.
Anyway.
Yeah. So. I mean, I get the arguments completely. I have no problem with that being number one. Yeah.
I give, and also I just literally think this is the best. If it is horror, this is in my opinion, the best horror film that I've seen this year. And it's also my favorite. So once again, that doesn't always line up for me, but my favorite and best lined up. And I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Cool.
As Joe Bob says, the greatest redneck movie ever made.
Yeah, Joe Bob knows what's up.
I mean, you can't really. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely there. So, all right, number 1, coming from my man,
Fulci.
Lucio Fulci. Don't torture a duckling.
So, who was right? How many did you get right? I got 2 right.
I got 1.
I got 2 right.
Who'd you get right, Carly?
Me.
Jeremy and you.
Fuck.
Damn, Jeremy, that's fucking good. I got I don't think I've ever guessed someone's number 1. Okay, I'm absolutely terrible.
I don't think I've got more than 2 ever. No, I might have with Scream.
I don't think I've even got 1. I'm terrible. Oh man.
You got your own.
I did. So yeah, the hypocrisy of religion, man, showcased at an insanely high level, man. When Fulci put out Don't Torture a Duckling, man, he took a lot of motherfucking heat. Because this was taboo. This was straight up taboo shit. You didn't talk about the hypocrisies and, the dark side of, the Catholic religion and shit like that. Especially in Italy.
In Italy, yeah, right. One of the most Christian.
The motherfucking country
Catholic, rather.
was, run by the Catholics, right? This movie is a big fuck you. Wanted people to know what was really going on within that religion. It took a lot of heat for it. It took a lot of balls to do this film. Like I said, it was super taboo. Nowadays, it's a lot more publicized. We understand that this shit has been going on for a long time. But this is, one of the very first films to really kind of point the finger at, what was really going on within that religious factor, right? And I think it's fucking phenomenal, man. It's very ballsy to do a film like this. And, throwing the whole witch aspect in there. And like Brandon even said before, that scene is just, it fucks me right up.
Yep. She
takes it so bad. And that scene is absolutely brutal, man. But I love it, man. I love the development in this film. Like JP said, man, it's a very straightforward film, but this was the point of it because he wanted, why confuse people when you're trying to make a point, right? The social commentary here is obviously out in the forefront.
Yeah, and it still works in terms of being a good mystery.
It does. It definitely does. That's what I mean. Putting that witch aspect in there and stuff. That was really cool. And
there's enough suspects there, and the whole different storylines that
we have the drug dealer girl, who's all in trouble with the law and shit. And fuck, she's hot, man.
Barbara Boucher.
Yeah, she's
super hot, dude.
Yeah, she's stunning.
Oh. Insanely beautiful. I like how he developed this.
I think pound for pound, Italian girls are like so much hotter than American girls in the 70s.
I know, dude. Like, there's
it's crazy.
So many good ones, man. Like,
even the Hammer girls. between the Hammer girls,
Hammer too. Like
the Hammer girls and the Italian films, everybody's fucking stunning.
Americans slacked at showcase. We were too prudish or something. I don't know.
What do you think, Carly?
No comment. Yeah, on the movie or like the lack of girls.
You like the girls too, so.
No, I don't actually. I'm straight, quite straight.
You know, one thing about this movie I love too, man. Of course, I always mention this shit when I'm talking about these movies, but is the music, and it's done by Riz Ortolini, who, of course, did Cannibal Holocaust, scored that film. No, I wouldn't really say this is one of his earlier films. I mean, he'd been doing scores for probably 10, 15 years before this, but it's awesome that he did the music for this. It fits fucking perfect, and it's just it's a really, even by the end of this film, man, it's draining, but I love it. You know, when you figure out what's going on, you're just like, God damn it, man. And I love that. I absolutely love that shit, man. It works on all levels for me. And, you know, big props to Fulci for doing this shit, man. Because, you know, like a lot of reviewers and things have said in the past, you know, this is the type of film that, you know, kind of defined who he really was. You know, he was willing to take those shots, you know, within his own country and be almost crucified for it, you know?
Imagine if he would have made it to where the reveal was killing the kids because he was also molesting the kids. That would have been fucked up.
But he was molesting the kids, though.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, the first kid was actually molested because they said was the second, you know, after the second murder, they're like, was he molested too? And they're like, no, this one wasn't touched. So he was. Oh,
really?
Yeah.
I didn't totally miss that. Did you guys remember that? Did that happen?
I actually even remember that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he was molested.
Probably would have bumped this up if I knew that was the case.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like Fulci was calling this shit how it was, man. Like the church is molesting kids and they're doing all this fucked up shit, and that's what
I
it was.
don't think it's fair to say all the churches are molesting.
No,
kids.
of course not. But I mean, but it's crazy when you think about it. I mean, this is like, you know, 40 something years ago, and he was calling it how it was back then. Very, very taboo. Mad props to this film. It's excellent. Cinematography is phenomenal. And again, we got to go back to the most amazing dummy death.
What was that?
A heavy sigh.
I heard a.
Excited to be up in 3 hours.
You're not going to sleep.
Dude,
why would you go to sleep?
Dude, we're doing a show, man. Come on.
Like, should have took off work, dude.
Like, what
the fuck up?
We all. Carly took off work.
This fucking guy takes a fucking job while we're recording a huge fucking show.
Brandon quit his job 6 months ago.
I did.
Dude, I quit my job a couple weeks ago too, just so I didn't have to fucking take
priorities.
Priorities, motherfucker, priorities. Yeah, man. But yeah, Florinda Balkan, man, she takes a fucking it's got to be one of the most savage scenes ever.
Yeah,
it's brutal.
The
depiction of her getting beaten, just chained and whipped. Oh fuck, dude!
Those wounds are so nasty and brutal looking.
Dude, the first hit when she gets nailed with that fucking 2x4 and it breaks her collarbone and her bone sticking out of her fucking shoulder. You're just like, dude, what the fuck, man?
And even the horrifying aftermath when she crawls up and she finally reaches the road, and you could see that one family sees her,
walking.
Exactly.
And they keep driving by, dude, and it's just like
I know Fulci has this. He can totally capture those great moments, right?
Yeah, 50 years later, nothing's fucking changed.
Exactly my point. That's why this movie is still so relevant today.
Yes,
I think that I think you don't feel as bad because how she was technically trying to kill kids. Am I right?
Well, I mean, she believed that she had.
Yeah, but she wanted them dead. If that shit really worked, she would have killed 3 kids.
She was a little crazy. She was a crazy witch.
It is true, but they tried to justify it too, man. They desecrated her fucking kids, grave and shit. I mean, at least she had a fucking viable reason, to fuck with these kids. I mean, really, when you look at it, the priest is, his reasons for doing it. That's just absolute bullshit. It's bullshit, So the hypocrisy lives hard.
10 out of 10.
No, 9.5 out of 10. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's perfect. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, as much as I love dummy deaths and shit, man.
So I believe that we have 0 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, I'm putting my dear killer right in the Hall of Fame right now.
All right, what do you mean? Don't torture a duck and it doesn't make the Hall of Fame?
What did you rate it, Brandon?
9.
Yeah.
Jeremy?
8.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make it in.
And you guys
I rated it
8.5.
What if I bump mine up to a 15?
8.5?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So not a single and I think this is the only year we haven't had a Hall of Famer. So proves my point.
You guys are throwing in fucking non-horrors. Jeremy's pulling at his private parts from left field.
Desperate.
It proves that there was no Hall of Famers, but it doesn't say, it doesn't prove that there wasn't a lot of other solid films on here.
It's almost fitting to what we were saying, that there were no clear standouts that stood out.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's a 10 out of 10, but there were so many solid films.
I mean,
my heart's beating. I wonder what we're gonna get.
I personally thought that this year it was hard to make the top 10 list because the 3 films I had at 9 that left off the list was Tales from the Crypt, Barren Blood, and The Asphyx. I love those 3 films, and I was like, what the fuck do I do, man? But I'm like, The Night Stalker was one that's sticking out at the time. Did anybody watch The Devil? The Andrei Zalewski film?
I didn't get to it. I had it ready.
I saw it. You watched it today.
Yeah. Did you watch it, Jeremy?
No.
Man, it's pretty fucking interesting, man. It's actually a pretty good film. It's a period piece, so, I mean, but...
Before we get into like the end stuff, like the what we didn't see, the worst film we saw, honorable mentions. Let's do another one of those contests, Johns. And this one, since nobody got 4 or more right, it'll just be random with the people that entered. So another random one here, and it is 11 again. So 1, 2, 3.
Counting twos.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's Will. I don't think we should give Will another one. Let's read.
Did he win again?
Yeah.
No, we can't win 2 copies.
Just drop off 2 copies when you reach his hand.
When you pass the fire.
Dude, I can fucking see him right now. It's crazy.
The winner is Bill Casanelli on the second.
Or Mafia.
Bill. Oh, right on. I like Bill, kind of.
Yeah.
Send him money. You're like,
all right. So, is there any films that you didn't get to, guys, that you think you should have?
Frenzy now.
Well, now I wish I had to rewatch My Dear Killer. It was on my list to watch. I was just like, dude. I watched a lot of goddamn giallos, man. To be honest, man, one of the films I wanted to see I couldn't find anywhere was The French Sex Murders.
I watched that one.
Did you
wait, I watched Thirsty for Love, Sex, and Murder.
Oh,
that one sucked.
Garden of the Dead was another one I wanted to get to. I couldn't find it.
Actually, one of the more underrated ones.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's not going to make a top 10, but it is really fun.
Yeah, that was. I left off. There's a bunch of films I'd seen before. I didn't end up rewatching The Red Queen Kills 7 times either. Yeah,
that's all right.
I never did. You know what's funny? I started the Stone tape. I got about 10 minutes into it, and I got sidetracked, and I just never went back to it.
You didn't miss much.
And you know what else is funny? I started Crimes of the Black Cat, and same thing fucking happened to me. I ended up not finishing the movie, so yeah.
I guess the main ones that I didn't get to was Season of the Witch. I started it and never finished it. The one that Moodz mentioned, that was in his top 10. I forget what it was called.
Possession of Joel Delaney.
That one, and then there was the other one that was in Moodz's top 10. I forget what it was.
Night of the Devils or Images?
Yeah, Night of the Devils, that one.
I got Moodz didn't have Joel Delaney.
No, I didn't have Joel Delaney, man. No. It's another film that was real on the cusp, man. So.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know why. I just felt like you really thought super high of it.
I did. I did. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And another one that I wanted to get to, but didn't, is the fuck's that one called? Well, I'd seen it before, but 7 Bloodstained Orchids, I didn't get a chance to revisit that one. Which is
either.
You know what, man? Actually, the rewatch on that one, I liked it a lot more than I originally did. That's a pretty good giallo, man, by Lenzi. Not bad.
Cannibal Man was another one. Any of you guys have any?
What the fuck are you muting yourself for?
I'm pretty happy with what I've watched, besides maybe the Possession film. But other than that, I feel like...
Asphyx, Joel Delaney.
Oh, you didn't see
Asphyx? I forgot about
I
the
loved
Asphyx.
that one. That one was like...
Absolutely great film, man.
Yeah, that one was like, I really wanted. That's another one where I liked it a lot, but I only had it at 7.5, so it was like kind of out of contention.
That's what I had for the Asphyx.
Yeah, see, like it was
I really
right there.
like
It
that
was
one.
sitting there going, what should I do with this one? I love it though. It's great stuff. Actually, Tombs of the Blind Dead, man. It was another one. I was
The
like,
Cremators.
Oh, that sucks. Don't. That's the worst film I saw this year.
Me too. My lowest rated.
No, dude.
What was the worst?
The Night of
film?
1,000 Cats is the worst movie.
Dude,
I gave that a 2.5.
But you know what? That's an unfair. Because that movie's cut by like 30 minutes, right? It's
cut another hour.
A fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. Like when you watch that film, you can tell there's shit cut right out of it because storylines just aren't connecting and fucking that's bullshit, man. The worst film of the year I watched, Blood Freak. Blood Freak.
Get out of here. Blood Freak is fun.
Fuck, dude, that movie is. I love the fact that they're trying. It's like a PBS special with this religious shit in there, but it's like, like what the fuck is going on in this goddamn movie? It's pure hilarity, is what it is. It's fucking terrible. 1 out of 10. I give it a 1. Beware the Blob. I give 2.5. That movie sucks.
But Will has it as his 4th favorite.
Harley liked it.
It is.
I thought it was kind of fun. I'm sorry.
Oh,
it was in your top 10 for a while.
Dr. Gore. Dr. Gore, I gave 3 out of 10 also. That was fucking terrible.
Man with Two Heads. That's
Thirsty for Love, Sex, and Murder.
Yeah.
That one was pretty horrible.
Man with Two
too.
Heads, I gave a 4. But that's Andy
Blood
Milligan
Sabbath.
shit, though.
Blood Sabbath sucks.
Yeah.
To me, The Cremators and Frankenstein 80 were the 2 worst films I've seen, and Stone Tapes. And I liked Frankenstein 80.
What did you give Stone Tapes? And that was a fucking feature.
A 4.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah. And then another, like, if we're going to get into underrated ones, 3 on a Meat Hook I actually fucking liked, man. I don't care. All the TV movies I saw were pretty good. Also, the Tombs of the Blind Dead, man. That was in my top 10 for such a long time.
That was in mine.
I really liked that. And then one of the bigger surprises for me was Godzilla vs. Gigan.
I knew you were going to say
I really fucking liked that movie. It was awesome. And then I also really fucking liked Silent Night, Bloody Night. That's another
you know,
one.
I didn't rewatch it because I knew it wasn't going to make my top 10, and I don't know, man. I just said fuck it.
Images, Private Parts, Crawl Space, those were in Asylum were all in the cusp.
Home for the Holidays, I thought was a solid fucking TV film.
I did not. I watched that one twice and didn't care for it.
Really,
Yeah, it was
dude?
kinda-
Brave of the Vampire.
I liked it. Gargoyles. When Michael Calls, I thought was okay. Crawl Space. Something Evil. I'm surprised nobody had Something Evil, man. That was pretty good.
Gargoyles.
that one.
That's some fucking
liked it.
Spielberg shit right there, man.
I liked Something Evil. Yeah, that one was good. I liked all the TV movies.
Actually,
Horror Express. Horror Express was okay.
Yeah, that movie was
Yeah.
awesome. I love that movie. Actually,
Dude!
one I feel is super underrated.
Dude!
You watched
I
58?
watched
58 movies.
I totally didn't put Horror Express on. I'm a fucking beast, dude.
You're almost up to me, dude.
If we stay on for another 6 hours, you might have seen every movie that came out that year.
Dude, I'm fucking pumped.
Did
I saw
anyone
so
watch
many
Cutthroat 9?
No.
Yes.
No.
Love it.
I fucking love it. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
See, Jeremy and they will never fucking listen to me, but that's fine.
What?
They're just missing because I fucking post. I even sent a picture to you guys. Look what I'm watching.
Yeah, you
Cutthroat's
do that
9.
too much, though. Can't keep
Cutthroat
up.
9 was brutal and awesome.
Actually, one I think that's really underrated, man, is Beware My Brethren.
Yep, another really good
Vinegar
one.
Syndrome released that, and the transfer. Oh my god!
Oh,
is
another one I
fucking
didn't get
stupid
to.
good.
I have Dear Dead Delilah on Blu-ray, and I didn't watch it. I didn't realize it till today that I had it on Blu-ray.
That's a
from
good
Blu-ray.
movie.
Another
man.
really good one.
The really, really good, solid film, man. What was the other one I was gonna?
I also like Man from Deep River. That was good.
Oh.
And Night of Lepus. I did like Night of Lepus.
Grave of the Vampire. Brandon, you watch Grave of the Vampire?
Yeah,
right?
another one. All these films that you're
Solid.
mentioning now are like 7 to 7.5.
Exactly. I got Grave of the Vampire 7, but it has this great fucking scene in a cemetery.
Yes.
Amazingly shot, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
Totally good shit. Yeah.
All right. Is it time?
I think it is time.
Please don't be 97 for the love of fucking fucks.
Do we have
All
any
right.
more drawings to do or no?
Just the one. Whoever picks this correctly.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, as we know, what do you not? What do you want and what do you not want?
I want like 2010 or 11. That'd be cool.
I want 1990 to 93.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I want one of those 4 years.
I want 80s or 2000s, anything.
I don't want 2000s at all. There's like 10 million films.
Yeah.
2003.
Honestly, man, maybe 2000. What is it? 7 or 8 is like a really damn good solid year.
I think it's 7.
But honestly, there's a lot of previous years in the 2000s that are pretty weak. I was looking.
2003 is pretty good.
No, like 2000, 2001, like anything like 2005 and up is pretty fucking good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind 2000s. Or
I don't know.
Early,
I think
early 90s sounds good.
2006 didn't seem that great. 2006, I don't remember.
Doesn't matter what you want.
I mean, I'd obviously be happy with anything 80s. I mean, that's just cakewalk, really. But
all right.
Make it
personally,
interesting. 90s.
I would love something.
Let's go to the
either
90s.
in the 90s or the like anywhere in the 2000s.
Watch me 1973.
70s are out, dude.
70s are out.
This fucking guy.
Oh
we don't have
This
70s.
motherfucking
What's
guy.
the old year that got picked?
Oh,
what's the
60. Yeah, 1960 is the old year this
But,
time.
but you know, you do understand what's going to happen here. We had fucking.
We're going to get 2012.
No,
I'm
we're
going
going to
2008.
get 1992.
Or 2012.
92. Why couldn't it be 93?
Because
Well, no,
we've
because-
done 82, 2002.
72. It has to be 92 right now. It could be 2000, and that's the first or the last year in the 2010s.
What was our last show? What was our last show? 82. The show before that, 76. The show before that, 86. It's fucking ridiculous.
It is weird. This
I'm calling
randomizer is strange.
2008 right now. 2008. That's what I'm calling.
Okay, I'm gonna say we're gonna get 1981.
I'm doing 95.
Oh my god, we can only hope. That's amazing.
I would prefer later 80s years than early.
I'm gonna
'cause there's
say
just too much.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and I'm gonna say 1989 is going to come up.
Oh, I was going to say that. Okay, I'll change my. I'll say 91. 91.
All right, ready?
Oh God,
I'm scared.
I'm on Google. I'm on Google, ready to go.
Well, no, you don't do it because you suck it. You just list stuff and don't give us a chance to say anything. So, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the winner is 85.
Nice.
Oh.
Who said? Did somebody guess 85?
No. Ooh, there's some good stuff.
Wait, before you do that, let me just see who won this. 84, 81, 69, 84. People, I said, nobody guessed the same thing. Everybody starts guessing the same thing. Dale Roller. Dale Roller.
Oh, okay, cool.
Guessed
Dale's
85.
cool.
I don't know who that is.
So, in 1985, we have The Bad Seed, Day of the Dead,
Classic.
Cat's Eye, Demons, The Doctor and the Devils.
Hold on, you keep doing this. I can't take it in.
Why can't I pick the fucking...
Nothing's coming up when I search it. This is bullshit.
Friday the 13th, A New Beginning.
Nice.
Fright Night.
Doctor and the Devils. That's a great one.
Fright Night.
Right
This is number one.
Ghoulies.
Or Day of the Dead.
Hills Have Eyes Part 2. The Howling 2.
Elm Street 2.
Life Force. The Mutilator. Nail Gun Massacre.
Return of the Living Dead? Fuck, bro.
Oh my god, can I fucking...
No, you can't. You suck at it. I already told you.
2. Phenomena.
I know.
Phenomena?
Fright
Oh,
Night.
fuck, dude. This is going to be good.
Reanimator.
Silver Bullet, bro.
Reanimator. The Return of the Living Dead. Silver Bullet. The Stuff.
Fucking Demons, which is in our Hall of Fame.
Oh, there's some good stuff. What's
Yeah.
Warning Sign?
Dude,
That sounds
seriously,
pretty
like,
cool.
we're talking, like, Phenomena Day, like, dude, come on, man. Reanimator, Fright Night, Return to the dude, stupid stacked.
Dude,
House.
this is going to be hard to get 10 in there, man.
And then we got Evils of the Night, Howling Deuce.
Dude, they got fucking Life Force. I'm watching it 6 times.
No, you're not. That movie's fucking... Guinea Pig film came out in 85? Damn. You know what's cool, man? The Midnight Hour. That's a movie that needs a fucking re-release so bad. It's like top of my list, man.
What's it called?
The Midnight Hour. It's a TV Halloween film from obviously 1985.
This will be fun to go into the gems, like the stuff that I haven't seen, because
Making Contacts from 85 too. That's cool, man. Nice. Night Train to Terror.
Who's gonna make the list?
Hey,
Craven made 2 of his like worst films: Hills Have Eyes 2 and Chiller.
JP.
What?
The Doctor and the Devils is from 1985, so Jeremy finally can watch it for the first time.
Oh yeah. Jeremy, do you remember that film you reviewed a couple years ago? You can watch it for the first time.
Yeah, remember when you fake reviewed
Worst
it?
for you of all
Cut
time.
and run. Mr.
I don't know if
Vampire?
I'm invited back because I really don't know if JP's kidding or not. But
dude, I forgot about Blackout.
Brandon's over there like
I'm
just
just
looking
kidding.
down at the ground, twiddling his fingers.
I'm looking at a different year that I'm doing
fucking
myself.
Tenement. Jeremy, Tenement.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Blood Tracks is a good one, and Hard Rock Zombies.
I'm getting started tonight.
2 films I really
Blood
like.
Tracks. Blood Tracks needs a Blu-ray release. Hard Rock Zombies, nice.
Once Bitten.
Oh, the Strangeness. Yes, the huge killer vagina. Nice.
Underworld.
205 movies.
The
from that year
Oracle.
listed
Wow,
on-
dude, I own so many of these fucking Murder Less.
Where do you see 105?
205 on Letterboxd. I'm on.
Horror movies?
Blood Cult.
Yeah, but
obviously
you know,
making my
like the
top
last
10.
page.
Yeah, like half of them
Indian
are
movies.
impossible. Yeah.
Obviously making my top 10.
No, this looks like a solid year. Obviously.
I mean, the top. It's so top heavy.
The
There's so
diversity
many
is
good
not
movies in
great,
the top
though,
10.
man. No.
Somebody should make a list so I know what to watch.
I always make.
Oh, dude, Screenplay is from 85.
I like Screenplay.
Honestly, it doesn't look like it'll take that much prep on here.
Jeremy, you like
Let's do it
Screenplay.
tomorrow when Jeremy gets back from work.
we could probably do it by September, October, maybe.
Jeremy, remember Screenplay? I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
you dug that. Yeah, man, that's
The Trauma movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
good.
the
Actually
that's
solid as fuck, man.
the anthology, right? With the Punch and Judy
What?
screenplay.
No.
That's Trauma.
No, Screenplay is the one. It's shot in black and white. It's about this dude that's writing a fucking movie at this hotel.
What am I thinking of? Scream Time, man.
Yes, you are. Yeah,
okay.
You are thinking Scream Time. Yeah. Yeah,
House
Screenplay
is from 85.
is legitimate, man. It's like
Oh
actually
yeah,
a good
we can
film.
finally do House. Remember? You
Yeah.
guys be pissed.
That's right.
Oh man, Moodz. I think we have our top 3s already picked out.
The stuff. Death Wish 3, the
Honestly,
best Death Wish.
There's like some obvious ones there, but like between like 3 movies, like I love that. Like they're all like a couple. Like there's a couple movies here that are in my top 50, and some that are in my top 10 of all
Dude, there's
time.
literally like fucking 6 movies from 85 in my top 50.
Yeah, it's
Like,
insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think any year in the like any year, fuck.
I have
most
to
years-
say this is pretty interesting that Return to Oz is like number 3 on the horror list on IMDb. Return to Oz. And it doesn't even come up as, it says adventure, family, fantasy. There's no horror. I don't know. That's fucking strange.
I hope some of these films that I'm seeing on like the later pages, I'm hoping some of these have releases because there's
What page are you looking at? I couldn't find it.
Well,
if you go on Letterboxd and you hit films, then you go decade.
If
and
you go
genre.
into IMDb and go to advanced search and just type in the year, and or
Yeah, you
starting
can do
with
it that way too.
850101 to 85
that's what I
1231,
usually do.
it does a good job, man. Really good job. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Larry,
this looks
Larry
like it should
Cohen's
be
the
a-
stuff. Once Bitten. Fuck, this is so funny.
Transylvania 65000. That's pretty good.
I've never
That's
seen
a
that
fun
movie.
movie.
I've
I
never
don't
seen it
know.
before.
I grew up on that film.
Massacre in Dinosaur Valley. Wow. There's
Cut and Run. Did
I will
anybody
s-
say Cut and Run yet?
I did. Massacre in Dinosaur Valley. It's kind of misleading. There's no dinosaurs in that movie.
The Bride. Is that who I think it is?
Oh yeah, Creature, man. Nice.
That's fucking Sting. What the fuck is he in? Sting is Dr. Frankenstein.
In The Bride? Yeah, Scream Factory released The Bride just recently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Some good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome. It'll be a fun
It's
year.
a solid year. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's this-
You imagine Dave?
What's this? The Tower, an office building security system, goes after the employees to supply its energy. That looks pretty dope. I want to see
Sounds
that.
cool. I like those type of films.
Probably doesn't have a release.
Yeah, what was the one from 82, the Canadian film, the phone or no, what the fuck was that one? With the phones.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one, man. Shit.
Where they exploded?
Yeah, dude.
The Tower from 1985 is a Canadian TV movie.
Really? Wow. Crazy.
It's on YouTube.
Dude, you got Friday and our first Elm Street availability film. It's pretty cool.
Ooh, Victims, the worst era.
We already know that you love Friday 5, man.
I already know fucking Victims is going to be the worst movie of the year. That movie's trash.
Oh, Victims is. Woo, that's a bad one.
Confessions of a Serial Killer. That looks pretty cool.
Can anybody mention Hellhole?
I did not say it, but yeah, Scream Factory put out that too.
Don't Mess With My Sister. Is that the one that the Don't Spit on Your Grave guy did?
Thou shalt not kill except. Is that horror?
Yes.
There's some interesting cover arts.
Yeah, it's the
there's
80s, man.
There's a lot I haven't seen after the first 15 or 20 films.
Like Blue Murder, a reporter tries to track down a psycho who is killing people involved in the porn industry.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds cool.
1985.
Silver Bullets?
Fuck, dude, we cannot get back to the 90s to save, or the 2000s to save our fucking lives, man.
Back to the. I don't think people are going to be disappointed with the 85 though.
No, man. 80s are awesome. This will be our third year in the 80s. But I'm just saying, we've done one in the 90s and one in 02, and that's been it.
Mm-hmm.
This is now our third in the 80s.
But just think after this show, man, the 70s are eligible again. Man.
No!
No.
I was just thinking that.
All the new kids, we can watch that new Blu-ray that's coming out from...
New Kids is a fun movie. I like that movie.
Mill Creek.
I have that pre-order.
Hey, man, it might be 1973, man. That year is ridiculous. 74 is good.
Yeah, so is 74 and 8 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit.
All right,
Yeah, that should be fun.
That's it. Another top 10 wrapped.
Ooh, Death Warmed Up. That just came out on Blu-ray. I have that.
Oh, I still got the VHS tape. Need to upgrade.
I just bought it for Derek on Blu-ray so he could rip it for me.
Nice.
Literally ordered it for him last night.
I can't find my fish food, guys.
Spooky Dan.
I know Spooky Dan's gonna fucking.
He's gonna die.
I'm seeing everything about Bushwick Bill, god damn it. Are we gonna do the outro now?
Yeah, you know what, man? That is gonna do it for Top 10 in 1972. Thank you again, Brandon and Carly, for once again gracing us with your presence, man. You guys were awesome as usual.
Thank you.
Good list.
Thank you.
Good,
I had a fun
good-
time.
Yeah, man. Anytime you guys are welcome back. Well, Carly is. Brandon can fucking he's shitty.
I'm going back to the number one show. It's just not as fun being on the inferior show.
Dude, buy a shirt. Buy a fucking
You're not
shirt.
gonna be on a show in about 2 weeks once you go to jail for fucking some middle schoolers. So.
Oh, that was a bad joke.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many on this
Did
show.
that
man.
really get overshadowed by Jeremy talking about JP's dead sister?
I
I didn't talk about her dead sister. All I said is that the retarded girl in fucking the Muller movie is JP's sister.
He talked about his retarded sister, not dead.
Oh, she is retarded.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone. And
All right, thank you everybody for listening to episode 161 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616. You can follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESWorld22. Please do not go and listen to the Exploding Heads podcast, but if you want to, Brandon's on there. And if you do listen, tell them that they're the number 2 podcast on Patreon and now on Spotify. So now they're the double the losers as they were before. And you can follow Carly over wherever she flicks her cooter.
Jesus.
If you have any questions, you can leave. Oh, yeah. She's probably flicking her cooter with Peter. If you have any questions, you can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. Leave us an email at 22shotsmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. That's 22shotsmoodsandhorror@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22shotspodcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. Please buy a shirt by going to the 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com or by emailing me at the NESRuler2222@gmail.com with your size. I'll get back to you right away. And please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22shots podcast and Exploding Head Sucks. Yes.
Man, these cold nuggets are fucking good.
Fuck
Peter?
off.
Let me guess you spilled something.
He had to have. What else would it be?
Fucking dumbass.
Unless he got a glimpse of his fucking dead sister. God, we're the worst people. You know, we're all going to hell.
Yeah.
I can't stop laughing about it. That's the sad thing.
That's just so bad.
Like, I'm over here cracking up still.